A man confessed to and was convicted of a horrible murder, but now they are wondering if he had help. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Aleisea Woolsey-Ruf. Viewer discretion is advised. Aleisea Woolsey-Ruf, who would go by Lacey to everyone, this is her pictured with her father. She was born on May 8th, 1999, and her and her family were living in Hawaii, specifically on the island of Kauai. Lacey only had 4 years on this earth, and really, unfortunately because of that, there isn't much to say about who she was, because she was just a kid who didn't get to live. So in 1992, there was a very devastating hurricane called Hurricane Iniki that basically devastated the area where Lacey lived with her family. So eventually they had to be relocated temporarily to tents here in this area, and this was on Anini Beach. That is where they were living in 1993. On July 27th, 1993, Lacey would vanish. The little girl had allegedly wandered off and her mother could not find her. So she is obviously reported missing and a massive search for her begins. But it would be her father that decided to go out into the ocean to see if he can find his daughter there. And he searched tirelessly. And eventually he got out fairly deep, and about 40 feet down he found Lacey. His daughter was dead. She had been weighed down with a brick. The little girl, her cause of death was drowning. She was alive when she was put into the water. And she had also been raped. Around this same time, a 20-year-old transient who had come from Colorado to Hawaii was confessing to this murder. His name was Aaron Schonlau. Aaron had a history of drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and also mental health issues. He was someone who partied all the time, who did a lot of hard drugs. He partied with campers, and this actually included partying with Lacey's mother the night of the disappearance. What he says happened is that he was walking away down this path and he noticed that Lacey was following him. And he had thoughts in his head that basically said, do it, just do it. So he grabbed the 4-year-old girl, brought her to a secluded location where in his confession, he basically just says that he had his hand over her mouth and she just stopped breathing. And then he twisted her head. And then he said, I took her out to the water. When Aaron Schonlau was questioned, he asked for a lawyer multiple times, but the police officers, the detectives, for whatever stupid reason, ignored it and kept asking him questions. So anything he said in that confession, they were not able to use in court. However, while he was in jail awaiting the next steps of this process, he ends up confessing again to this officer. And this time is basically done the correct way. Now you might be wondering, how did Aaron get caught? So how did they even know it was him? His own brother. His brother turned him in. His brother called in a tip that his brother did this horrible crime. He then told police that Aaron was heading to the bus station to then head to the airport, and that is where police found him. So Aaron actually ends up confessing a third time, and they're now able to use these second two confessions in court. His own brother would testify against him. He would end up pleading no contest to the murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. And that is where everyone thought it ended. A monster was put away. But there may have been a second monster. There was a detective in Colorado where Aaron Schonlau was originally from. They were investigating another murder of a young child there. And when they were investigating that murder, they started to talk to another local, a camper, who at first was not named, but now that person's name has been revealed. Well, this person ends up talking about the murder of Lacey. This person talks to Colorado police with regards to this murder of Lacey in Hawaii and gives details that nobody else should have known. Details about how exactly and what was used to weigh the little girl down. The fact that Aaron Schonlau couldn't swim and that the fact that she was found far out and 40 feet deep would indicate that someone else would have put her in that water. This other person also specifically mentioned the rape aspect of this, but Aaron never really went into too great of a detail about it. So who was the name of this person that has now been confessing? His name was Todd Schonlau. Aaron's brother. Now, there have been no charges pressed against him at this point. This revelations come 20 years after Lacey's murder. But police who were initially investigating Lacey's murder, now they're kind of wondering, well, yeah, I mean, he had to have had help to get Lacey out to where she was found. And how come Aaron didn't know certain details, but Todd did? Todd was the one who turned in his brother. Did Todd do that to throw the scent off of him? Did he act alone, or did he do this with his brother? I think there's no question that Aaron definitely was involved in this. And I know that they're kind of re-looking into this now to see if they can investigate further and possibly get more charges placed. A 4-year-old girl was brutally taken from this world, and one of the monsters who participated in this is definitely in prison forever. But if a second monster is involved, that person also needs to be put away forever. This is the last known image of a man who would vanish from an airplane. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alfred Loewenstein. Viewer discretion is advised. Alfred Loewenstein was born in 1877, back when I was a senior in high school. By 1928, he had amassed a great fortune and was the third richest person on the planet. In 1928, he was worth about 12 million British pounds, which in today's money is about 900 plus million British pounds. This was a plane that he owned. I guess this style plane was able to carry about 12 to 15 passengers. This is an actual image from July 4th, 1928. This is Alfred Loewenstein approaching his plane. This is a photo of him getting onto his plane, and this is the last photograph ever taken of Alfred Loewenstein, because a short time after this, he would disappear. So this is a cartoon rendering from back then of what the plane would look like. This particular flight had 7 people, including Alfred. When they were at about 4,000 feet, they were just crossing the English Channel. The flight was going to be going from the Croydon airport to Brussels, and it was right around here where the event occurred. He had gotten up to use the lavatory that was on the plane, so which is here in the back of the plane. So right here is like a little tiny hallway. On one side is the bathroom, the other side is the rear exit door of the plane. There's a door also right here in the middle that would be closed so no one would see what actually happened. But Alfred never returned to his seat. Alfred was never seen alive again. While still in the air, one of the passengers would go back to check. They opened up the door and they saw that the rear side door of the plane was flapping open and closed. And the lavatory door was open. Alfred wasn't there. Holy crap, did he just fall out of this plane? Again, they were at 4,000 feet, and that is how far Alfred Loewenstein, if he fell out of the plane, that's how far he would have fallen. After the plane lands, there's obviously, this is big news, the third richest man in the world vanished off an airplane. Did he fall out? Was he pushed out? Was this an accident? Was this deliberate? Well, I guess they would investigate this using the exact same plane, and they would do a series of extensive tests. They had a very large man, someone larger than Alfred, who would slam himself into the rear door. They did this while in the air. They were testing this theory. And so when he slammed himself against the door swung open about 6 inches, but then it immediately closed. He did this several times and they got the same results every time, meaning they came to the conclusion that it was impossible for someone to accidentally fall out of the rear side door of this type of plane. It could not have happened that way, according to their tests, which would leave the theory that someone deliberately held it all the way open and either pushed him out or he jumped out. Because there was speculation that, oh, maybe he got confused, he was trying to go to the bathroom, but he went to the wrong door and then just flew out of the plane. Because of the airstream and the pressure and everything, the door would have just slammed right closed. But then again, how is it wide open and flapping to and fro when they went back to check on him? It's because someone had forcefully pushed the door all the way open. About a week after this all happened, on July 19th, 1928, a body was found floating in the English Channel about 10 miles off the coast of Cape Grisnez. This person's body had to be identified by the wristwatch they were wearing. They were identified as Alfred Loewenstein. He had in fact fallen 4,000 feet from the air and landed in the water below. And even though it's water, when your body hits the water from 4,000 feet up, without a parachute or anything, it's going to obliterate your body. Coroner determined somehow, I guess, that Alfred Loewenstein was still alive when he made contact with the water. He had a fractured skull. He had numerous broken bones. Don't know how they came to that conclusion that he was alive when he hit the water, but that's what they said. That means that this man was alive the entire time he was falling, and he just saw the ocean getting closer and closer to him. He had to experience that fear and that horror as he got closer and closer to his death. And to this very day, how this came to happen is still a mystery. There have been theories abound, one that states that he faked his death. Another theory involved a drug deal with a man named Arnold Rothstein. One major theory was there was a conspiracy amongst his employees that, I guess, had enough of him and planned his murder. But it sounds like the most believed theory is that someone on that plane deliberately threw him out of the plane. That the people on board, they were lying. According to an author who wrote a book on this story, there was even this belief that the people on the plane had just outright removed the door completely from the plane and then reinstalled it once it landed. I don't think any of that has been actually proven, though. I guess he had a son who years later would end up killing someone, and then the son himself died in a plane accident. There's like theories connected to that. It's just a lot. Nearly 100 years ago, in 1928, Alfred Loewenstein boarded this aircraft. He got off of the airplane by falling 4,000 feet to his death into the English Channel. And because it's been almost 100 years and everybody involved is dead, the answers behind this case will probably remain unknown and unsolved forever. This might be an image of someone who murdered a child in Australia. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alan Redston. Viewer discretion is advised. For this one, we're going to the area of Curtin, which is in Canberra, in Australia. Alan Redston was born on August 24th, 1960. I don't know if his name is spelled A-L-A-N or A-L-L-E-N. The newspapers from Australia say A-L-A-N, but all the websites have it spelled A-L-L-E-N, so I don't know. But Alan was only 6 years old when this happened. He didn't even get a chance to live his life. On September 28th, 1966, the 6-year-old boy was given a small amount of money to go purchase an ice cream for himself and his brother. His brother went along with him. They purchased the ice cream, and then Alan sent his brother to go back home, which he did make it home. And then Alan was supposed to go to his friend's house to play with the friend. He apparently got to the friend's house and waited around for a bit, but I'm guessing the friend never came out, and so Alan decided to walk away. And then nobody saw Alan ever again. Alan is reported missing that evening, and they begin a search for him. And unfortunately, because they're doing this at night, they don't find him at all. But it wouldn't be long until they did. It was the following afternoon. His body was found, I guess, near or in a creek, which was somewhat close to a landfill. His hands and feet were both tied up with rope. He was wrapped up in a carpet and also in a green and white floral dressing gown. His cause of death was strangulation. Now, nobody saw who did this to Alan. Nobody saw him get abducted. Nobody heard anything. That being said, there were at least 2 or 3 other boys around his age that had also been attacked in a similar fashion, but survived. A few of these boys were attacked and then they were tied up with rope in a very similar way that Alan was found. They were wrapped up in either a blanket or a sheet or something similar the way Alan was found. Now, all the other ones, they lived, and they all described a younger boy, a teenager, between the age of 12 and maybe 17, described as a young teenage blonde boy. And that's where this image comes from. This is the person who it looked like that attacked the boys who survived. The way they were tied up was so similar to the way Alan was tied up that they really had no choice but to think that this may have been the same person, and that there was this speculation maybe he attacked Alan the same way, but for some reason when Alan struggled, he ended up strangling himself with the rope that had been wrapped around his neck. It had been tied like around his throat, and then behind his hands were tied behind his back, and it was all like connected. And so if he were struggling, he may have pulled on it, which caused him to suffocate. That's just speculation. They don't know that for sure. They also said it's very possible that this teenage boy may not be responsible for killing Alan at all. That there is a very strong chance that an adult abducted him when he was maybe walking away from his friend's house and then killed him. There were no signs of a rape or anything like that. There was nothing to steal from him. So what the motive would have been is unknown. That's why I kind of look at like, this could have been some bully, right? Who was attacking other kids in similar fashion, did this to him, and oops, this time it killed someone. Could just be some psychopath kid. Or hachi mama, Jesus. Sorry about that, jump scare alert. I did that backwards. At one point, this guy here, Derek Percy, apparently a serial killer there in Australia, was considered a possible suspect in this case because he was living in that area around the time that this all happened. However, when he was asked about it, he never confessed to killing Alan. He died in 2013 in prison. And ultimately, in the end, they have no idea who killed Alan Redston and why. This happened in 1966, about 59 or 60 years ago. If his killer was in fact a teenager, that killer would still be in their mid-70s. But if it was an adult, that person is more than likely dead. If it was a teenager, that person could also be dead as well. But just because the passage of time has gone very far, it doesn't mean they don't deserve the answers. It doesn't mean they don't deserve to know who did this. And if that person is still out there, alive, they need to be brought to justice. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who killed Alan Redston. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 1-800-333-000. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Allison Burns. Viewer discretion is advised. Now, unfortunately, this is just another one of those cases that was just never talked about after it actually happened. A couple of newspaper articles, and that's about it. But at the time this case occurred, Allison Marie Burns was 19 years old, and she was a developmentally disabled individual. So Allison was described as someone who was, because of her developmental issues, she was vulnerable and she was overly trusting in people. And because of that, you could look at someone like Allison and say that she was like the epitome of what it meant to be an innocent person. Someone who unfortunately could be taken advantage of easily. Allison, they said, was someone who just didn't know how to say no to people. She was someone who needed and enjoyed the attention. And again, for any monster out there, she is someone that would be easy to get. Now, she lived with her mom. She also had a brother, but when this case occurred, she had been staying, I guess, with a friend for about a week or two because Allison was trying to learn how to be independent. She was learning how to, read a bus schedule and kind of try to sort of live on her own. And then just one day, there wasn't even time to report her missing. She was found very badly beaten in a park. So she was found on the north side of Riverside Park in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I guess she was found kind of near, because there's a river that runs across the park. She was found, I don't think she was in it, but she was found next to it. And when she was found, again, she was bruised and battered, but she was still alive. So she was rushed to the hospital. It doesn't sound like she ever regained consciousness because within 24 hours of her being brought to the hospital, she would die from her injuries. This was brutal. I mean, she was severely beaten, and they determined that there was likely an attempt at a rape. They don't know for sure if it actually occurred, but someone did try to sexually assault her. Nobody witnessed it. Nobody heard anything. One day she was just out and about, and then she was just found in the condition she was found. She was attending a community-based occupational training at the time. She was learning how to work. It sounds like she attended that one day and then she left, and then this is what happened. Unfortunately, outside of a couple of newspaper articles, there's no more mentions of her case. I know it's still unsolved, but there's virtually no websites that talk about it, very little, and there's a couple newspaper articles, all dating back to 2001. Because of Allison's desire to trust people, being a little naive because of her developmental issues, this literally could have been anyone who did this to her. I don't know if she was seeing anyone, if she had a boyfriend, if there were any exes in her life. Did she have any run-ins with people? I'm not sure. But it does sound like she was taken advantage of, that someone did this to her who probably knew of her conditions and probably considered her easy prey, unfortunately. Yet, her murder is not talked about, and it's never been solved. At least as far as I can tell. Really, someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who murdered this innocent 19-year-old woman. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Allison Marie Burns, you were asked to please call 616-456-3604. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Amber Cates. Viewer discretion is advised. For this one, we're going to Columbia, Tennessee. I don't have a lot of information on this one, but Amber Elizabeth Cates was born on February 3rd, 1988. And when this case occurred, she is living in the Columbia, Tennessee area with her family. On April 11th, 2004, she was last seen at her mother's house located somewhere near 2300 Tracy Lane, and she left that house when she was picked up by a friend who drove a gold Mazda. When she left, the plan was for her to visit her friends and family for spring break, but she never arrived to that destination. And then Amber never made it back to her mom's house whenever she was expected to be back there. So at that point, once they realized she never made it to the relative's home and she never made it back to mom's house, she is reported missing. When she was reported missing, police will initially consider her a runaway. She was 16 years old. Teenagers run away all the time, but this is not something Amber had ever really done. It doesn't mean it couldn't have been the first time she's done it. But of course, that's the direction police like to go to first, because that's just the easier way to do. But eventually, the police begin to lean more towards, okay, something else might be up here. Her cell phone had not been used since the day she was last seen. So they find a friend that picked her up, and that friend says he dropped her off that same day with another male friend. By the time they discover who this second friend is now actually in jail. So police go to him, they question him, he says, yeah, I did see her that day. I dropped her off somewhere else. I dropped her off at a garage in Columbia, Tennessee. He said that Amber had purchased hair dye, then he dropped her off, and that's the last time he saw her. And as a matter of fact, nobody knows what happened to Amber after that moment. Did they talk to the people where that man allegedly dropped her off at this garage? I have to assume so, but they've gotten nowhere with it. Amber did have a driver's license, and they've stated that in the case that her driver's license has no infractions on it since the day she disappeared. Again, her cell phone has not been used since the day she disappeared. And Amber has not once used her social security number since the day she disappeared. This would obviously be to get a job or rent a home or an apartment. Various other things that you were required to use your social security number for, she's never used them. And it sounds like they do fear that foul play is possibly involved. They just don't know that for sure. Amber has been missing since that very last day she was seen. No one has reported seeing her after that time she was dropped off at the garage. But as we all know, people don't just fall off the face of the earth. And the fact that everybody nowadays has cell phones, there's cameras everywhere, someone would have had to have seen her by now. So that fear of foul play, it feels stronger. But that doesn't mean that's what happened. She could still be out there somewhere. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about exactly what happened to Amber. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Amber Elizabeth Cates, you are asked to please call 931-375-6601. This is the case that the Macaulay Culkin movie Party Monster was based on. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Andre Angel Melendez. Viewer discretion is advised. Andre Melendez, who would later on go by the name Angel, was born in Colombia in 1971. When he was about 8 years old, though, the family would end up moving to the States, to New Jersey. Early on in his life, he was described as a pretty shy kid, but after moving to New Jersey, and as he got older, he began to embrace the fact that he was gay, and he became more confident. He became more of himself. He would soon find himself involved in a group in New York called the Club Kids. I guess you could describe them to a degree of being like, the misfits of the area, but they really kind of breathed new life into the club scene there in Manhattan. These were gay people who were unapologetically themselves. Unfortunately, it began to turn into a heavy drug scene. The partying got bigger and bigger and wilder, and eventually the DEA was trying to crack down on drug dealing coming out of these clubs, which takes us to this man here, Michael Alig, who was originally born in Iowa. He started off his experience in the Club Kids as very clean, if you will. He didn't do drugs, he didn't drink alcohol, but then eventually he fell into the drug and alcohol scene, and he became... Some people called him the father of the nightlife there. He would actually go on talk shows back in the day a couple times, talking about what it's like to be a club kid. He eventually became a club promoter. Then it's said that the DEA became involved and they were working with him directly to take down a particular club owner. So he would start turning away drug dealers on nights when they knew that the DEA might have people there. Well, one of those dealers was Angel Melendez. He actually dealt directly to Michael Alig. Well, there was a night where apparently Michael got caught wind the DEA was going to be doing some raids at the clubs, and so Angel showed up, but Michael said, "You have to leave because you just can't be here," because he knew that he was a dealer. And it actually got to a point where Michael had to have Angel forcibly removed from that particular club that night. And then just like that, Angel went missing. At first, when he was reported missing by his family to police, the police said, we'll file the report, but he's a drug dealer, so he's going to go to the bottom of the pile. And then a short time later, a couple of kids playing on a nearby beach would find a cardboard box completely wrapped up in duct tape. This is a recreation. Curious because they're kids, they opened up the box and they were horrified to see that there was a torso with no legs inside this box. So obviously the police were called. It took a couple more months after that because the body was so badly decomposed and because the police weren't really working very thoroughly on Angel's disappearance case, they would identify the body in that box as being Angel Melendez. He had been murdered and dismembered. And at first, the Club Kid scene was not being super cooperative, but then eventually they began to tell police that they were hearing rumblings and rumors and people saying that I think I know who did this. There's someone who's going around bragging about doing it. Well, who was that person? Michael Alig. Michael Alig at the time was living with somebody else, a man named Robert Riggs, who went by the nickname Freeze. So eventually, police get in touch with him and they sit down with him, and they are able to, at some point, get him to tell what happened. Angel showed up at Michael Alig's door the night this all occurred, the night he was thrown out of the club. Michael Alig had a debt to Angel because Angel was his dealer and he owed Angel a lot of money that he wasn't paying. Freeze says that at some point he was in his bedroom when he heard a commotion in the living area and he saw a hammer on a shelf, and so Freeze grabs that hammer. He goes out and he sees that Angel and Michael are in some kind of altercation. And so Freeze takes that hammer and he smashes it over Angel's head. So Freeze hits him again in the head. So then he hits him a third time in the head, and this time he finally falls to the ground. Now, the coroner, when they had his body, they discovered he had sodium hydroxide lye in his body, which were components of Drano. Robert Freeze would say, he would say that Michael Alig did this on his own, dumped a bunch of Drano down Angel's throat, and then wrapped his mouth up with duct tape. They then put Angel in the bathtub where they just let him slowly die. And then after 5 to 7 days, they decide to dismember him. Then they dispose of his body in a box and throw it into the water where it washed up on shore. For kids to find. Robert Fries is then arrested and charged with the murder. Michael Alig is also arrested and charged with the murder. They initially tried to say that this was a self-defense case, but it really wasn't. Because Angel wasn't actually being violent towards Michael. He was just demanding his money. And they absolutely brutalized Angel. Fries was convicted and sentenced to 10 to 20 years in prison, where he was paroled in 2010. Michael Alig was also convicted and sentenced to 10 to 20 years in prison, where he was released in 2014. The movie Party Monster, starring Macaulay Culkin as Michael Alig, which came out in the 90s, was released based on this movie. It opened to not great reviews. I know I've seen it, but I barely remember it. Michael Alig would say that he continued to do drugs in prison, but eventually he got to a point where it was time to stop and change his life. But at some point after leaving prison, he fell back into drugs, and in 2020, he died of an overdose. He was just 54 years old. You know, Angel was not a perfect person. Yeah, he dealt drugs, but everyone else still considered him to be just a really good guy who just has some issues. And no matter how you look at it, he did not deserve to be bludgeoned over the head with a hammer 3 times, have Drano dumped down his throat, duct taped around his mouth, left into a bathtub to die, and then dismembered and thrown into a box. At least I would hope you would think that he did not deserve that. This man is wanted for questioning in a young woman's disappearance. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ashley Fuller Reed. Viewer discretion is advised. So for this one, we're going to the area of Garland and Dallas, Texas. Ashley Fuller Reed was born on November 6, 1970. Her mom would describe her as a very sparkly, very bubbly, very vivacious young woman growing up. Around the time this case occurred, Ashley was actually enrolled in a pre-law college course. She was someone who cared so deeply about people that she's like, I might be the poorest lawyer ever because I'll just do everything for free. But she had dreams, hopes, and aspirations of one day working in the legal profession. But unfortunately, one day, she just vanished. This takes us to January 14th, 1990. According to a couple of people, Ashley was supposed to be going to this IHOP that day to meet 2 people, 2 men. She only labeled them as Dave and Robert. She did not say what she was meeting them for. She did not elaborate on who the 2 men were, how she knew them. But she left her home to head to the IHOP. And that was it. Her family and friends would never see her ever again. Ashley would soon be reported missing by her family, and an investigation would begin. According to one witness, they did see Ashley at the IHOP talking to one man. That looks like Jebediah from Children of the Corn. He was described as a white male, about 6 foot, 175 to maybe 200 pounds, very clean looking and handsome is what he was described as. He had brown eyes and brown hair. His hair had been slicked backwards. But then here's the problem. Ashley drove a brown 1984 Chevy Citation, something similar to this. Her car was found within a short time after her being reported missing. It was found on the off-ramp of Military Parkway and the LBJ Freeway. The IHOP is right here. Her car was found right here. This would have been heading for her to go towards the IHOP. So if they saw her at the IHOP, why was her car still on the off-ramp? The car's battery had been dead, but that was because the car was still on. And the hazard lights were blinking. It sounds like the car just died after being left on there for a long period of time. So if she got there, why would she not mention anything to do with her car or for anyone to help her, get the car taken care of? It seems odd that she would just get out, go to the IHOP, and have this conversation with this unknown man, and then just what? When her car was found, though, the driver's seat was pushed all the way up, which is how she had it, because she was a relatively shorter person. It did not look like anyone else had been driving it. However, if someone did take the car and leave it there, they could have moved the car seat up to make it look like she was still driving it. I know often when we talk about stories like this where that thing occurs, usually the killer doesn't leave the seat the way the initial driver would have left it. But sometimes they might move the seat back, if that person, that potential killer, is thinking. Ashley's purse was allegedly found in a gravel pit in some kind of watery area. But when the police were informed about it and they went to go collect the purse, apparently the purse was no longer there. I'm kind of confused on that part, but her purse and keys were missing from her car. So how they would have ended up at this gravel pit is unknown. Ashley did have a boyfriend at the time. However, her boyfriend lived in Minnesota, which is actually where she was originally from. And they determined that he could not have been the one to do anything to her. As a matter of fact, he would end up traveling to Texas after she disappeared to help search for her. The biggest question next to where is she is, who is this? Who is Dave? Who is Robert? If she was supposed to be meeting two men that night, how come only one of them was there? How did she know him? She was relatively new to the area. They may have absolutely nothing to do with her disappearance. But his information, his part of this story has been included since the very beginning. And they have announced that they've been looking for this guy just to talk to him, because he may have been the last person to see her. So why hasn't he come forward then? Why hasn't he said, oh, I'm the guy she was supposed to meet. She didn't show up. I don't know what happened, but I'm him. My thinking is maybe he thinks he would be a suspect, and maybe he would be wrongly accused of a crime he didn't commit. Unfortunately, this happens very frequently. He is the easiest target here, whoever he is. Maybe he didn't want to get roped into this and then just get convicted of a crime he didn't commit. That could be one reason why he never came forward. Or he really did do something to her. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Ashley Reed, and perhaps that someone is you. So if you have information, please call 214-670-5146. He said a brain cyst made him throw his wife out a 12-story window. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Barbara Weinstein. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Manhattan, New York, specifically to 220 East 72nd Street. It was January of 1991. Passerbys, people just walking by the building, were horrified when all of a sudden a woman lands on the concrete beneath them. The woman was identified as 56-year-old Barbara Weinstein, and she lived in that building on the 12th floor. I think that's from this floor or maybe this one. I don't know if they count the lobby as floor 1 or not, but that's halfway up this building is where she fell from. Barbara had married Herbert Weinstein many years prior. This is from their wedding. For both of them, this was their second spouse. And as the years went on, this couple, they were always looked at as this totally happy, madly in love with each other couple. They were perfect for one another. They never laid a hand on each other, never yelled at each other. Everyone in the apartment building and everyone in her life described Barbara as just a really lovely lady. She was described as a really well-kept, well-put-together person. Literally just days prior, Herbert and Barbara were holding hands, smiling and kissing. They had planned a vacation to Puerto Rico that they were both really excited to go to. So what happened for her to fall out of a window and land 12 stories below? Well, when police arrived, they found Herbert in the apartment, and Herbert had several fresh scratches on his face. And he actually admits right then and there, very coldly, I strangled her and I threw her out of the window. He says he was hoping that by doing that, it would make it look like she had committed suicide, but apparently he just didn't stick to that story. They had gotten into some kind of argument with regards to, I guess, his kids, and something happened. She said one little thing, and he said it just set him off, and he just reacted. He said he had hit Barbara, and then he strangled her. And then once she kind of began to fall unconscious, he opened up the window and just shoved her out of it. And it didn't seem like he was all that fazed. It didn't seem like he was overly emotional or anything. So he is arrested, and he is charged with Barbara's murder. And now they just have to figure out what led to this. They know there was an argument and a fight, but this was a super well-to-do, really happy couple, both behind closed doors and in public. Herbert's a well-respected ad executive who he never really showed that much of a temper. They never really argued that much. So what caused him to snap like this? Well, some medical professionals would say his brain made him do it. Well, yeah, no shit. No, but specifically, a cyst they found on his brain. So an MRI was performed on Herbert shortly after the murder happened, and they found a cyst the size roughly of an orange on his frontal lobe, which apparently is the part of the brain that governs our judgment and impulse control. And this cyst would have greatly impaired Herbert's judgment and would have made him, potentially, react the way he did when he punched his wife and then tried to strangle her, then threw her out of a window. So his attorneys would argue to the courts that we should be allowed to use this as evidence in his upcoming trial. We need to be able to show and prove that this cyst pressing on his frontal lobe caused him to react this way. Because we have all of this testimony about how great of a guy he was and how great this couple was, how there never seemed to be any arguments, never ever was there any violence in this marriage. It had to have been the cyst. The cyst made me do it. This was not something that had ever been shown in court before. The judges ruled in his favor. They were going to be allowed to show this, present this as evidence. But there were also rumblings that apparently Barbara had recently come into some money through some kind of settlement, and that Herbert had actually planned this, and he wanted to do this in order to obtain that money because he was addicted to gambling and he had debts and all that, and he was having a hard time with money. And was their marriage really all that wonderful? Had they really never argued that much? Well, this is a married couple. Of course they've argued. It's just not many people ever saw it. Not to mention the fact that Herbert had also come up with this concept of, I'm going to tell them she committed suicide, and that's why I threw her out of the window, because I needed to make it look like she killed herself. That apparently wasn't hindered by this cyst, I guess. And despite the courts saying, yes, we will allow your argument of presenting this MRI and the cyst on the brain as evidence, well, apparently just before they were to select the jury, he decided to just plead guilty. He pled guilty to manslaughter, and that would end up getting him a sentence of 7 to 21 years in prison. When he was convicted, he was about 66 or 67 years old. And his health was not exactly in the greatest place to begin with. So a 7 to 21 year prison sentence for him was essentially like a life sentence. I'm not exactly sure how much of the time he ended up serving, but obviously at this point he's no longer alive. And I guess it's really kind of just a matter of, did the cyst really make him do it? Or was this the case of a man who got into an argument with his wife and he reacted? He made one really horrible judgment call by hitting his wife and realizing, well, that's going to put me into some serious trouble, so now I need to kill her and make it look like she killed herself. I don't know. I can't say for sure. I do know that a cyst that's pressing against that part of your brain is going to create some issues. And so I think there was enough science to back up this argument that it definitely hindered his judgment, but would he have done it still anyway? I mean, I guess we'll never really know for sure. But he threw his wife out of a 12-story window. That took thinking, that took a decision making, that took time to do that. But regardless, he was convicted of a crime. And Barbara got justice. Did the devil make him do it? Probably not, but the 80s would like you to think he did. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Betty Ann and Thomas Sullivan. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to the Oak Ridge area of Jefferson Township, New Jersey. The Sullivans lived here in this home. The family consisted of Thomas Sullivan Sr., his wife, Betty Ann Sullivan, and their two children, Brian and Thomas. On the morning of January 9th, 1988, a neighbor who lived across the street from the Sullivans would be horrified when they found a body in their backyard. That body belonged to 14-year-old Thomas Sullivan Jr. Lying next to him was a small Boy Scout knife. Thomas had a prominent stab wound to his body, and they would determine that it was actually a self-inflicted wound. Thomas, for whatever reason, had gone to this neighbor's backyard and ended his own life with this knife. But that was not where it ended. A few hours before that, before he was found, a fire was detected in the Sullivan home. Thomas Sr. and Brian had woke up to a smoke detector. When they go out to the living room, they see Betty Ann Sullivan. She was dead. So they contact the authorities, an ambulance and a fire truck arrive, they put out the fire, and unfortunately they confirm that Betty Ann is deceased. I cannot find a photo of her for some reason. And then this is where the occult and satanic panic enters the stage. Because allegedly, in a circle around Betty's body, and what was ultimately used as the kindling for this fire, were books of the occult, Satanism, etc. And let me tell you, the 80s and the 90s were full of headlines just like this. Satanic murder-suicide. Satan follower, 14, kills mom, self in North Jersey. How a satanic obsession led to murder. Boy Scout kills mother, burns home, kills self over Satanism. This all allegedly stemmed from what was misreported as that Thomas Sullivan was given an assignment to do something about the occult, to do a report on Satanism, which would later be found out was actually not the truth. There was a discussion in class with regards to it, but it was never an assignment. But Thomas had allegedly become very interested in and was following Satanism and the occult, that he allegedly became obsessed with it. And his mother, Betty Ann, did not like it for obvious reasons. And what they say happened is that Thomas and Betty Ann got into an argument that night with regards to his obsession with the occult, and this led to him going into a rage and stabbing his own mother with his Boy Scout knife. He then allegedly puts a circle of occult books and then sets them on fire. He then tries to steal the family's car, but apparently he doesn't succeed. Then goes to his neighbor's house, goes into their backyard, and for some reason stabs himself and dies. But I think the reality is that what Thomas Sullivan Jr. was experiencing was possibly the beginnings of maybe schizophrenia, some kind of serious mental health issue that perhaps hadn't been discovered yet for him, that maybe they weren't necessarily even aware of at that point. He was a well-behaved kid, but from what it sounds like, he was kind of on his way into a troubled life. But the fact is they'll never know. They'll never know why he did it. And because you don't have him there to explain himself, or you don't really have anyone really to explain his motives, the media runs with this. And this is kind of what the satanic panic was all about in the 80s and the 90s. The media, and sometimes even law enforcement, were just jumping to, well, it has to do with this obsession with Satan. It's the devil. The devil is making these kids do these things. I mean, that's the sole reason why the West Memphis Three ultimately was convicted for a murder they didn't commit, or murders they didn't commit. It's because people literally took this seriously. Now, I'm not saying that some of these murders weren't inspired by the occult and people who were obsessed with Satan and all that, but more often than not, it was something else completely different. It was easier to just slap Satan's name on it and say, that's what it is. And in this case, you can't have anyone defend themselves. I mean, he's a murderer. He killed his mom. So, I mean, it's not like, would you even believe him, whatever his reasons were? Would it even matter? No, because he killed his mom. He then ended his own life, probably out of guilt. Maybe out of anger for what he had just done. Did the devil make him do it? I can't say for sure in terms of his mindset, but no, probably not. Thomas Sullivan Jr. did this for whatever reasons he did it. And it's kind of just unfair to his victim, Betty Ann Sullivan, to get roped into this story of satanic panic and Satan and the devil made him do it because he can't answer for himself. So, I don't know, it's just kind of messed up. But that's what the story is left at, really. I don't know, it's just unfair to me. It's also unfair that I can't find a photo of Betty Ann. I do know that Thomas and Betty Ann were buried together. And their bodies were eventually moved to Pennsylvania because that's eventually where her husband and his father was, when he passed away, where he was buried. And Brian died in 1998, the other brother. So they were all buried together. It's just a sad, tragic story where answers really aren't ever going to be known. But was it Satan? Come on. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Betty Strickland and her 2 children. Viewer discretion is advised. So for this one, we're going to Gary, Indiana, and this is one of those rare cases where I do not have a single photo of any of the people involved. It's also not a story that's really published much, but it is a real story. I've been looking through newspaper clippings and whatnot. On Friday, July 22nd, 1983, a woman named Betty Strickland and her 2 children, 12-year-old Larry and 5-year-old Tyson, they were found dead inside their burning home. This is the address where the home used to be, according to the newspaper articles. This is what it looks like now. So I don't know if the house burned completely to the ground or if it was just so badly damaged they ended up just demolishing it and never rebuilding. But like, you can still see like the foundation of a home. But police were called here due to the fire, and when they put the fire out, they found 3 individuals inside one of the bedrooms. Betty Strickland, the mother, was found with her hands tied behind her back. The 2 boys were also found deceased, but they were not tied up. Betty, Larry, and Tyson had all been severely beaten. And then, based off of forensic testing, they were then doused in lighter fluid, and then someone set their bodies directly on fire. There was also lighter fluid around the home, and so obviously whoever did this did that to cover their tracks and get rid of any potential evidence. But it wouldn't take long to find out who the perpetrator here was. It was Betty Strickland's, I guess, former boyfriend. Betty had recently accused him of physically assaulting her, and then a short time later, she and her 2 kids end up dead. I don't have a photo of Eddie Joe Brown, who was the suspect here, but police would eventually question him, and initially he denied having anything to do with it, but then he ends up confessing. And because there's very little published at all, even in the newspapers, I don't know exactly what the confession totally entailed. I just know that he said he was the one who killed them and then lit them on fire. So Eddie Brown was arrested and charged with the triple homicide as well as arson. He would go on trial, and he was found guilty of all charges. He got 60 years for each individual murder and then additional time for the arson, and they were to run consecutively, so he was sentenced to around 200 years in prison. In 1987, he did try to appeal his sentence, and I think it had to do something to do with the confession itself and how it was obtained. They weren't saying that it was a coerced confession. They were saying a confession was given under a certain situation where they should have thrown it out in court because of the way, I guess, the police got the confession during a certain, I don't know, it's kind of confusing. But there was no accusations of like a coercion or anything. But the confession was real. I guess it's just the way it happened. They were grasping at straws to like get this conviction overturned, but it didn't work. The courts ultimately ruled that one of the confessions, because I guess he gave multiple, one of them still stood for sure, and everything else would stand the same. And there was no parole, so Eddie Joe Brown either died in prison or he is still there to this very day. A well-respected landlord goes missing. Would they find traces of him in the pipes? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Bruce Blackwood. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case is going to take us to Brooklyn, New York. At the time this case occurred, Bruce Blackwood was 55 years old, and his niece would say about him that Bruce was always about family. It was family first for him. He had brothers that he would always come through for. He absolutely loved and adored all of his nieces and his nephews. And everybody just loved Bruce. He was just one of those guys that you couldn't hate him. He didn't have enemies. No one disliked him. So Bruce was the owner of O'Neill's, which I guess was an off-track betting place. And he was also a landlord there in Brooklyn. He had several places that he rented out to, including this location here, located at 983 Hancock Street. This takes us to March 6, 2006. Bruce was supposed to work that day at O'Neill's, but about 10 minutes prior to when he was supposed to come in, he calls and says that he slipped and fell in the shower and that he won't be coming in. And that was it. That was the last time anyone ever heard Bruce's voice. Bruce talked to his family on a daily basis, including especially his brothers, and if he had fallen and hurt himself in the shower and needed to go to the doctor or the hospital or something, this is something he would have absolutely called and told the family about. But he did not. When his family tried to reach out to him, he didn't answer his phone. When the family ends up reporting him missing, they then start looking into phone records, and they determine that March 6th was the last time that his phone was ever used. When they checked the locations where he was living, but also the places he rented to, he wasn't there. This was just very strange. He just fell off the face of the earth, and no one has seen him. Police then learned about a handyman that was employed at the Hancock Street residence that Bruce employed. That handyman was named Luis Perez. Well, he says that he saw Bruce on March 6th, and they were supposed to talk about a new tenant coming in. He then tells police he saw someone pull up in a black Toyota Camry, and Bruce called this individual Mike, and then Bruce got into that car. He saw him get into the car and leave, and he claims that was the last time he ever saw Bruce. Police then talked to a friend of Bruce's, and according to the friend, about a week before all of this happened, Bruce had a phone call with this friend and said that he was going to be confronting Mr. Perez about $7,000 in missing checks. They actually have Luis on CCTV at the bank dealing with these forged checks. They then learned something even more wild about Luis Perez. Years prior, he tried to kill his own daughter, a child, and hit the daughter's mother. He failed, and he served about 10 years in prison for that. Well, police also recovered 13 stolen checks from Bruce Blackwood's checkbook that Luis Perez had forged, and he had been doing all of this with a friend of his named Martin Rodriguez. At this point, police believe that Luis Perez, possibly with the help of Martin Rodriguez, killed Bruce Blackwood. They would search the properties where Bruce would have possibly been killed, the properties that he rented out and lived in. They found these, cleaning brushes. They found cleavers and knives. They ripped apart the flooring. They did the whole luminol thing. I mean, they pulled out pipes and they would swab them to see if they could find any DNA, any kind of human body material in these pipes. But it was no such luck. But they do believe that Bruce Blackwood would have been killed in one of these buildings and dismembered. But where is he? Where is his body? And who really did this to him? While they're investigating the missing person / possible murder case, they're also going forward with a trial about the forged checks. Luis Perez is found guilty for those charges and is sentenced to 25 months in prison. Martin Rodriguez is also convicted and sentenced to 6 months in prison. In 2009, he is released on parole, and he is actually paroled to the address where his now adult daughter lived, the daughter he had tried to kill many years prior. Well, she definitely has her suspicions that her dad was involved in Bruce Blackwood's disappearance, and she actually ends up recording a conversation she has with him on a phone. And on that recording, he literally admits to killing Bruce Blackwood and saying everything he did to him. However, when she turned the phone over to police, the conversation was so muffled that you couldn't hear anything. So she agrees to now wear a more professional audio device to record a conversation with her and her dad again. And once again, he goes over everything. Luis fully admits and confesses to confronting Bruce Blackwood, killing him, dismembering him, putting him into several trash bags, and disposing of those bags in various locations. He said on this recording, quote, "It's not about committing the perfect crime, it's about cleaning up after it," which he seemed to do a damn good job at doing, because there really was no physical evidence. But now they have a very clear confession. He is then arrested and charged with the murder of Bruce Blackwood. His own daughter takes the stand, testifies against him, and says, "Yep, that's my voice. That's my father's voice. That is him confessing to me about all the horrible things he did to Bruce Blackwood." In 2015, Luis Perez is found guilty of second-degree murder, and he is sentenced to 25 years to life. Bruce Blackwood's body has never been found. His family has never been able to lay him to rest. And the unfortunate truth is that if he was dismembered, which he was, and then put into bags and dispersed in various locations, he'll probably never be found. His family will never get that moment. They'll never get that closure. And it was all because someone decided to steal over $7,000 from him, and that person got caught. And so Bruce died. There is, of course, that possibility that his killer could be paroled after 25 years, but hopefully that man remains behind bars until the end of his days. She testified against her own father that same day. She vanishes. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christie Farni. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will bring us to Medford, Oregon. Christie Lynn Farni was born on January 18th, 1972, and she was actually born in Los Angeles, California. And at some point, eventually, her family finds themselves in Medford, Oregon. Christie had experienced a tragedy in 1977 when her mother died in a motorcycle accident, leaving her and her brother with their father, who eventually became abusive. He physically abused Christie and her brother to a point where it was investigated, and they were going to charge and indict him. On December 14th, 1978, this 6-year-old girl is taken to a grand jury to testify against her own father. I can't even imagine how scary that it has to be for a 6-year-old child. But her and her brother had also been temporarily put into a foster home. So after the testimony, she's taken back to the foster home where she had been only for about 3 days or so, and she was going to get ready for school, and then she was going to walk to school. Her foster mother would watch her walk down the road. I don't think it was a super long walk to get there, but she watched her walk away. She was, happy as can be still. She turned a corner, and that's the last time her foster mom ever saw her. This is Jackson Elementary School there in Medford. That is where she was supposed to be going. Now, in 1978, it was not a common practice for schools to call the home if a child doesn't show up to school. So nobody realized that Christie was missing until later that afternoon when her foster parents noticed that she had not come home yet. So they call the school, and that's when they find out that Christie never showed up to class. Obviously, they're now panicked, so they call the police to report Christie missing. This is where Jackson Elementary School is. I don't know exactly where her home is, but it sounds like even back then it was still a pretty highly congested neighborhood where a lot of people would live and potentially see things. But once she was reported missing, nobody said they saw her or heard anything. So a very extensive search begins for the little girl. And while they're doing that, they're also looking into, her life. And they learned that she had just literally testified in court against her dad for physically abusing her. Then, just a couple of hours later, she's gone. Her father was talked to, and from what I understand, he took polygraph tests, as did her stepmom, because he was married or had a girlfriend, the father. I don't know the results of all of those, but what I do know is that the father, the stepmother, none of them have ever been officially labeled a suspect in the disappearance. That it could have just been a really crazy coincidence that she had this big testimony and then disappeared. Even a couple of years later, they get tips and leads about potentially where, her body could be buried, and they search and they bring in dogs, they dig, but nothing is ever found. There is a theory that some of Christie's blood relatives did not want her to ever go back to her father. So there's a theory that perhaps they abducted her to put her into or give her a better life. It almost reminds me of the movie Gone Baby Gone, when that little girl is abducted, but in the end, I'm not going to spoil it, but the ending and everything, that theory sounds like that movie. However, the authorities who are well aware of this theory have never found proof of that. If still alive today, Christie would look something similar to this. The father, he died himself in a car accident, actually, in 1994. It also sounds like her brother ended up taking his own life a short time later. Fuck, every time, dude. Henry Lee Gonorrhea Face Lucas at one point had confessed to being the one who kidnapped and murdered Christie. But then again, he confessed to every missing person and murdered person in the history of the world. But as we all know, he's only ever been convicted of like 2 or 3 actual murders, but he claims to have done like hundreds. Basically, what he did was he liked to waste the time of police officers around the country, pulling focus away from searching for the real suspects in those cases, thinking, oh my god, we finally have our guy, but they don't, because that's the piece of shit that he was. Anyway, they found no proof that he had anything to do with Christie's disappearance. In recent years, they have re-interviewed her biological family members that are still around to see if they're willing to talk and maybe kind of help them understand this theory of maybe they took her to put her in a better situation, but still they got nothing from it. There is a chance she is out there somewhere, that someone put her into a better life. And there's also a chance that she was kidnapped, abducted and murdered. Unfortunately, they just have no idea. Someone somewhere out there does know the truth, though, about what really happened to Christie Farni. The police just need to know. They need to know what happened. Her surviving family, they need to know what happened. And if they can bring her home to lay her to rest, they need to be able to do that. The abusive father is gone now. My point is there's no one to fear if that was the situation. If you have any information on the disappearance of Christie Farni, you are asked to please call 541-774-2250. A teenage boy goes missing. He's found 2 weeks later near his home. The question remains, what happened? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Danny Violette. Viewer discretion is advised. Danny Violette was born on February 23rd, 1981. He was actually born in San Diego, California. And it sounds like he and his family kind of lived all over the world at times, like once in Japan, in Washington, but eventually the family would find themselves in the town of Willard, Ohio. They moved there about 1991. At the time this case occurred, Danny Violette is a 17-year-old high school student at Willard High School. He played all sorts of sports, football, soccer, but he was also a very skilled wrestler. And when he wasn't doing that, he liked to go hunting, he liked to fish, he liked being outdoors. Danny had a lot of friends, he was popular, he was well-liked. He was a daring and competitive and adventurous kid. He had a great sense of humor, but one day he just fell off the face of the earth, and it's really still a mystery to this very day. The last confirmed sighting of Danny alive was on October 24th, 1998. It sounds like the last, at that time, confirmed sighting of him that was reported to police was he was seen at a store called Missler's IGA, and he was seen leaving it, and then he just vanished. He would be reported missing. From what it looks like, there really wasn't a whole lot of information known at this time about what exactly his whereabouts were. And on November 4th, 1998, the teenage boy is found. A man was out tending his cornfield, his crops, when all of a sudden he stumbles across something that he wasn't sure of what it was at first from afar, but as he got closer, he realized quickly this was a dead human being. So he contacts the police immediately. The body found in this cornfield was later identified as 17-year-old Danny Violette. The coroner determined that Danny died of asphyxiation, and it was likely from a ligature, so someone had strangled him with something. However, and while there was a red mark around his neck, there was no ropes or anything found near his body. Another really bizarre aspect to this was that across his chest was the imprint of what appeared to be tire treads. And what they ended up saying was that they know he died of asphyxiation, however, they don't know the manner of death. To this very day, they still don't know how he died in terms of what was used or Was this a homicide or was it not? I mean, it had to have been. I was reading that there was at one point speculation that maybe he hung himself and then somebody else moved his body, but why? And then later some experts would look deeper into this and the autopsy reports and go, no, I mean, this was not something you do to yourself. This was something that someone did to him. And why the tire tracks across his chest? What happened there? A couple of days later, the same guy who found the body contacts police in Ged and says, oh, well, I've found clothing now. Because when he was found, he had no shirt on, but his wallet was found near him, and there was cash, like actual cash money in there that was like ripped to shreds. Basically everything in his wallet appeared to just be torn up. Did that happen with this tire? But yeah, this farmer finds clothing, and they later determined that it was Danny's clothing. I don't know how they didn't find it when they first searched this field when they found his body. For quite some time, it appeared that that was really all they knew. But then a podcast has recently talked about this case and did a lot of digging into it. And now there's like renewed interest in this case, and then more information has finally come out. Now police records show that on October 24th, 1998, friends were told by Danny that he had plans that night. He told people he was looking for certain people and was planning or intending to go to a local party. One of these friends saw Danny outside of that Missler's grocery store where they had talked about the plans and that Danny would be going to this whatever party later. According to witnesses, around 8 p.m. that night, Danny was allegedly seen at the home of a local teenager named Willie Weiss, and that he had attended a party. Another witness said they saw Danny leaving this party with another individual. That person he was seen leaving the party with would eventually come back to the party, but Danny was no longer with him. Instead, he came back with another person. When police talked to some of these people who were apparently seen with him, they denied ever being at the party. Also in police records, someone states that they saw Danny and other people taking LSD that night, and that they saw Danny become violently ill. He started having seizures and vomiting. People saw blood coming out of his face. But then other people that were interviewed said that Danny actually seemed to be totally fine that night. One other teenage girl said that at one point she saw Danny lying on the ground and he just looked up and started smiling. But then later she tells a slightly different variation. She says, well, that, but also I saw some orange, like watery liquid come out of his mouth. Police, it does not sound like they've been able to actually corroborate whether or not Danny Violette was ever actually at that party. I don't know if they did a tox screen, if they found any drugs in his system, I don't know. But honestly, it does sound like, I mean, you've seen this a bunch of times before in similar cases. A bunch of teenagers have a party, something gets out of hand, something awful happens. The teenagers don't want to get in trouble, and so something happens where people maybe die, or it's just... But because of that, because these teenagers, at least back then, just, didn't want to tell the truth, or they were exaggerating their stories, it's kind of hard to really focus in on what the actual truth is, to know, first of all, did Danny really attend that party, and did he really take LSD? Was he really showing signs of sickness? Or was that grossly exaggerated? Or was it completely fictional? Was that them trying to create another story to explain what eventually happened with him dying? Makes it look like, he's responsible for what happened to himself and not anybody else. But again, he is found with a ligature mark around his neck. He is asphyxiated. He has tire tracks over his chest, and his wallet and money are ripped apart, probably by the tires. That's not drugs that did that. That's a person who did that. And someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Danny Violette that night. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Danny Violette, you were asked to please call 419-668-6912. They allegedly fed their bodies to pigs after they ran them through wood chippers. Good morning, by the way. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of David Tyll and Brian Ognjan. Viewer discretion is advised. David Tyll and Brian Ognjan grew up in Detroit, Michigan, and they met each other all the way back in Boy Scouts, and they started to become friends and then turned into best friends. And they remained best friends until the last moments of their lives. They loved to play cards, they would go hunting together, they would camp, and hunting is exactly what they planned to do in November of 1985. David had a relative in White Cloud, Michigan, who had a cabin that they would go to do their hunting. And they had left to go there on November 22nd, 1985. They never made it. David's relatives, who were expecting the two men, said they never arrived. The two men and David's vehicle, a Ford Bronco, were all reported missing. Checking bank activity, police did find that Brian had cashed a $50 check the day that the two men planned to leave. And they also discovered that the two men actually had made a plan to go to Mio, Michigan first before getting to the cabin. They just never arrived to the cabin the day they were supposed to. Mio, Michigan is about 150 miles away from their planned destination. So because they never made it to White Cloud, they assumed, did they even leave Mio? Police never suspected that these two men disappeared on their own. This was not something they did. This was likely foul play. They would search all of the nearby bodies of water, found nothing. They searched not only the surrounding wooded areas around Mio, but they also went to White Cloud and searched too in the areas they were supposed to end up at. But again, they found nothing. In 1990 or so, police did learn about a group of brothers who lived in Mio, specifically brothers 52-year-old Raymond Duval and 51-year-old Donald Duval. Well, in 1990, police learned that David and Brian had gone to a bar that the Duval brothers went to all the time. There were rumblings and police heard stories that there was a fight at one of these bars that seemed to happen with the Duval brothers and David and Brian. But they never really had any evidence to back that up. It was really just people talking. Years would go by after this, and police started to get tips from more people, including this woman here, a more specific story that David and Brian were drinking, the Duval brothers were drinking, and something happened where these two groups converged, got into a huge fight. And she says that she witnessed the Duval brothers beat both David and Brian with a aluminum baseball bat. She then says she witnesses David and Brian being put into the back of the Ford Bronco they came in, and the two brothers got into it and drove it away. Another witness would come forward in the early 2000s to back that story up and say that they too witnessed this killing, and they took it a step further by saying, well, we witnessed something else. The brothers took David and Brian's bodies, fed them through wood chippers, then fed their remains to pigs, in which another person would also back that story up. Why did these witnesses wait so long to come forward about these two brothers doing this horrible thing? Well, because these two brothers were known to be very violent people, very vindictive. All of these people who would come forward later on as witnesses, they were all threatened by these two men. Some of these witnesses, including a girlfriend of one of these two men, said that they told her, if you tell anyone, we're going to kill you and we're going to feed you to pigs too. These two men had killed two people. They are certainly capable of killing them as well. Then another man would come forward to state that he did not help kill the two men, but he did help them dispose of the bodies, in which the bodies of these two men have still never been found. Despite being told where to kind of look, nothing has been found. If they were fed to pigs after being fed through a wood chipper, if that story is true, they're not going to be found. In May of 2003, Raymond and Donald Duval, the two brothers, they were both arrested and charged with the double homicide. They would go on trial together with a slew of witnesses who all testified basically to the exact same story about the events that happened that night. And all of these witnesses would state on the stand that they too were threatened. If you say anything, they're going to kill us. Now, there was no physical evidence. The vehicle has never been found. The bodies have never been found. So there is no physical evidence. That being said, the witness testimony was strong enough, and both men were found guilty of the two murders. They were both sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. And these two best friends who were just going on a hunting trip, who just stopped by a bar to have some drinks, were killed brutally. And if they were fed to pigs, their families will never be able to bring them home. But at the very least, they did get justice. A vat of scalding chocolate would lead to one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular story happened in Camden, New Jersey. The chocolate factory in question used to be in this building. It no longer is, but it was called Cocoa Services. This man here, Vincent Smith II, had just started working at that factory about 2 weeks before this happened. And oftentimes in stories like this, this particular factory was not up to code. These are not images from the factory. Like, there weren't guardrails, there were unguarded, I guess, openings and holes. So what happened was that Vincent was in charge of dumping, I guess, these big chunks of chocolate into these giant vats, which are like 11 or 12 feet deep. And you have like these giant mixing paddles that are going to blend the chocolate, but it's also cooking and boiling the chocolate, I think, to temperatures of about 120 degrees. As he was doing this, he accidentally falls into one of those holes, which then drops him directly into this scalding vat of chocolate. And because of its thickness, he essentially kind of slowly sinks to the bottom of this. So now his skin, his body is being exposed to these high temperatures. It's scalding his skin, burning, singeing, and partially melting some of his skin. But not only that, he also has these giant paddles that are constantly beating into him. Vincent is being slammed against the metal sides of this vat. They do end up hitting the emergency stop button once they realized he has fallen into it. So they contact 911, they arrive. It takes them a while, but they're able to recover him. But unfortunately, it was already far, far too late. Vincent Smith died from the injuries and from the molten chocolate. And it was later revealed that there were illegal operations going on within this factory, with poor management, with them cutting all sorts of corners. Unbelievably, and this happens all the time in stuff like this, the company is only fined $40,000. A human life is gone forever. It was taken in a really brutal, horrific way. And they're only fined $40,000. I know they're no longer in business there. And I do know that the family sued them for obvious reasons. I just don't know what the results of those lawsuits were. But, you know, boiling chocolate, heated candies and chocolate, that shit hurts. So I don't know how long he was feeling things and how long he may have been suffering, but all I can say is I hope that for him it was relatively quick. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Deborah Henley and Dorothy Johnson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And it all centers around the SRO club there in Winston-Salem. I don't believe it's there anymore. This is the building, according to Google Maps, that it used to be in. It was the evening of April 12th, 1991. Dorothy Woods Johnson had gone to the SRO club that night just to have some fun. It was a country western dance type club. She lived with her parents, and when she did not come home that night and by the following morning, her parents realized something was definitely wrong, so they reported her missing. Sadly, the following day, the body of Dorothy Johnson was found. Dorothy had been beaten to death with some kind of blunt force object. There were also cuts and stabs to her body, obviously with some kind of knife. She had also been raped and was also sexually assaulted with some other type of blunt force object. Police quickly learned about this man here. He has a really skinny nose. Must have gone on a diet or something. His name was Carl Stephen Mosley, and he is ick. So according to numerous witnesses, this guy goes to this SRO club all the time, and he's always trying to talk to women. And so numerous witnesses placed him in the company of Dorothy Woods Johnson the night she was last seen. Numerous people said that he and Dorothy were dancing. They appeared to be conversating, and it appeared that the two of them left the SRO club together, meaning he was the last person to see her alive. The investigation into this, though, it did take several months to kind of uncover his identity and to find out from witnesses that it was him, because he was out and about until at least July of 1991. Unfortunately, this is the only photo of her I can find, but this is a second victim. Her name was Deborah Jane Henley, and she also was someone who frequented the SRO club just to kind of unwind and dance and have fun. She was there on the night of July 25th, 1991. She was seen there by many people, and she never came home. And then eventually her family reported her missing, and her body would be found in a rural area, disposed of, and she too had been beaten. She also had stabs and cuts. She had also been raped. So Carl Stephen Mosley actually becomes a suspect in Deborah's murder much quicker than he became a suspect in Dorothy's. So he too was seen with Deborah the night she would have disappeared. They left the SRO club together, according to many witnesses, sometime around 1 or 1:15 in the morning. And then she is never seen again, but he is. So this is the point where he becomes now the focus of these two murders. He is actually then arrested and charged with Deborah Henley's murder. There was a mountain of evidence against him. I mean, there were just a ton of people that saw these two together, dancing, conversating. They all saw them leave together, I think in the same vehicle, and then suddenly she no longer is anywhere. He ends up going on trial for Deborah's murder in 1992, and in September of 1992, he is found guilty of that murder, and he is sentenced to death. Then, due to the extreme similarities between Deborah's murder and Dorothy's murder, he is then looked into as a suspect in Dorothy's case, which, again, everything lined up. Witnesses saw the two of them together. They both left together. Then she disappears, but he is seen again. Then she's found dead. Both women died virtually the exact same way. Both were beaten. Both were cut and stabbed. Both had been raped. Both had also been sexually mutilated with some sort of instrument. Both were dumped in a very rural location. I mean, it was like copy and paste. So he is now arrested and charged with that murder as well. Then he goes on trial. Prosecutors were like, I mean, these cases might as well be the same exact one because they're identical. The jury would agree, and he is also found guilty in the murder of Dorothy Johnson, and he is once again sentenced to death. And he sat on death row for some time. However, he was never executed by the state of North Carolina. In 2022, the man, then 56 years old, died of natural causes. So he got a peaceful death. It's too bad because they didn't. But thankfully, he was never able to hurt anyone ever again. And he is now in hell, and these two women and their families got justice. On Unsolved Mysteries, do you know what really scared me the most out of anything? It was those damn interviews with silhouettes. Why they always have to give them the scariest voice?
Hello, I witnessed a murder. I was there when the murder happened. The killer came in through my bedroom window. My bed is right under the window, so he stepped on my face. And he had just stepped in some dog poop as well, so I got that in my mouth. The killer, I got a pretty good look at him. He was between 5'10" and 6'12". He was white or possibly black male. He weighed somewhere between 115 pounds and 317 pounds. And he told me he specifically wants to kill any little boy named Mikey living in Oceanside, California. As a matter of fact, Mikey in Oceanside, California is watching this episode right now, and the killer is down his hallway watching Mikey watch this. He's watching you right now. And when you're done watching this episode, he's going to get you, Mikey. There's no escaping him. He is going to murder you right now. Oh, did you just hear that? Did you hear a creak, Mikey? That's the killer, preparing to kill you. And then you will be on Unsolved Mysteries next.
I mean, that's just what I heard when I watched it every time. That's all I heard. I was convinced the killer was down my hallway every time. He was going to kill me. Every murderer ever on that show, never caught, escaped from prison, he's in my house. He's in my bedroom. He's in my closet. He's going to kill me. I was convinced. Maybe that explains why I'm so cuckoo. Did the Devil's Triangle claim the Witchcraft and its passengers? Stop it. Yeah, okay. Hello, true crimerers. This is the Disappearance of the Witchcraft. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to the Sunset Islands of Florida, specifically Sunset Island 4. That is where hotel magnate Dan Burak lived with his wife and kids. He took over his father's hotel that had been around since 1935. He took over in 1955. In 1963, that hotel caught on fire and burned to the ground, so he ends up selling the property and moving to South Florida. He then opens up his own hotel, the Galen Beach Hotel. Dan Burak was the owner of this vessel here, a 23-foot cabin cruiser named the Witchcraft, which takes us to that fateful and mysterious evening, December 22nd, 1967. Dan was very good friends with this man here, Reverend Padraig Horgan. Dan had invited him over to have dinner with his family that night, and then once dinner was over, the wife and kids decided to stay home while Padraig and Dan would go out on the Witchcraft. They departed from Dan's personal dock from island number 4, and the plan was to only go out about a mile to look at the skyline at that time of night, which is around 9 p.m. or so. They were only supposed to be gone for maybe an hour, if not less. But no one has seen them or the vessel ever since. A little after 9 p.m., Dan Burak sent out a distress signal to the Coast Guard. He said something along the lines of that there's something in the water or underneath the water by the vessel. He said that they were not in any kind of emergency, that they were not in any sort of distress. He also apparently told the Coast Guard that the vessel was not in any danger of sinking. It's very vague as to what the distress signal was really about. Now, he said that they were just by buoy number 7, so the Coast Guard gets there within 19 minutes of that distress signal, but when they get there, the Witchcraft and its passengers are nowhere to be found. There is no signs of any kind of destruction, and so the Coast Guard they do a very large search around the area, and the Witchcraft was not a boat that could go super duper fast. So the Coast Guard would have been able to catch up with them in either direction as to where they would have gone, but they never found them. Another curious thing is that the Witchcraft, the way it was designed, because it was such a smaller craft, it was designed to be incredibly buoyant, meaning it was actually unsinkable. So even if this particular vessel took on a whole bunch of water, it would not fully sink. It would actually maybe be slightly underneath the water, but it would always be there bobbing up and down. It would have been easy to find had it sunk just beneath the surface. But again, they never found it. The incredibly extensive search lasted about a week, and it was about 24,500 miles worth of searching. They searched by boat, they searched by air, they found nothing. No life rafts, no life vests, no people, no scattered debris, nothing. The Witchcraft, which would have departed from right here at the tip of the Devil's Triangle, aka the Bermuda Triangle, well, it would have gone right into that section. Obviously, by now, I think there's been scientific explanations for all of the craziness of the Bermuda Triangle, but back then, this was still a humongous mystery. And obviously, even to this day, there's still a lot of very unexplained disappearances that happened within the Bermuda Triangle, this being one of the most bizarre ones. Oh, they sent out a distress signal, but indicated that they were in no danger of sinking. They said that something was underneath the water. There was apparently no urgency in Dan's tone. It seemed like he was just more like kind of concerned. I think there's speculation that what he might have saw was possibly a small submarine. There's even stories that mention the fact that he may not have realized it was a submarine. He may, because this was the late 60s and into the early 70s, where he thought maybe it could have been a UFO, some sort of underwater alien craft. But there were also a lot of submarines that would go off of this coast. Is that what he saw under the water, though? I don't know. I don't think they know what he saw. There's that speculation that, this could have been modern-day pirates that just saw them and thought, this guy's probably rich, let's take whatever he has, because he was wealthy. Maybe people knew that he was going out there and kidnapped him. There's also speculation that he took off and ran off with the Catholic priest, and they went on to live some sort of life. But there is no evidence of any kind of relationship like that. There was never any access to Dan's bank records, social security number never being used. But also, depending on how wealthy Dan was, maybe he had the means to make himself and Patrick disappear without being able to trace it. There's a lot of speculation, there's a lot of rumors, there's a lot of theories, there's a lot of everything. But at the end of this, the one thing we know that is true is that Dan and Patrick went out on the Witchcraft. They went out off the coast of Florida, right into the tip of the Bermuda Triangle. They sent out a distress signal, but not with any urgency. They sent out a distress signal that something was underneath the water. 19 minutes later, they're gone, never to be seen or heard from ever again. We are also living in reality. We live in the real world here. I believe in the supernatural, but in cases like this, I don't think supernatural elements were at play. I could be wrong. Could be aliens, for all I know. But clearly something happened. Something. But what that something is, complete mystery. On December 22nd, 1967, the Witchcraft and its 2 passengers went out to sea, never to return again. And unfortunately, due to the passage of time, this will likely remain an unsolved mystery forever. Two different men go missing from the same farm. It doesn't seem like that much of a mystery. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Donald Cavanaugh and David Neily. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to the area of Westport, California. Donald James Cavanaugh was born and raised in Illinois, and from a pretty early age, he was involved in ranching. But due to some unforeseen circumstances, health issues, that kind of thing, he unfortunately had to give up his own ranch. So in 2004, his nephew, this man here, James DeNoyer, says to him, hey, why don't you come out to California and we'll try the horse ranching business. Donald Cavanaugh says, let's do it. However, pretty early on, there would be tension between Donald and his nephew. It didn't sound like Donald knew that James DeNoyer was also operating a marijuana farm on this property. James DeNoyer was also not a great horse caretaker. The horses would end up becoming malnourished, and some of them you can actually see their rib cages. This created a lot of arguments between Donald and his nephew for obvious reasons. I mean, Donald was all about animals, and he loved these horses. Around December of 2004, James DeNoyer then takes his uncle, drops him off at the San Francisco airport, and basically kicks him out. Donald then finds himself in Ukiah, California. And when James basically kicked him off the property, he didn't take anything with him. So all of his belongings were still at the farm, including his 3 beloved dogs. So he arranges a time to go back to the farm to get his belongings. So he gets back to Westport, California sometime around March of 2005. That is the last time anyone ever saw Donald Cavanaugh again. Donald, again, who was planning to go back to the farm to get his stuff, vanished into thin air. But because Donald Cavanaugh was a full-grown adult, there were no signs of foul play. There wasn't a whole lot police could do. But then, about a year or so later, it happens again. This man here, David Neily, had become associated with James Denoyer, and I believe helped him on that farm property, that same exact farm property. Last time anyone saw him was on April 14th, 2006, and then he too vanished into thin air. This is a man named Ron Baumeister. I guess he worked with James Denoyer on that farm property. When family of both men eventually went to that farm to inquire about their loved ones, the two men who had been missing, Ron Baumeister said, yeah, I just saw them leave. They left on their own. But no one really believes him. Then, in May of 2020, the skeletal remains of a man were found. They were found in Branscombe, California. Those skeletal remains were eventually identified as the second man to go missing, David Neily. I don't know if they determined his exact cause of death, but his death is being considered very suspicious. Donald Cavanaugh has yet to be found. Not a single sighting of him. Meanwhile, kind of in the middle of all of this, between 2005 and 2006, there was an investigation into James Denoyer with regards to animal cruelty. In December of 2005, the Mendocino County Animal Control ends up seizing 36 horses off of his farm property. Those horses were then brought back to proper health because a lot of them were in very bad condition, and this was because they were not being fed properly. They were not being treated or cared for properly. Once they were brought back to health, they were auctioned off, which James Denoyer did not like. He blamed the caretaker, who I believe was Mr. Baumeister. He said, I had no idea the horses weren't being cared for properly. On your property, on your farm, on your ranch, your horse business? I find it very hard to believe that he had just no idea. He ends up being indicted and charged with a whole bunch of felony counts of cruelty to animals, but I don't think he was actually convicted of it. Meanwhile, he is considered a suspect in the disappearance of Donald Cavanaugh and the likely murder of David Neily. Yet, to this day, in 2026 at least, he has never been arrested or charged. Donald and his nephew argued all the time. Donald did not like what his nephew was doing. His nephew therefore kicks him out. He goes back to get his belongings, and then suddenly he vanishes. If you don't think foul play is involved, I don't know what to tell you. And if he was murdered, probably so was David. If James Denoyer or Mr. Baumeister aren't going to talk, maybe someone somewhere out there does know the truth about what truly happened to these two men, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on either of these two cases, you can contact the Mendocino Sheriff's Office there in California at 707-234-2100. He gets involved in a very minor car accident and then gone forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Donald Ray Billings. Viewer discretion is advised. Donald Billings was 30 years old at the time this case occurred, and he lived in the Marion, Virginia area. And it was Valentine's Day, February 14th, 1997. Don woke up that morning, was in his normal self. He actually hung out with his future brother-in-law. They did some work on a car, and then Don spoke to his sister Janice and said, hey, why don't you and your fiance, why don't you guys go down to the Food City, get some stuff for a fish fry later? And he handed her a $20 bill. He also seemed to be kind of off that day, according to Janice. Like at one point, he kind of just really randomly walked up to Janice and whispered in her ear, you know I would never do anything to hurt Mom, right? It came out of nowhere. Like she had no idea what that meant. He said, after you guys, go do that, we'll have dinner and then we'll go to the bowling alley, because they went to the bowling alley every Friday night. So Janice and her fiance leave the house, and when they get back, Donald is gone. Janice also notices that her vehicle was not parked in front of the house anymore. It was very common that Don would drive her car. But then he never came back home, and then he never got to the bowling alley. They never saw him again. So Donald Billings is soon reported missing, but they tell her, he's a 30-year-old adult. He's allowed to go missing on his own. You need to wait a couple more days. So they do. They wait 48 hours. Well, that's when they discover something crazy. On the day he disappeared, Donald's sister's car is taken, picked up by a tow truck. She had no idea that just half an hour after she and the fiance left to go to the store, he got into the car and the roads were kind of icy and he got into an accident. So this happened on Mitchell Valley Road, right outside the Hungry Mother grocery store. And it was right here at this intersection, from what I understand. The car slid off the road and it was like a very minor fender bender. He gets out of the car and then another individual gets out of their car and approaches Donald and says, "Hey man, are you all right?" Donald says, "Oh yeah, no, I'm fine." There was no visible signs of any kind of trauma to his body. He didn't seem out of sorts. But then Donald just takes the keys, puts them in his pocket, locks the car, and walks away. Nobody, not a single person, has ever seen him since that moment. And his disappearance has remained unsolved ever since. His bank account information has not been touched since the day he vanished. He has not used his social security number. By all accounts, he was not in a mental place where they thought he would commit suicide. But then again, a lot of family members really don't pick up on the signs. But then this is a small town, a very rural area. There's a lot of rumors, and so there was speculations that I guess Don was friends with people who had been involved in cooking or dealing meth, and that this was actually a hit. Someone put out a hit on him to prevent him from talking. All sorts of crazy, wild theories that the police had to look into, but none of them panned out. The area where this all happened, right here at this intersection, it is surrounded by a lot of dense woods. They did search it within days of his disappearance, this entire area. They speculated that maybe he wasn't all that well when he got into this accident. Maybe he was disoriented. Maybe he went into this wooded area where he just collapsed and died from the elements. They searched it extremely thoroughly and they never found a single trace of Don. Not just in the days afterwards, but in the weeks and the months and even the years, the people have continued to search not just this direct area, but everything surrounding it, where maybe he might have fallen and gotten hurt and died. It makes you wonder what really happened to him. What happened in that accident that caused him to just leave the car where it was, take the keys from it for whatever reason, and then just walk away. And the family just wants to know what happened to him. They just want to know where he is. I don't know if they necessarily 100% believe foul play was involved, but they also can't rule it out. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what happened to Don that day. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the disappearance of Donald Billings, you were asked to please call 276-783-7204. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Donna St. Amand. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Lawrence, Massachusetts. This is a strange one for me because when I go to look up Donna Mae St. Amand's case, there's no websites that talk about it. So I go to the newspaper websites and I find it, but there's really no other articles from beyond 1965 or so. So I don't know if her case has been solved or not. I do know at the time of this case, Donna Mae St. Amand was 16 years old and she was one of 7 kids. On the afternoon of January 12th, 1964, Donna gets a phone call from a person that does not sound like anybody knows who it came from. This was right in the middle of the afternoon. A neighbor would later tell police that at about 1:45 p.m., Donna tells this neighbor, who was another teenage girl, that she got a call and that she was going to go skating. And then she leaves her house and tells her mom, I'm leaving, I'll be back. But Donna never comes home. Donna is then reported missing, and she is missing for about 8 days or so. And it turns out she was never very far from home at all. So she left her house, which is one of these right here, and then they describe it as being 1,500 yards or so away here at the Merrimack River on Water Street. 8 days after she goes missing, she is found there. She lived at 38 Doyle Street. So again, I'm not sure how they didn't find her right away. But when she was found, they described it as she was murdered, but they didn't say how she was murdered initially because they needed to do the autopsy, obviously. I know that she was found partially nude, and the coroner would indicate that they believe that this was a sexual assault. And they stated that she died from drowning. So she had water in her lungs because she was found partially submerged in that river. They also state that Donna was a victim of a brutal beating. From what I can tell, nobody saw or heard anything. I also don't know for sure because there's very few articles published. So this was one of the weird things about this, and maybe it's because back in 1964 they just worded things differently, or obviously investigating was a much different thing back then than it is today. But I saw a couple articles that says, can they prove that Donna was slain? Are they able to show or prove that she was murdered? The coroner stated she had water in her lungs, which meant she drowned. They also stated that's very obvious that she was beaten and that there was a sexual attack during this. It even says there is no doubt she was brutally beaten. However, whether she was dazed and fell into water or whether she was thrown in can't be proven unless they, person or persons responsible, admit it. See, nowadays, we call that murder no matter what. If you are a person who punches another person to the point where that person falls unconscious or is, dazed and then they stumble into the water and then fall unconscious, if you cause the person to fall into the water and that person dies from that because of you have inflicted injury upon them, you're a murderer. You've killed them. That is another person's fault. Like, I don't know if they're trying to maybe just back then suggest that she was beaten and raped and then she just accidentally drowned in the water after she was beaten. I'm guessing it's just the way things were back then. But nowadays, there wouldn't even be a question. This would be, yeah, she was murdered. So all that's really known is that she got a phone call sometime between 12 and 1 or so in the afternoon. She then talks to a teenage girl neighbor, a friend of hers, that says she talked to someone on the phone. She didn't say who she talked to. She told this friend, I might go skating later. Now later, her ice skates are still found in the house, so she didn't go skating. Then she just never comes home, and she's found less than like a quarter of a mile from her home, partially clothed and partially submerged in water, dead, beaten, sexually assaulted, and drowned. And that's it. That's all there is. There's no updates. I went into, because I have a couple of those newspaper subscriptions because I do all this. I even plugged in every variation of her name I could think of from 1964 all the way till 2026, like beginning of this year. And I can't find any updates. I don't know if they've solved this. I don't know if they've just forgotten this. Maybe it's been solved and they just literally never published it. Maybe it's still unsolved and is anyone even working on it? She was murdered. Somebody injured her to the point where she became unconscious and drowned because she was injured by another person. She was killed. And I hate to think that she was just forgotten about. I hate to think that nobody looked further into this after the initial part of the investigation. Why did no one follow up with it in the newspapers? That's also crazy. I don't know. It's frustrating. I've never seen this before. She was a teenage girl who was killed. I just hope she got justice. And if not, I hope one day she does. Did he go missing in New York or missing in Connecticut? Nobody really seems to know. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Edward Dubbs. Viewer discretion is advised. Edward Sprankle Dubbs was 44 years old at the time this case occurred. He lived somewhere on Taunton Lane in Newtown, Connecticut. But he worked here in this building in Manhattan, New York, specifically 261 Madison Avenue. He was described as a top-level executive with Hayes Williams that was a public relations firm. On June 9th, 1981, he went to work. That's confirmed. Many people saw him. They saw him leave the building at about 5:05 p.m. Typically, he would have then walked to Grand Central Station to board the train, in which he would then typically get off at the Bethel train station in Connecticut, where his live-in boyfriend at the time would typically pick him up and bring him back home here somewhere on Taunton Lane. However, the boyfriend or the friend, depending on who you read the story from, said that when he got to the Bethel station, Edward wasn't there. He then went to another station that sometimes he would get off on. He also wasn't there, so he went back to the home thinking, he's just probably staying in New York for the night, which is something that Edward did from time to time. It would be his employer who would actually end up reporting Edward missing just the following day once Edward didn't show up to work and he couldn't get a hold of Edward. It doesn't sound like anyone can either confirm or deny seeing Edward on the train or at the Grand Central Station at all. All they really know is that they can confirm people saw him leaving his work, but from that point moving on, they don't really have a clear story. So they don't know if he disappeared while still in New York or if he disappeared after getting to Connecticut. It sounds like there are some sort of theories that it may have happened in Connecticut. So Edward Dubs had, like I said, had that live-in boyfriend where apparently in some reports police would label the guy a boyfriend, but also labeled him just a roommate where there was romantic interest from the other man. The other man was 20 years younger than Edward Dubs. But according to some reports, Edward Dubs was telling people that he was either going to be breaking up with this boyfriend or asking this boyfriend to move out of the home. It seems to be not completely clear on what exactly the situation was, but it sounds like he no longer wanted that man in his life. The man who would typically pick Edward up at the train station, but he wasn't there that day. But that's not to say that that guy, whoever he may be, because they've never named him publicly since they have no evidence that he actually did anything to Edward, it doesn't mean that he did anything to him, that there was nothing nefarious going on. It could mean that Edward Dubs maybe got into some altercation with someone on the train. However, you'd think someone would come forward to state that. Maybe he got off at Bethel Station and something happened there. Maybe he went to the other train station and before the boyfriend or the /roommate friend could get there, something happened at that train station. This is in 1981. There were not cameras everywhere. There were not cameras in these locations. We didn't have cell phones back then. So, the mystery of what happened to Edward Dubs remains to this very day. There have been no reported sightings of him by anyone ever since. There's virtually nothing published in any kind of actual newspaper articles about him. It sounds like his bank account information has not been touched, his social security number has not been used. I don't think they can say with certainty that foul play was involved, but it does seem increasingly likely that that was probably the case, whether that be a stranger or that boyfriend/roommate friend. They had no evidence, though, of a crime scene in any of the locations Edward would be. But as we all know, people don't just fall off the face of the earth. He has to be somewhere, whether that be deceased and buried somewhere, or changed his identity, changed his looks, and moved on. It's really all very much unclear. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what really happened to Edward Dubs that day, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on his case, you are asked to please call 203-426-5841. You know, I don't think I've ever heard a true crime storyteller who lives in like Fargo or somewhere in Minnesota. That would sound kind of weird to me. Well, hello there, true crimerers. This is the case of Peggy Sue. The same Peggy Sue who's been working as a cashier at the Walmart on Maple Street for the past 27 years of her pathetic life because she thinks it's some sort of accomplishment. Well, this is the case of Peggy Sue stealing my husband of 37 years, so I stole her brake lines. On a completely unrelated note, Peggy Sue found herself in a situation where she couldn't breathe because she was at the bottom of a lake because someone superglued her to her car seat. Which is actually kind of deserved because, you know, she did burn her apple pie that she brought to Gertrude's potluck last week. Well, the police have arrested their suspect and the suspect was released on bail. On another unrelated side note here, does anybody know where you can purchase fake passports in an armory full of weapons? And so, looks like the officers are here to escort me to my court appearance today. And on another unrelated note, if you hear the sound of gunshots and a bunch of people begging for their lives, you didn't. Anyway, we'll talk to you later, okay? Alright, boys, looks like pigs on the menu tonight. Like and subscribe for part 2, okay? So, this woman is pure evil. Jesus. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Frank Rodriguez. Viewer discretion is advised. Jose Francisco Rodriguez was born on February 17th, 1959. He would go by Frank to everyone. And he was born in Connecticut. He was one of 6 total kids. He was the second born. Frank was a guy who was described as really fun-loving. He took care of his siblings as they grew up. He was someone who was like a peacemaker. He just wanted everyone to be happy and for everyone to just get along. He would move to San Luis Obispo in California to work with, I guess, at a military academy specifically for troubled youths. It was there that he met Angelina, and the two of them began a relationship. And within a very short time, they were married. After their marriage, Frank would end up becoming a teacher, a math teacher in Montebello, California. Montebello is located here. It's like basically in Los Angeles. Frank seemed happy. He seemed like he was in a good place. And then one day, just out of nowhere, he dies. His wife, Angelina, calls 911 in a panic. This was on September 9th, 2000. Basically, he was unresponsive, and she said that he had been battling food poisoning type illness for a few days. But by the time the ambulance arrived at the house, it was too late. Frank would be pronounced deceased at his home. And at first, they had no idea what caused this. It was a mystery. There was no trauma to his body. This had to have been some sort of freak medical incident. And then police, they got a tip from his wife, Angelina. Angelina said, well, there was a man named Chad Holloway who had a beef with her husband, Frank. Frank and Chad had worked together. She described it as a feud. But when police looked into this, Chad Holloway was like, I have nothing but great things to say about Frank. Everybody at Frank's work said he was a great guy. No one had issues with him. Where Angelina got this information, they weren't really sure. But Chad Holloway would tell police, in the days leading up to Frank's death, he definitely looked very sick. He looked a lot thinner than usual. And he was very cooperative, and police were able to rule out Chad Holloway altogether of being involved in whatever happened to Frank. Then at Frank's funeral, something else bizarre. Angelina will essentially whisper to a friend, I think Frank may have been poisoned with oleander. And then she once again tried to insinuate that this Chad Holloway guy might have poisoned him with oleander. When police were at their home, Frank and Angelina's home, they actually noticed that there was an oleander bush that their neighbor had that would lean over into their yard. So they were curious, and they did a tox report on Frank's, remains. They found traces of oleander in his system, but they weren't lethal amounts. They were very small. Then police learned from a friend of Angelina's, her name was Palmyra Gorham, that Angelina told Miss Gorham that, she was extremely unhappy with Frank. She was very bored with the marriage. And she had even joked with neighbors about, we should kill our husbands. And Miss Gorham said she even kind of talked about oleander. Angelina had taken out a $250,000 life insurance policy on Frank just after they got married. And it didn't sound like Frank even knew about it. The problem Angelina had, though, was that because she was inquiring about the payouts within a day or two of Frank's death, but they weren't paying her anything because the coroner had still not determined how he died. There was no death certificate, and without a death certificate, the insurance can't be paid out. So she once again insinuates, okay, well, he could have been poisoned by Mr. Holloway, by maybe oleander or maybe, antifreeze? Sure enough, they found antifreeze in Frank's system. Once again, she said, it was Chad Holloway who did it. He poisoned him. Frank had lethal doses of antifreeze in his system. It's not a normal thing that they just look at when they're doing an autopsy. So police actually get Chad Holloway to help them trap Angelina. And it works. He's able to have this conversation with Angelina where she ends up basically telling on herself. And again, he's working with police. And through that conversation, they're able to determine that Angelina was the one who gave him the antifreeze. They also learned that she had sabotaged recently their dryer at their home. She loosened a gas cap or something, hoping that it would backfire and maybe explode on Frank. She had access to oleander because it was in her backyard. One of the biggest people they had to testify against her was her friend, Palmyra Gorham. Well, here's the kicker. While in jail awaiting her trial, because at this point she's now been charged with the murder of her husband, she actually tries to enlist the help of another inmate to kill Palmyra Gorham, her friend. The one who had told police about these conversations that she had about wanting to kill her husband and how she hated her husband, how she was bored with him. And so police worked with Palmyra, and they got a lookalike undercover cop to pose as a victim who had gotten a gunshot to her head. They then took that photo posing as the hitman to Angelina in jail, and she said, great. It was all set up. Once again, they discovered it was all a plan to have this woman killed. She fell for it. There's another very heartbreaking aspect to the story as well. This is not the first time Angelina has killed. Angelina had a daughter named Alicia back in 1993, and Alicia, who was 13 months old at the time, she died of a very tragic accident. She had suffocated or choked on her pacifier. Angelina said all part of it became detached from the rest of the pacifier and it went down her throat. Angelina immediately sued the pacifier company and won $700,000. She also had a life insurance policy on her baby that she got $50,000 for. They determined that Angelina had murdered her own baby for the money, for the insurance, and also to sue the pacifier company. They couldn't prove it, but they were pretty confident that that's what happened. They didn't really determine this, though, until after Frank's murder. She would go on trial for the murder of Frank, and she was found guilty, and she was sentenced to death. In 2024, though, she was awarded a resentencing hearing due to some sort of issue with her initial attorney. She won that, and she was no longer sentenced to death. They instead reconvicted her to life in prison without parole. California doesn't even do the death penalty now anyways. And it all sounded like she just picked Frank just as a random target. It sounded like this was all just a big scheme for her. Find a guy, marry him, get a life insurance policy, kill him. She didn't see him as a human being. She just saw him as a bag of money. No one will care. I'll kill him. He'll die from poisoning. I'll say someone else did it. Yada, yada, yada. I'll get my money and I'll move on to the next one. Well, thankfully, there won't be a next one for her. And Frank got the justice he rightfully deserved. It was physically impossible for him to have committed the murder, so he was convicted anyway. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Father Patrick Ryan. Viewer discretion is advised. Father Patrick Ryan was actually born in Ireland in 1932. After becoming a priest, he did that for a while in Ireland, but then eventually he would go to Africa, and then he found himself in the States. It was December 21st, 1981. Father Patrick Ryan had failed to show up for the service the night prior, so a couple people from the church would go to the motel room where he was living to check on him. He was staying at the then called Sage and Sand Motel. When they enter his room, they find Father Ryan, and he is dead. And his car was stolen, and this was very obviously a homicide. Inside the room, there were certain places where it looked like a major struggle had happened. Some of the drywall there was holes punched in it. He was tied up, his arms were tied up behind his back. And what was used to kill him was a broken lamp that someone used the bottom part of it to beat him to death. There were beer bottles and cigarette butts everywhere. This would have been a crime scene that probably would have had a ton of DNA. But with this being 1981 and DNA technology not really being a thing yet, they didn't really know what to collect that would have had this DNA on it. So unfortunately, they probably missed out on a lot of potential evidence. However, there were fingerprints all around the motel room that did not match Father Ryan. They also found his car roughly 40 miles away, and it too had fingerprints in it that did not match Father Ryan. In the hotel room, they found, so he must have been interrupted while he was eating dinner or something, because there was still food on the stove. There was also a photo album on a kitchen counter, but it wasn't his photo album. It actually belonged to a 25-year-old man named James Harry Reyos. Mr. Reyos had met the father about a month prior to this happening. He was picked up as he was hitchhiking, and he and Father Ryan kind of just had like a friendship, basically. They eventually tracked down James, who had grown up on the Apache Nation reservation in New Mexico. He was Apache. But they asked him, like, where were you the night this murder would have happened? He said, well, actually earlier that night, the father had taken me to Hobbs, New Mexico to drop me off there so I can pick up my car that had been impounded. And then he left and drove back to Odessa. And here's the craziest part. They confirm his alibi. It is confirmed. He has receipts from gas stations. There are eyewitnesses who placed him in certain locations in New Mexico when all of this would have happened. They know he physically could not have been in Odessa, Texas, based on all of this evidence they had. However, about a month later, James got, like, I guess, really drunk one night, and he was feeling guilty about what happened to the father. And he ends up basically confessing to being the reason why he died. So they bring him back in, and he tells them something new. The night before Father Ryan's murder, he had been in the motel room with Father Ryan. He actually brought that photo album. That's why it was in the motel room. And Father Ryan all of a sudden pounced on James and forced him to give him, Father Ryan, oral sex. Father Ryan was gay, and actually so was James. However, he was very much closeted because not only being, native, but also being gay, you have all these things that people back then were complete jerks about. But after the incident, he fled the motel room, and then the next day he realized, I need to get back to New Mexico. The only person I know and that can give me a ride is Father Ryan. So he went back. Father Ryan then took him to New Mexico, and then, he went back to Odessa. But again, receipts, eyewitnesses, confirmation that James could not have committed the murder. However, because of this confession of him saying he must have been the one to kill him, he was arrested and charged with the murder. The prosecution provided not a single piece of physical evidence connecting James Reyos to the murder of Father Ryan. The fingerprints they found in the car, the fingerprints they found in the motel room did not match James Reyos. The defense gave all of the receipts, all of the information. The eyewitnesses would testify that he was in New Mexico. It would have been physically impossible time-wise, unless he was driving like 200 miles per hour in a rocket ship, to have gotten to Odessa to kill him in a very tiny window of time, based on the father's exact time of death. He could not have been him. However, because he did that confession, the jury said, meh, forget all the other stuff. He's guilty. I didn't know the Casey Anthony jury was around back then, but here we are. He's then sentenced to 38 years in prison, where he sat for about 20 years or so. I believe it was like Crime Junkies did a podcast on this case, and then there were people who were listening to it who were from Odessa, who one of them, their father, now worked in the Odessa police department. And the couple who was listening to the podcast said, this doesn't sit right. This obviously he's not guilty. He wasn't there. So this person had their father, look into this, and it helped them reopen the case. At first, they thought like all of the evidence was destroyed because James had already exhausted all of his appeals, and legally speaking, the evidence is allowed to be destroyed at that point. However, they did find several sheets of fingerprints from the crime scene. We already know that they did not match James. But what they do now is they put it into AFIS to see if there are any other suspects that they do match. And they did. 3 different men. One fingerprint from inside the hotel room door matched a man named Charles Burkhart. A bloody thumbprint left on a shower head matched a man named Bobby Collins. A fingerprint left on a plastic cup inside the motel room matched a man named Gary Ehrman. I can't find confirmed photos of them. But none of them came up on the radar back then, and none of them had any association with James. He didn't know them, they didn't know him. The police would then confirm that those 3 men were staying together at the same motel the same night that he was murdered. All 3 of them had extensive criminal histories, but by the time this was all discovered, all 3 of them were already dead. Now, James had already been released on parole after about, like I said, 20 or so years. He had gone back in and out because of breaking parole on a couple occasions, but he was always still labeled the killer. Now, with all of this new evidence, the fingerprints and everything, they basically worked to exonerate him. But not only did they overturn his conviction altogether, they'd actually deem him factually innocent, which is not something that happens super often in cases like this. What the court said is that they have now said 100% he did not commit this crime. We are saying he is innocent. He was wrongfully convicted. It wasn't him. He ends up winning a lawsuit where the state pays him $80,000 for every year he was incarcerated, plus the time frame he was actually put back into prison for breaking parole. It is unbelievable to me that they even went forward with the trial knowing full well he could not have done it. But here the hell we are, once again. Once again, a case where it's just so much easier to just pin it on someone. Surely we can convince a group of people who are just stupid enough to believe whatever we tell them. And again, it worked. Not only should the detectives and the prosecutors be ashamed of themselves, but every member of that jury should also be ashamed of themselves. A spoken confession is very easy to debunk. That is not proof of anything. What is proof? Receipts, eyewitnesses, people placing him in a certain place where he could not have been in another place at the same time. That is fact. That is physical. A person saying they did it. We all know people wrongfully confess to crimes all the fucking time. It's sick. It's disgusting, and I fucking hate it every single time. This man lost a little over 20 years of his life for something he never did. And I hope everyone involved is deeply ashamed. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Giovanna Tyler. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us here to Tacoma, Washington. And unfortunately, there is very, very little information about this case. What I do know is that Giovanna Katie Tyler was 29 years old when this case occurred, and she was also a married mother to 4 kids. Giovanna is also an indigenous woman. She is a Makah tribal member, and she apparently has ties to not only Tacoma, but also Nia Bay. Even though she was married at the time of her disappearance, apparently she had recently gotten a protective order against her husband. Allegedly, from what I understand, they did not have a good relationship. She filed this order of protection back in August of 2003. But the last time her family would ever see her was around March of 2004. And after not hearing from her or seeing her in about 2 weeks, the family ends up reporting her missing. Not her husband, just her other relatives. So what they learn is that she was last seen, I guess, in the neighborhood they lived in on the 2000 block of East Gregory Street. Somewhere here in this neighborhood, I believe she was last seen at her home. But nobody has seen her since. She has not contacted her family, which would be extremely unusual for her. There's just no way she would pick up and abandon her kids like that, especially given the fact that there was a protective order against her husband. I do know that her husband eventually moves away from the area and takes the 4 kids. But from what I understand, the husband has cooperated with police. And I don't see anywhere where he is listed as a suspect or person of interest or anything. And I think that's just because they simply have no idea what happened to her. They're not saying foul play is definitely involved here because they just don't have proof, but they do suspect foul play might very well be involved. Just because, she's a mother to 4 kids who gave no indication of ever wanting to leave, and she just fell off the face of the earth. She hasn't been seen by a single person ever since. Her bank information, all that stuff, none of it's been used. And she's just gone. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Giovanna Tyler. And perhaps that someone is you. Giovanna has brown hair and brown eyes. She has a large multicolored tattoo of a dragon on her upper arm, which you can see a bit of it right here. She is approximately 5'10" and approximately 170 pounds. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Giovanna Katie Tyler, you are asked to please call 253-591-5506. You can also reach out to your local FBI office with any information you might have. Gold socks would help connect victims. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Gold Sock Strangler. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Florida, and it is 1973. It was July 15th, 1973. This woman here, Janina Kelpine, well, her car was found with her dog inside. The dog was fine. Her purse was missing from the car, and so was she. At 200 Northeast 12th Avenue, Janina's body was found on the front yard of someone's house. This was roughly a mile or so away from where her car was found, which was at her apartments. She had been beaten and she was strangled to death with a gold sock. There were also indications from her autopsy that she may have been sexually assaulted, or at least she had intercourse just before her death. She was last seen alive around 3 o'clock in the morning, I guess at a convenience store, and her body was found at 7 a.m. 10 days later, now at the 400 block of Northeast 16th Avenue, so I guess relatively in the same area in Fort Lauderdale, a woman was entering her apartment after doing some laundry, and when she did so, there was someone in her apartment. This intruder had basically snuck up behind her from within her home and put a gold sock around her neck and began to strangle her. This victim fights like hell, and a big struggle takes place. They end up falling into a coffee table, they knock a whole bunch of things over, and she's actually able to escape, and she runs away, and then gets the authorities. But when she tells them that, and they found a gold sock at her apartment, she tells them, yeah, he strangled me with a gold sock, that's when they realize this is the same person. And so the media would nickname him the Gold Sock Strangler. The gold socks in question were actually not from the same set. I guess one of the socks was a slightly different gold color. So Janina Kelpine was killed on July 15th, and then on August 8th, 1973, another woman is killed. The body of 17-year-old Teresa Ann Williams was found by a couple of hunters in Hollywood, Florida. When she was found, she was partially nude and she had a sock wrapped around her neck. In this instance, though, it was not a gold sock. It was a darker colored, like red sock. Now, she was found on August 8th, but the last time anyone saw her was around August 3rd. Her body was already in a state of decomposition. That's because of the climate there in Florida. It definitely, the decomposition is more rapid in that type of climate. So they couldn't tell if she was raped or not. But they do know that she was strangled to death. At this point, they now know they probably have a potential serial killer on their hands who is killing women with a sock. And that's a very, very specific type of thing. And then it happens again. August 28th, 1973. 16-year-old Mary Sue Curtis was seen at her apartment sometime around 8 p.m. that evening. She walked down the stairs, and I guess she was with a friend, or a friend had seen her, and the friend said they saw Mary Sue Curtis go back towards her apartment around 8:30 p.m. But it doesn't sound like she actually ever made it to her actual apartment, because her body was found the very next morning at 7 a.m. She was found partially submerged in a nearby river or stream, and someone had tried to weigh her down with a couple of very large bricks. She was also partially clothed, and she too had a sock, this case a black sock, wrapped around her neck. Her cause of death was strangulation, and there of course were indications that she was likely raped. You have 3 victims who were murdered and 1 individual who survived. It doesn't sound like the surviving victim really got a good look at her attacker. I'm not sure if he was maybe wearing a mask or not, so there was really no description of this individual. Police had a suspect. There was a guy, I guess, who had murdered a woman in Florida with a scarf, strangled her with a scarf. They thought it was similar enough that maybe he was the Gold Sock Strangler, but they found no evidence or proof that he was the one to do all of this. They're not even 100% positive that the same person committed these murders, but the likelihood is that it was the same person. It all happened in the same area. All of them were potentially sexually assaulted, and all of them had been strangled with a sock. And gold socks were used for 2 of the attacks. The guy might have changed the color of the sock because, he probably saw in the newspapers that he was now being called the Gold Sock Strangler. And they likely used a sock as like a glove replacement to not leave any of their fingerprints behind anywhere. They interviewed hundreds of people over the years that followed these attacks. They all happened in 1973. There were several people who took polygraph tests who all passed. There was never any evidence that would help them identify who the killer was. They did have some partial fingerprints. They also have some shoe impressions left behind at one of the scenes. But this is a serial killer case that has never been solved. In cases like this, serial killers, they don't typically just stop, all of a sudden. So, they do sometimes. It's not like it's out of the question that they didn't just suddenly stop. But there's also a chance that the person caught on to the fact that everyone knew that this was a person murdering people with socks, then maybe they changed their entire MO. Maybe they changed their entire approach. Maybe they changed the way they kill. It's not super common. Typically, serial killers like to stick with what they're known for, but it doesn't mean they couldn't have changed. This person could have killed more people. This person might still be alive, especially if they were a younger individual. There's a chance that that person could still face justice. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the identity of the Gold Sock killer, you are asked to please call 954-828-5700. A man would die and a woman would nearly lose her arm in a horrific boating accident. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Harry Ewell Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. Harry Ewell Jr. was born on December 20th, 1974. He grew up basically as an outdoorsman his entire life. He loved hunting, fishing, going snowmobiling. He was also described as someone who grew up with a wrench in his hand. He loved everything to do with cars and fixing and repairing them. He was also a bit of a celebrity there in Ithaca, New York, which got him the nickname Hurricane Harry. He was a racer. And Harry also liked to take his boat out on Cayuga Lake, and that is what he was doing when all of this happened. It was August 17th, 2002. This is not his boat. But Harry and 3 of his friends would go out into Cayuga Lake. It was pretty late at night. And at one point, Harry would dock the boat so that 2 of his friends can get off and use the restroom. For reasons they don't know, Harry did not tie the boat up at the dock, and so it began to drift away. They also would later confirm that he did not have the lights on the boat. They weren't turned on. Harry was standing up kind of towards the back of the boat, and his friend Nazreen Raza was sitting down towards the front. When all of a sudden they heard a loud sound, and then Nazreen says she doesn't remember what happened after that. It was almost like lights out. But Nazreen was still alert, and she was screaming so loudly that people who were 100 to 200 feet away heard it and ran towards the docks. Someone had crashed into Harry Ewell's small boat and obliterated it. There was blood everywhere. Shattered glass and pieces of the boat. It was more than obvious that this boat had been struck by another boat. It had these distinct, almost like V-shaped cuts throughout it, which looked like it probably came from another boat with a very pointy end, and also the propeller of that boat. And they determined that this other boat had to have literally flown over Harry's boat, which unfortunately the propeller would go through Nazreen's arm and nearly sever her arm off. The pointed end of this boat went right through Harry's head, and then the propeller came into contact with him. Harry was killed instantly. Nazreen was rushed to the hospital. She was able to eventually recover, but her arm is still very badly damaged. The authorities would begin an immediate search because now they have to find this other boat, but this is also Cayuga Lake, where there are literally hundreds of boats who are docked or are already in the lake itself. And during their initial cursory searches, they did not find anything that would match the destruction that came to Harry's boat. But what the authorities did know is that there is no way that whoever hit the other boat didn't know it. They knew they hit something large, and they kept going. Nazreen was screaming within seconds of the incident, and so whoever hit them would have also heard that. However, that person kept going. Eventually, this man would come forward to state that he thinks it was him and his friend that might have crashed into Harry Ewell's boat. The man, John Ottenshot, would say it was his friend Floyd Wright's boat that crashed. John Ottenshot says that they did not see what they hit, and they just assumed it was a large log. He also claimed that they turned around and went back to see what they hit, but saw nothing and heard nothing. They bring in Floyd Wright for questioning. He says, "I don't know, we didn't see anything. I have no idea." "Well, were you drunk?" No, I've been drinking. I had a couple drinks throughout the day, but when we were on the boat, I was just drinking Pepsis. They find his boat, which was then hidden inside of a barn. It was more than obvious that he had gotten some very recent repairs done. but there was still visible damage to the craft. It was also obvious that he had recently had his boat repainted. The propeller was no longer on the boat, but they did find it in the barn. This is the actual propeller, and it was clearly very damaged. Within the blades, they found a single chunk of fiber, which eventually they learned came from the padding from underneath the seats in Harry's boat. They also found paint and microscopic chips of the boat in Harry, in his skin, and also on Nazreen. The paint samples from this matched the underlining paint sample from Floyd's boat, the paint sample that he painted over. So Floyd Wright is then arrested, and he is charged in connection to this case. However, because he was not a suspect from the get-go, he did not have a blood alcohol test done. So the prosecutor could not present any evidence that he was intoxicated when the boating accident happened, which meant for them, unfortunately, they really couldn't charge him with any kind of deliberate murder. That being said, this was not a deliberate murder. This was an accident. This was truly an accidental thing. The boat that Harry was on did not have its lights on. It was drifting out into the lake because he did not tie it up. Nobody did this on purpose. But Floyd Wright did flee the scene and took measures to disguise and hide his boat, repair it, repaint it. They also knew that he and the friend were very clearly lying about turning around and not hearing and seeing anything. That just wasn't possible. But all they could charge him with was failure to stop and report the accident, which was literally just a misdemeanor. And there was also a charge of tampering with evidence since he had the boat fixed. John Ottenshott was not charged with anything because he agreed to testify at the grand jury against Floyd Wright. Floyd Wright pled not guilty, however, he was still convicted, but only sentenced to 4 years in prison. After which, John Ottenshott would come forward to state, guess what? We were actually very drunk. We were shit-faced. He said if they were stopped that night of the incident, they would have both been charged with DUIs. Floyd Wright, by the way, had his license removed before the accident for driving drunk in his vehicle, his car. What a stand-up guy to come out after everything is said and done, after he gets immunity. Oh, by the way, we were shit-faced drunk. But in the end, was justice really served here? A good old-fashioned whodunit. Who committed the murder at the Met? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Helen Mintix. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to New York City. I'm not sure why I did a southern accent there. She was born Helen Karen Hagnes, the youngest of 3 sisters to 2 Finnish immigrants. She was born and raised in British Columbia, Canada, where she grew up on a farm. When she was 19, after graduating high school, she would actually leave Canada and head to New York, where she would begin studying at Juilliard. At some point along the way, she meets a man named Giannis Mintix. She falls madly in love, and they marry. She ends up becoming a student of a well-known violinist named Nathan Milstein, where she then became an absolutely talented violinist. Helen was incredibly friendly. She would talk to anyone, and she was described as a world-class giggler. And music was her life. This takes us to the night of July 23rd, 1980. Helen is performing at the Met, or the Metropolitan Opera House in New York City. At one point during the performance, there would end up being a 45-minute break for the live musicians, and they would end up playing some pre-recorded music. All of the performers had to be back on stage by 9:30, which everybody did, save for one. One seat remained empty with a violin that cost thousands of dollars sitting on it. The owner of that violin was Helen Mintix. The 31-year-old has seemingly vanished. Helen did not miss her cues, ever. So something was definitely wrong. Yet most of the musicians they weren't focused on that, so they didn't really notice. Her husband was set to pick her up that night, but she did not come out, and he just assumed that maybe she went somewhere afterwards and went back to their apartment, but then she never showed up there either. Helen Mintix is now reported missing. She was in the Met, and then she was not. That's when detectives and police would swarm the Metropolitan Opera House. which became very complicated because the Met apparently is full of hallways, all sorts of corridors, twists and turns. It's incredibly easy to get lost and turned around while inside, especially backstage. But they do end up searching, and they end up finding a couple small things, like a couple of hair pieces that she was wearing that night, hairpins. They also check Helen's locker, and her normal clothing, her street clothes, were still in there, which told them that Helen never left the Met. She was somewhere in that building. But where? They search, and again, it's a labyrinth, it's a maze, and they're not finding her. Until detectives end up going to the roof, and they're just looking up there for clues. They end up finding a shoe, which would later be identified as belonging to Helen. They then notice that there were a couple of shafts that you could look down inside the building. This is one of those shafts, and one of the detectives decides to look down. And sadly, they finally found Helen, and she was dead. She was about 45 feet down this shaft. Helen was nude, and she had clearly been beaten. Helen was bound and gagged and blindfolded. Her purse and the outfit or costume she was wearing for the performance was found next to her. The coroner did not find any indications that Helen had been raped, but obviously there was a sexual motive here in some way, given that she was found nude. Helen had died by strangulation and also blunt force trauma. Someone had thrown her down this shaft, and that's what led to her death. Now the question is, who? You have the Metropolitan Opera House, which this all happened in the middle of a performance. Packed house, there's a whole bunch of people backstage. Someone in that building committed this murder. They found a very clear palm print with fingerprints on a pipe that was right next to that shaft that Helen was thrown down. That could help identify the killer. Police obviously interviewed everybody that works there, everyone that was part of the performance. They come across a woman who says that she saw Helen the night she would have died, and she was seen getting into an elevator with a man. The woman got off the elevator, I guess at the basement level, but Helen and this man stayed on it. So Helen was apparently, during this break, she was going to go look for a Russian dancer who was there, and she was asking people where they could locate her. Apparently, this person who observed her on the elevator said the man told her that the Russian dancer was on the 4th floor, which police later found out wasn't true. Was this man lying to Helen, or was he mistaken? He was dressed in workman's clothes, so it looked like he was maybe a stagehand, and this is a composite that she helped come up with. And it looked very similar to a man who worked there, a man named Craig Crimmins. He, in fact, was a stagehand. Police also learned that the time that everyone was supposed to return to stage at 9:30, well, Helen didn't appear, and they also found out that neither did Craig. Craig did not return to his duties at 9:30 p.m. backstage. They brought him in for questioning to say, hey, what do you know about Helen? First, Craig denies, I don't know, I didn't see her, I have no idea. But then he changes his tune, and he confesses. He confirmed it was him on the elevator with Helen. He said he made a pass at her, she rejected him, that sent him into a rage. So he chased her, and she ran from him, and they ran around all the complicated hallways until he finally had a hammer in his hand, caught up with her, and hit her. He tried to have sex with her while she was still alive, but he couldn't do it. He then took her to the roof, and while she was still alive, he threw her nude body down that shaft, killing her. Craig Crimmins was then arrested and charged with the murder of Helen Mintix. At his trial, he tried to say that his confession was coerced, but they found no evidence or proof of that. He provided information that nobody but the killer should have known. Craig Crimmins was found guilty of the murder, and he was sentenced to 20 years to life. Craig Crimmins has applied for parole numerous times since he was able to, and he has been denied every time. And as far as I can see, he is still incarcerated. Hopefully that monster remains there for the rest of his life. This is a serial killer you probably have never heard of. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Hugh Morse. Viewer discretion is advised. Hugh Morse, pictured here during one of his arrests, he grew up in Missouri. He was a part of the U.S. Army for a time. That is until he went AWOL. He actually somehow ends up going AWOL on 2 different occasions. What a guy. Hugh started his life of crime with stuff like indecent exposure. He then went on to commit a couple of burglaries here and there. He was arrested for some of these burglaries. He spent maybe 6 months or so in prison. In 1955, he started to get much darker. He basically abducted 2 8-year-old girls, and he would end up sexually assaulting both of them in an alley. He was then arrested for this, and he was convicted not to a prison, but to a state hospital where they deemed him a sexual psychopath. And he was released by 1957. So he spent less than 2 years for raping two little girls. He then travels to Washington, where he starts to commit more burglaries. Hugh would later tell people that what he started doing was he broke into homes where he knew it was basically just women living there on their own, and he would hide in a closet or somewhere behind a door in their apartment. They had no idea he was in there, and he just watched them. He just spied on them while they changed, while they showered, and he just creeped on them from the shadows of their own home. But then on November 7th, 1959, it finally became deadly. He broke into the home of 28-year-old Gloria Bree, who would go by Glory to everyone. He raped her, and then he killed her. Then he went on the run, and no one knew at the time that he was the one to have committed that crime. On September 26, 1959, he does it again, also in Washington. This time he broke into the home of a 69-year-old woman. This is the only photo of her I can find, but her name was Blanche Boggs. He would rape her, and then he murdered her, and then he fled the scene. Later, they would discover that he broke into a couple more homes in the interim, and he assaulted women and or raped women. A lot of the victims he had assaulted, kind of in between, survived. He bounces around the country now. So at one point he goes to Ohio, then he goes to Georgia. And throughout all of this, he abducts people at knife point, women primarily. He rapes them, he steals from them, he beats them. Then he gets to Birmingham, Alabama. July 11th, 1961. This is Bobby Landini. She was 27 years old, and her home was broken into, later discovered by Hugh Morse, where he stole from her, but also he raped her, and then he killed her. He bludgeoned her with a pipe. He would later admit that after she was dead, he then raped her corpse as well. At this point, the FBI is now involved. They're beginning to piece things together. They have worked now with other states where some of these cases are very similar. They've been able to kind of track Hugh Morse because at some point along the ways they discovered, based off of people who actually saw him and survived and described him and knew things about him, that this was him. But then it happened again. He found his way to Minnesota. On September 18th, 1961, he broke into the home of 34-year-old Carol Ronan, where he assaulted her, raped her, and then killed her. People saw Hugh Morse in the area where Carol was killed, and at this point, his photo was being circulated in the newspapers and everything like that. Even though this is 1961, where we couldn't communicate instantly, like on Facebook and all that, he has been so crazy, like all over the country in various states, that his image is now everywhere. And thankfully, he is found in St. Paul, Minnesota. He was arrested on October 13th, 1961. And somehow they just let him walk around in handcuffs, but just looking all suave and cool. This is a guy who murdered 4 women at least. I don't know, he just seems so it looks like he just thinks he's so goddamn cool. Because not only did he rape and murder these 4 women, but he raped probably dozens of other women, including children. Burglarized dozens and dozens of homes. Assaulted countless people. Personally, I say wrap that chain around his neck and drag him around like a goddamn dog, but hey, that's just me. Hugh Morse ends up pleading not guilty, despite actually confessing to numerous different police officers and FBI agents of his guilt in all of these cases throughout the country. He would end up being convicted in Minnesota of the murder of Carol Ronan, where he was given 2 life sentences for her. They then, by 1979, they fly him out to Washington for him to plead in the 2 murders he committed there. He ends up pleading guilty to those murders, but they don't imprison him in Washington. They actually extradite him back to Minnesota, and he died in prison at the age of 73. He brutally terrorized at least these 4 women in terms of the murders, but there is suspicion that he may have committed more, that they just have not been able to link him to those. But guys like this, they don't just stop at 4, He was all over the country in various different states. The odds are he probably did murder more people, but at this point they'll never really know. But at least these 4 women got their justice. It has now been almost 18 years since anyone has seen him. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Israel Ray Smith. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Wytheville, Virginia. Israel Ray Smith was born on January 18th, 1980, and when this case occurred, he is 28 years old. People would say he lived a very straightforward, regular, and almost kind of boring life. He didn't really do a whole lot. He did also have a son who he was not married to the mother of his son, and the son was with the mother pretty much most of the time, but Israel would go to see his son whenever he had the opportunity to. He was a great father who took care of his son. He was working a job at a local Radio Shack. He had been there for about 6 months, and he had his own apartment where he spent most of his time watching TV or playing video games. On March 10th, 2008, he would work his shift at the Radio Shack. He got off sometime a little after 8 p.m. His boss who was there said that Israel told him, "I'll see you tomorrow." Israel was not someone who ever called off of work. He was always punctual. Afterwards, Israel heads into town. He goes to his brother's place to pay him a quick visit. And then reportedly, he goes back to his apartment. Nobody has seen or heard from him ever again. Israel was someone who called his mom almost on a daily basis, and all of a sudden those calls stopped. And so she became worried. This was also coinciding around the same time where his boss at Radio Shack realized he did not come in the next day. He didn't call, he didn't do anything. Then he didn't show up the following shift either. So his mom will go to his apartment to check on him. She knocks on the door, but there's no answer. She leaves a couple sticky notes on the door saying, "Hey, please call me when you see this." She notices that his vehicle is still parked in the parking lot. Then she goes home. Then she calls the police and says, "Listen, my son's been missing for a couple of days now." And they actually tell her, "Oh, well, we already went to his apartment to do a welfare check because his supervisor had called us." When the police went there a couple of days before the mother, they said the door was actually partially opened, the TV was on, the video game controller was on the ground in a position where he would normally sit on the floor to play games. It looks like he was in the middle of playing a game when all of a sudden he just pooped into thin air. And that's when the mom checks on his car, which is again still in the exact same spot, and she looks inside. The doors are also unlocked. There is a basket of clean laundry in there. The keys to the car are inside of it. And then she too is able to enter the apartment because she realized now that it's unlocked. It was always unlocked, she just never tried to open it. And the apartment wasn't like messy or anything, but the fact that the controller was on the ground was a red flag to her because Israel was a very, very organized, neat freak, very clean type of person. That literally nothing could be out of place. Him leaving a controller just sprawled out on the floor with the cord all over the place was not like him. Police learned a lot more about Israel, and they realized that the way the apartment was left with the doors unlocked, which again was not like him, he also literally never left his vehicle unlocked. It never left the keys in the car as well as laundry. They realized that they didn't have any proof of foul play, but they also felt in their guts that something nefarious must have happened here. He also never collected his most recent paycheck. His bank activity, his bank account had not been touched since the last day anyone saw him. His cell phone has not been used. I don't know if they've pinged it or found it or what, but it has not been used since. Social security number, never used since. Most importantly, he had a child that he loved dearly and would never ever leave. And now that child no longer has their father. There's no signs of a foul play in his apartment, no sign of foul play in his car, no blood, no ripped out hair, no kicked in doors, no broken windows. So whatever happened, must have happened with someone he maybe knew or trusted. Or he was caught off guard very suddenly. He was seeing a woman around this time. He had told his mom a couple of days prior that he was thinking about leaving this girl. I know they've interviewed her. They've interviewed a whole bunch of people. They've actually given a bunch of people polygraph tests. Everyone has passed. They have been able to rule out every potential lead and suspect. They just know in their heart of hearts that foul play had to have happened here. They just can't prove it. But sometimes you look at a case, you look at a scene, you look at a person's life, and you just know that there's something happened. But it is still a mystery to this day as to what that thing is. He was happy as can be at work that night. He was in great spirits with his brother that night. He had plans. He made plans. Someone did something to him. But who is that someone? And why? And where is he? Someone, somewhere out there, knows the truth about what really happened to Israel Ray Smith that night, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts or what may have happened to him, you were asked to please call 276-223-3300.
I cut his head off. And then I cut both of his hands off with a chainsaw, and I cut both of his feet off.
Right. Okay. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jack Irwin. Viewer discretion is advised. Jack Irwin was born in 1928. Later down the road, he would end up enlisting, which is something he always dreamt of doing, and he fought in the Korean War. And by the time he reached, an older age, he didn't want to be in, the loud, bustling cities. He wanted to live the rest of his life in quiet solitude, kind of almost as a recluse. And that's pretty much what he ended up doing. He would move to the Mount Baldy area in California, and he got himself a cabin. And he was also not someone who would really ever leave the cabin. He wouldn't really do much. He would go to maybe the local market. He would go to the post office, but that was really about it. But eventually, living this sort of secluded life here in Mount Baldy, and his health began to kind of deteriorate. He didn't see a doctor very often. So he finally did, and ended up being diagnosed with having a disability. Jack also had quite a bit of money saved up, but he never spent a dime of it. He just kept it. He slept on a used army cot. He just didn't have much human contact. I mean, he did have a friend who actually named Jack their daughter's godfather, but people rarely saw him. And then one day, these two women who I think saw him at the post office or a market, they managed to weasel their way into Jack's life. They had expressed interest in purchasing Jack's cabins, and then Jack himself was going to move to the Upland, California area. So this is Marcia Johnson and Judy Gellert. And eventually he would end up giving them his cabin. They didn't have the cash to pay for it up front, so he agreed to let them pay the mortgage. They then convinced this guy to sign over everything to them, all of his assets, his money, everything. And now, being this older gentleman who has a disability, who doesn't get out much, doesn't interact with people, it was probably a lot easier for him to be taken advantage of, which is what happened. And he ends up signing over the cabin to these two women so that when he passes away, it will be theirs. The last time anyone ever saw Jack Irwin ever was on September 13th, 1999, and then he seemingly vanished into thin air. Obviously, given his recluse-type lifestyle, it probably took a little bit longer for people to realize he was missing. They went searching for him at his home, at the cabin he had. They couldn't find him. And eventually they said, you need to look at these two women because they were clearly taking advantage of him. Not too soon after he disappeared, the cabin he had basically given over to the two women who they nicknamed the girls, it burned down. And it appeared to have been deliberately burned down, but someone burned it down to collect the insurance money. Marcia Johnson, because it was payable to her. They also learned that these two women had full access to his bank accounts, and they had drained every penny from that bank account. They also learned that after he disappeared, they sold Jack Irwin's apartment that he had in Upland, California. And now this man is missing. Clearly, something nefarious has happened here. They bring in Marcia Johnson for questioning, and after I guess, a brief time of talking to her, she confesses. This is from an A&E episode, I think, of Cold Case Files.
I don't know. I don't know what happened to me. But I shot him. Shot him in the back of the head. I think it hit him back here somewhere. I know it did. And I'm not a gunsmith or anything like that, but apparently I'm a pretty good shot. I was like, oh my God, what did I do? All of a sudden, I see his hand go up, and there was blood just squirting out. I mean, squirting out. And I was like, oh my God, what did I do? So there was a chainsaw underneath the house. And this is really, really hard. Like, I cut his head off. And then I cut both of his hands off with a chainsaw, and then I cut both of his feet off. But when I cut his head off, I didn't realize how heavy a head it is.
This woman was just so cold about it. She said the reason why she did it was because he made some mean comments to Judy, and also he exposed himself to me. The paper trail of all the money being stolen and these apartments being sold, the cabin being burned down, that's why you did it. Marcia Johnson and Judy Gellert are both arrested and charged in connection to this case. Now, they had no real evidence that Judy Gellert had anything to do with the murder, and I believe they eventually let her take a lighter deal in order to testify against Marcia. She pleads guilty to receiving stolen property. Got maybe a couple of years. Marcia Johnson, however, who they also had recorded phone calls of her confessing to a family member that everything she told police, because she tried to recant the confession afterwards, but they already had recordings of her confessing on the phone to somebody else. The jury comes back with a verdict of guilty, and she is sentenced to life in prison without parole. They took advantage of this older gentleman and his recluse lifestyle and the fact that he had a disability. They stole every last penny he had, destroyed his property, then destroyed him. His body, because they dismembered him, has never been found. They have never said where they put him. And his remains are still out there somewhere. And the sad part is that he lived a very lonely life, and now in death, he is out there somewhere still alone. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of James Arthur Cole. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Severna Park in Maryland. That is where 21-year-old James Arthur Cole, who also went by Jimmy, that is where he lived with his family. I unfortunately don't really know much about him, but from what I can see, he seemed like a totally just normal, happy guy. On the night of April 11th, 1994, he had gone to a bar with his brother. The bar at the time was called the Shangri-La Restaurant. I don't think it's there anymore. Then after that, I guess he and the brother went to another place called the Gingerbread Man Restaurant. At one point, his brother left to go home, but James continued to stay out. I guess he was drinking a lot, but also he seemed to be in a really good mood, and he was singing karaoke. He was then seen leaving the Shangri-La sometime around 1:30 in the morning, and his plan was to walk home. I think I forgot to mention this, but after his brother left, James went back to the Shangri-La, which is located in the Park Plaza shopping center. And as you can see, kind of surrounding it is just a lot of homes and businesses, not a lot of places for a person to get lost. Not any close by bodies of water to accidentally fall into. And the other thing is that the shopping center is here. He and his family lived here on Hodges Lane. This was less than 4 blocks away. And in this entire area, you can see there's no dense woods. There's no water. It's just a trail. James Arthur Cole has never been seen again. This would have been less than 10 minutes to walk from there to there. It's a walk he had done all the time, drunk or not drunk. Now, witnesses would state, and I don't know how true or accurate it is, but they would describe him as being visibly intoxicated. But again, there's nowhere near this area for him to get lost in or to accidentally fall and injure himself. I mean, he could have fallen and injured himself, but he would have been found. They obviously report him missing, and they do a very extensive search of the area. They find no trace of him. I will say that the area is close to this body of water, but it's not it wasn't like a quick walk to get there. he would have had to get really turned around. A month or so after he disappeared, a friend of his claimed that he saw James at a Taco Bell in Severna Park, just looking normal. But there's been no bank activity for James's account. He had no money when he disappeared. He never picked up his most recent paycheck. And why would he just be at a local Taco Bell just chilling like nothing happened? The police and his family do not believe that they saw James, or that the person got the dates just way mixed up, because there has been no other reported sightings of him. Foul play could be involved, or something accidental could have happened. It's not to say he couldn't have fallen and injured himself and just wasn't found. Certainly it's possible. But in that area, it just seemed very, very unlikely. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to James Arthur Cole that night, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on his whereabouts or what may have happened, you can please call 410-222-8050. A missing girl leaves behind a note that starts in the third person, but then for some reason finishes in the first person. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jennifer Pandos. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Williamsburg, Virginia. Jennifer Lynn Pandos was born in October of 1971, and growing up, she seemed to be your typical teenage kid. She got in trouble from time to time, sometimes, talked back to her parents, and was also a very fiercely loyal friend that if someone was messing with her friends, she'd stand up for them. She was very kind and caring to those she loved. From what I understand, her father could be a bit physically and emotionally rough and abusive, and she never shied away from standing up to him. Around the time this case occurred, she had been dating a high school senior named Tony Tobler. Her parents didn't exactly like him that much, and then he actually ends up getting her pregnant, and she gets an abortion, and they then tell her, you cannot see him anymore. And so in the summer of 1986, she says, okay, I'll stop seeing him, but she still kind of, did what teenage kids will do. She still snuck around, and she still saw him. This takes us to February 10th, 1987. Jennifer's mom wakes up and she was expecting to hear Jennifer in the shower getting ready for school, but for some reason this morning she didn't hear the shower going, so she thought, okay, Jennifer just slept in. She tries to open up her bedroom door, but it's locked. She calls out for Jennifer's name several times. Jennifer gives no response. There's no sound whatsoever coming from in her room. So then she calls out for Jennifer's dad, who then comes there and essentially breaks the door down to get inside of it. Jennifer's not in her room. The room looks like it's in perfectly normal condition. The blinds appeared to be kind of partially opened. But again, Jennifer is nowhere to be found. But they do find a note, a handwritten note. The note is written in what it looks to be very kind of sloppy-ish handwriting. It didn't really appear to be Jennifer's handwriting, but it's really bizarre. The note is addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Pandos. And then it starts by saying, quote, your daughter's with me. She's fine. She's having some problems and needs some time away. Then it eventually switches over to first person, saying, quote, I'm fine. I just need time to think. Both of you, please go to work tomorrow because I will try to call you. I won't call you at home, only at one of y'all's work. Do not call the police. I can easily find out if you do. I may never come back home. Don't tell my friends about this. Just tell them I'm sick. The note also instructs them to cancel a doctor's appointment she had coming up in a couple of days. Not to reschedule it, cancel it. It also says, put some money in my bank account. It starts in the third person, suggesting it's written by someone other than Jennifer, but then it switches to the first person, suggesting it's Jennifer is the one doing the writing. But it's addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Pandos. Why would she not just say mom and dad? Jennifer was also left-handed, and some think that maybe the reason why it looks kind of sloppier is because she was writing it with her right hand to throw people off. Jennifer's parents then wait 3 days to report their 15-year-old daughter missing. 3 days. They seemed to follow the instructions that the note gave them, with the exception of they did not put any money into her bank account. I don't know, it just seems kind of strange. If I was the parents, wouldn't you just say, fuck that, I'm reporting her missing right now? Jennifer had run away, I guess, a short time prior, and she came back within a few days. When she ran away, she brought her purse, she brought a bag of clothes, she brought some belongings with her, but in this instance, the only thing other than Jennifer missing from the home was her purse. No belongings, no clothing, nothing. There was a lot of speculation into the fact that the parents weren't being totally honest. They were actually looked at as potential suspects. One, because they waited 3 full days to report their teenage daughter missing, and also because the night that Jennifer disappeared, or the night before she disappeared, she was actually on the phone talking to a friend. When on that phone call, Jennifer's father had basically interrupted the call, telling her, get off the phone. She then makes a really snarky or kind of mean remark to her dad, and then the call, essentially she ends the call at that point. The parents then seemed to be kind of nonchalant with regards to their missing daughter. They would go on to actually fail polygraph tests, which again does not mean they're guilty of anything. So they were considered prime suspects for a very long time. But weeks turned into months, months turned into years, years turned into decades. And over time, it sounds like the parents began to slowly kind of fade away in terms of being considered suspects. I guess there was a man that Jennifer babysat from time to time that other people also said this person may have been a suspect, but they apparently don't consider him one anymore. However, her boyfriend does seem to kind of be at the forefront in terms of being a possible suspect. There's a belief or understanding that Jennifer and Tony got into an argument the night she would have potentially disappeared. And I guess one documentary suggests that in this argument, he must have pushed her, she fell, and it ended up killing her, and so she hid her body, or he hid her body. And then he was the one to write that note, and he slipped it into her bedroom because the window is probably how she got in and out. But that's just speculation. That's not actual fact. The fact is they don't know what happened to Jennifer. They have absolutely no idea. You have suspicion kind of lingering sort of over the parents. You have suspicion sort of lingering over the boyfriend. Could she have just run away on her own? Maybe got fed up with her parents controlling her life or whatever, teenager. Maybe she ran away, but then something happened where she was picked up by the worst possible person. She could still be alive out there somewhere. This is an age-progressed photo of what she might look like somewhere around today. The fact that there's been no trace or sign of her ever since, it does really make you believe that she is probably dead. As a matter of fact, she was declared legally dead in 2014. Someone somewhere out there has to know the truth about what happened to her and where she is. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Jennifer Pandos, you are asked to please call 757-253-1800. A teenage boy is last seen alive at the Devil's Playground. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Joshua Mahaffey. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Joshua Jerome Mahaffey was 15 years old, and he lived in Centralia, Illinois. I don't know if it is now, but back then it was considered a pretty small town type. Joshua had just become a freshman at Centralia High School. He was someone who did get into some trouble from time to time. He did run away for days on end, but he always came back. He kind of got mixed up with a group of kids led by a teenager named Terry Martin that, caused some issues. But Josh and these kids like to hang out at a place I guess they refer to as the Devil's Playground. I don't know exactly how accurate this is, but I was reading that it's supposedly near Joliffe Bridge Road on the outskirts of Centralia. It's a very desolate, very open area even now today. It was October 12th, 1991. Joshua had gotten into a loud argument with his mom. So he storms off to his room, slams his door like every teenage kid does, but then he opens up his window and he sneaks out of the house. His mother doesn't realize that he has done that for quite some time. When his mother realized he was no longer in the house, I think by the following morning, she actually didn't really panic and didn't necessarily do anything, just because Joshua had run away numerous times before. He always came back after a few days. So she does not actually report him missing for a couple of weeks. He's reported missing officially on November 12th, 1991. Josh had another friend named Tanya, and Tanya, also a teenager, would eventually come forward to state that she saw Joshua that night, and she saw him getting into a vehicle being driven by Terry Martin, their friend. Also in the car, according to Tanya, was Terry Martin's girlfriend and another teenage boy who has not been identified. Later that same night, she sees Terry's girlfriend, and this unnamed teenage boy come back, but Joshua is no longer with them. She also notices that Terry's car has mud caked all over it. There really wasn't much activity in this missing teenager case. It kind of went cold very quickly. Then in 1996, they decide to actually reopen the case. Well, this friend Tanya now has some additions to add to her story. She said that after she saw Josh and the other three get into the car, she then says she later saw all of these teenagers at that place called the Devil's Playground. She said she witnessed Joshua being tortured by Terry Martin and eventually killed in some sort of satanic type ritual. Tanya says they buried him right there at the Devil's Playground, and years later they would use ground penetrating radar to see if they could find him. No luck. Tanya did take a polygraph in 1996 with regard to the story she told. She passed it. But then fast forwarding to 2008, she was given another polygraph test with basically the same questions. This time, she failed. Terry Martin is considered a suspect, though, in the disappearance and potential murder. They don't know if he's dead or not, but the potential murder of Joshua. A month before Joshua's disappearance, Joshua and Terry were just hanging out, walking down the road, when Terry Martin decided he wanted to break into this local retail store or whatever it was. He broke a window, they broke in, and Terry stole some stuff. Well, Joshua would end up talking to police about this and implicating Terry Martin in this. Terry Martin would then be arrested, and he was charged with everything related to this burglary. And then a month later, Joshua goes missing after last being seen, allegedly, with Terry Martin. The burglary and then Joshua basically ratting him out, it created a lot of tension, obviously, between Terry and Josh, but also just Josh and the rest of the friend group in general. So there is that belief by police that Terry and or more people in this friend group do know what happened to Joshua, but they're not saying. If a 15-year-old child goes missing, right, and they're not back within a couple of days because they ran away, a 15-year-old kid typically is probably going to be noticed by people. A 15-year-old is not going to necessarily, it's not impossible, but there's a good chance they're not going to be able to take care of themselves. They're going to need to come back home or find someone they could attach to. But nobody has seen him. Not a single person. He's literally never been seen again. If alive today, Josh may look something similar to this. This is an age-progressed photo. The detectives have stated that they are relatively confident, though, that he is deceased. They just can't say it for sure. And that Terry Martin is a potential suspect in this. Terry Martin, by the way, went on to have a crazy criminal lifestyle. He had been in and out of prison. He had been convicted and charged with rapes, burglaries, assaults. He was an issue. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Joshua Mahaffey. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the disappearance and what may have happened to him, you are asked to please call 618-548-2141 or 618-594-4555. The police would take his death as a confession. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Julie Ann Holmquist. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Halleck, located in Minnesota. Julie Ann Holmquist was born on November 14th, 1981. She lived her entire life in Halleck, Minnesota. At the time this case occurred, Julie is a junior at Kitson Central High School. She played on the Wolfpack volleyball team. She was a member of the National Honor Society. She was on the student council. She had previously been a class president. She played flute in the high school band. Julie was also one of 3 siblings. She had 2 sisters. And she was really well loved. She was very popular at school. She was just a happy kid. And something she loved to do was to go outside and go rollerblading. She also did that kind of as like training for her volleyball. And that is what she was doing on July 29th, 1998. She went out to go rollerblading to practice, and she never came home. Julie was not someone who had ever considered running away. She was not a troublemaker. She was excited about everything she was doing at school, and so they knew that this was something different. So she was reported missing very quickly. The search for her began pretty quickly, and they brought in the National Guard to help search, but they pretty much believed from the onset of this investigation that foul play was likely involved. They don't know exactly what, but they do think she had been abducted. It doesn't sound like anyone really saw or heard the abduction happen, and sadly, they would get confirmation in that a few weeks later. Julie's body was found 3 weeks later in a gravel pit about 13 miles away from where she was last seen. And obviously, this devastated all of her family and her friends, her classmates. Julie was murdered. They do believe as well that she had been raped, but her body was already in a pretty serious state of decomposition that, unfortunately, they did not get much physical evidence from her body. Early on, there was a suspect, a man named Curtis Settergren. He was someone known in the area as making young girls uncomfortable. Girls had reported that he had followed them around the neighborhood, stalking them in his car. He was just an incredibly suspicious guy. And they talked to him about Julie's case, but they really weren't able to go much further with it. They asked him, what kind of car do you drive? And he told them, and it just so happened to be a very similar car that people saw driving around the neighborhood at the time of Julie's abduction. Now, again, nobody saw the actual abduction, but this car was seen sort of driving around. It also matched the car that was seen driving around and making other young girls uncomfortable. They just needed to find physical evidence to connect him to Julie's case, but that unfortunately became kind of difficult. But they did believe that Curtis really was the guy. Curtis Settergren had also told friends, he said something very strange. He said that they are never going to catch Julie's killer because Julie's killer is going to end their own life before they can catch him. And it turns out he's a prophet. At the end of 2002, the police would go to Curtis's home because they were just going to simply ask him to take a polygraph test, which he had initially agreed to do. He had agreed to it prior, but they hadn't scheduled it yet. So they go to his house to say, hey, when are you going to take this polygraph test? Then all of a sudden, he closes his door, pretending like he's getting ready to go with them. Within a minute or two, they hear a loud gunshot from the backyard of this house. So they obviously carefully approach the situation. They find Curtis Settergren dead in his backyard. He had ended his own life by putting a gun to his head. If you remember what I said just a minute ago, he predicted that Julie's killer will never be arrested because that person is going to end their own life. And that's exactly what he did. Police took this as an outright confession to the murder of Julie Holmquist. That being said, there was also physical evidence found in his home that they were able to search after his death. They found spent .22 casings. They found .22 caliber bullets, the gun he used to end his own life. Well, it just so happened to match spent casings that were found right next to Julie's body, fired from the exact same gun. There was no DNA evidence to connect him, unfortunately, but they took the bullet evidence, not to mention all of the circumstantial stuff, and his own prediction that Julie's killer would end his own life, which he then did. And he did so when they said, hey, it's time to do this polygraph test. 1 + 1 is usually 2. It's always 2. So they named Curtis Settergren as Julie Holmquist's murderer, and the case was closed. Her family and friends never really got justice, though. They never got to watch that man go to trial, get convicted, and be sentenced to a term in prison because he decided to just take the easy way out. Didn't want to face up to what he did, so he killed himself. So that's not legal justice per se, but the family can know that their monster, their daughter's killer, will no longer be able to hurt any other young girl ever again. And he may not be in prison, but he is in hell. She was literally just feet from her apartment, but she has never been seen since. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Julie Surprenant. Viewer discretion is advised. Julie Surprenant, and that's a French name, and I'm sorry, my French is not great. But she was born on March 31st, 1983, and she was born in Quebec, Canada. Julie was 16 at the time this case occurred, and she was a really funny teenager. Comedy was going to probably be something she was involved in later on in life if she got to make it that far. She was actually part of an improv troupe. Julie also did some work as a gift wrapper at a local mall when she would get off of school. She went to school on November 16th, 1999. She had already told her father that night after school she was going to be going to the local community center, which is something she did frequently. It was not anything unusual. And then she said she would be hopping on the bus and she would be home later that evening. So this is the bus stop where she would have gotten off, because right behind that is her apartment where she lived. So Julie leaves where she was at about 8:30 p.m. She then hops on the bus. Later on, the bus driver would talk to police to state that he and Julie actually talked because she was one of the very last people on his bus that night. She was on there with a friend, but the friend had gotten off a few stops prior. But when they got to Julie's stop, they see a man in the little bus station area. When the bus stops, the bus driver asks him, "Are you getting on?" And he says, "No." And that's when the bus driver then sees Julie get off the bus. Again, this is the bus stop. That is Julie's apartment right here. She never got there. This would have been 15, 20-second walk. She never made it inside that door. Julie has not been seen by anyone ever again. How does that happen? How does a person get off a bus, people see it happen, her apartment is right there, how does she just vanish? Her father was already asleep by the time she was supposed to get home, and so he didn't even realize she was missing until the next morning. And so later that day, the following afternoon, is when he officially reports his daughter missing after he himself looked for her and couldn't find her anywhere. So a search for Julie begins. That's also when they talk to the bus driver and other witnesses who had seen her on the bus. They do confirm she was on that bus and she did get off that bus right outside her apartment. Throughout their extensive searches, though, they would search the waters, they searched the wooded areas, they searched everywhere. They didn't find a single trace of her, ever. And that's when police, they were informed about a neighbor of Julie's. This thing, boy, I gotta tell you, that's the face that, I don't even think a mother can love that face. This is Richard Bullion. He is a bad, bad man. He had been convicted of numerous sexual assaults in his life. As a matter of fact, he is believed to have raped, sexually assaulted, or molested at least 15 girls, who would have all been around the same age as Julie. Reportedly, there was a rumor that shortly after her disappearance, someone had seen Richard with spots of blood on his pants, and he never really explained it. That being said, they never had any evidence to connect him to Julie's disappearance. I don't know if the bus driver ID'd him saying, "Oh, that's the guy I saw at the bus stop." I don't even know if the bus driver got that good of a look at him. But he was never arrested and never charged with connection to Julie's case. Meanwhile, her father, who is standing outside the bus stop where she was last seen, still holds out hope that one day they will find her and that they will bring her killer to justice, because they know she was killed. They know that. Then in 2011, it was revealed that there was a deathbed confession. The confession was made in 2006 by none other than Richard Bullion. He confessed to not one, but two different people the same thing. He told them that he had initially told police he was innocent, he had nothing to do with Julie's disappearance. But now he is confessing that he, in fact, did kill her. They lived basically next door to each other. When he killed her, he stuffed her body into a bag and then put a bunch of bricks and rocks in this giant bag and threw it into the river. Police would then search that river. I mean, this is years after she had disappeared. I'm not sure if they were really hoping to actually find her, but you never know. But they never did. But it didn't stop them from still searching, and they searched very thoroughly. Not just the waters, but like all the banks along the river. Again, nothing. Did Richard Bouillon abduct and kill Julie? They can't say for sure. They don't have any proof or evidence. All they have is his deathbed confession, but people have done that before and were lying, or were just so confused because of their illness or whatever. But he is someone who has raped and sexually assaulted many young women. But if he was the one to do it, he took the answers to his grave. And if he wasn't the one, then there's someone still out there. Julie's father, her family, her friends, they deserve to have her home and lay her to rest properly. Even if that means they can't get justice because maybe the killer is dead, they still should be able to bring her home. And hopefully one day very soon that will be the case. If you have any information about her case, you are asked to please contact the local authorities there in Quebec. It may have taken over 40 years, but the answers were finally revealed. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Karen Stitt. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Sunnyvale, which is in California. Karen Stitt was born on July 25th, 1967, and she was actually born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She had actually moved to Palo Alto, California about 4 months prior to this case occurring. Karen, who was 15 years old at this time, she did have a boyfriend, and her boyfriend lived in Sunnyvale. It was Thursday, September 2nd, 1982. Karen was in Sunnyvale visiting her boyfriend. They had gone to a 7-Eleven. I guess you were able to play video games or some kind of games there at 7-Eleven then, and that's what they were doing. Then they would wander towards an area called Golfland. This was about midnight. Then at 12:30 a.m., Karen's boyfriend would drop her off at the bus stop. This is what it looks like now. I'm not sure what it looked like back then. But this was at the corner of El Camino Real and South Wolf Road. The plan was for her to get onto the bus and she would head back to Palo Alto to her home. She never made it. This was, even back then, a busy road. There was restaurants and shops and stuff along this road, and even at midnight or 12:30, there were still plenty of cars driving by. But it doesn't sound like anybody saw or heard what happened. The next morning, the body of a young girl was found near that bus stop. She was thrown over this 4-foot wall, and it was an alleyway just behind a restaurant. And this body, she was nude, and she had been stabbed 60 times. She was soon identified as 15-year-old Karen Stitt. Karen not only had been stabbed 60 times, but she had also been raped. And again, nobody saw or heard anything. The boyfriend became the very obvious first suspect. I think people would question, why would you leave her at the bus stop, alone? This is something Karen had done all the time by herself, but they never found any proof or evidence that the boyfriend had anything to do with Karen's murder. They really didn't have any proof or evidence connecting to anyone. And Karen's case, unfortunately, goes cold very quickly. And it stays cold for over 40 years. So initially in the early 2000s, they would reprocess the DNA. It didn't match anyone because there was DNA found with her. They also ran it against the boyfriend, and they confirmed it was not his DNA, so they ruled him out officially. But by 2019 or 2020 or so, they would end up using genetic genealogy and going that path, which would take another couple of years. But this would eventually lead them to the family of this man here, Gary Ramirez. This is what he looked like back in 1982-ish. So the genetic genealogy would lead them to actually Gary Ramirez's son. They then obtained a full DNA profile from the son. They then confirmed that the DNA found with Karen would have come from likely this boy's father, aka Gary Ramirez. On August 2nd, 2022, they were able to confirm that Gary Ramirez's direct DNA was a 100% match to the rape kit they did with Karen Stitt. He was her rapist and her killer. And he was just random. He didn't know her, she didn't know him. This was a situation where Karen was just in the wrong place at the worst possible time. This was clearly a man who just needed to do what he did. He was actually arrested in Hawaii and extradited back to California, where on February 24th, 2025, he would end up pleading no contest to first-degree murder. He was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. He was 78 years old at the time of his conviction, so 25 years is, for him, life in prison. That is where he will die. And he got away with it for over 40 years. Hopefully, he did not inflict any more murder to anyone else. But at least in the case of Karen Stitt, she got justice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Karen Whiteside. Viewer discretion is advised. This case starts here at this home in Eugene, Oregon, and it is 1978. That is where 16-year-old Karen Etta Whiteside lived with her family. I know she had at least one sibling. Karen was described as just a really happy person. Nobody disliked her. She had no enemies. She loved competitive sports. As a matter of fact, she was an excellent basketball player, and she hoped one day to play on a college basketball team. But unfortunately, that never got to happen for her. March 21st, 1978, I believe this was in the afternoon, Karen would leave her home to walk to a nearby friend's house. But Karen never got to the friend. Karen was never seen alive again. This is Fairfield Elementary School, a very short distance from where Karen lived. This is where Karen was found. The janitor was doing some cleanup in an alleyway right where the school is, and he found the body of a young girl. This is where the school is located here. So it's right here on the map, and then this is where Karen lives, so you can see this was her walk. I don't know if the friend lived beyond this point or somewhere before it or what, I'm not sure. But once she was discovered, obviously the police were called. The coroner would eventually state that Karen Whiteside had been strangled to death, and they could not determine if she had been raped or not. They also don't know if Karen was killed where she was found or if that was just a dump site. There were allegedly no witnesses who heard or saw anything. It doesn't sound like anybody heard any screams or pleas for help. And unfortunately, Karen's case appears to go cold pretty quickly. There really only is mention of her case in the 1978 newspapers, and then a couple of years later, there's another mention. They named this man here, Manuel Trinidad Cortez, as a possible suspect in Karen's killing. He had been convicted of the rape and torture and murder of two 11-year-old girls, but he was out and about living in the area when Karen was killed. Don't think anything really ever came from it though, because from that point moving forward, there was never any suspects or persons of interest named publicly. I was reading one article that mentioned that I guess the local news had covered this cold case in somewhat recent years, and they were showing photos that the police gave them, and from those photos they got information about something that was seen in one of the crime scene photos. They have not specified what that item was, but there was a specific item in the crime scene photo next to where her body was found that told them, or that linked it to a person they said was a suspect or a person of interest. I don't know if that's the same man from decades earlier, Mr. Cortez, or if it's another person of interest or suspect they came up with. I know this is a person they say they feel could be the one who did it, but again, they're not saying who that person's name is for obvious reasons. But this article I got that information from was from way back in 2009, and I'm filming this in 2026 now, and there really is no update since. Karen Etta Whiteside's murder remains unsolved. And if it was someone who did not know her and she did not know them, that's even harder to solve, especially now that it's decades later. But someone somewhere out there just might know the truth about who really killed Karen. And even if that person is dead, you can still provide the information. It's just so the police and the family has the answer and the closure. But maybe that person isn't dead and they need to face justice and you know who it is. It's time to come forward and help this family get that justice. If you have any information on the murder of Karen Whiteside, you are asked to please call 541-682-5588. A frozen vial of urine would help catch a killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kathy Augustine. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. She was born Kathy Marie Alfano, and she was born in Los Angeles in May of 1956. She goes on to get her bachelor's degree in political science. Kathy then also went on to work for Delta Airlines, and when she was doing that, she was also a congressional intern in D.C. Then she finds herself in Nevada. Along the way, she would marry a pilot for Delta Airlines, Charles Augustine. They remained married until Charles's unfortunate death in 2003. It did not take long, though, for Kathy to find another husband. 3 weeks, actually. She would go on to marry a nurse, actually one of Charles's nurses, while he was dying in the hospital. This man here, Chaz Higgs. Kathy then goes on to have a political career, eventually finding herself as a senator in Nevada. This is her, obviously, with John McCain. She's here pictured with former President George Bush. Kathy Augustine was liked, and she was also, of course, hated. The life of a politician. In 2004, however, she would be accused of violating state ethic laws. I guess using state personnel and equipment for her own personal re-election campaign, which they determined she committed a willful violation of the Nevada ethics law, and Augustine was fined a record $15,000. This led on to her becoming impeached and then eventually convicted. But she was only censured, and she was actually not removed fully from office. In 2006, she would run for state treasurer, but lost. Then on July 8th, 2006, her life came to an end. Husband Chaz, who is actually still a nurse in a hospital, he calls 911 very calmly, very coldly, and matter-of-factly, stating that his wife is not breathing and something is wrong, but he doesn't know what. An ambulance arrives, they take her to the hospital, and kind of strangely, Chaz gets into the ambulance and he just starts reading a newspaper casually in it as they're taking his wife to the hospital. Because of two very alert nurses, though, at the hospital she went to, these nurses suspected that she might have been poisoned. So they took samples of her urine and then they froze those samples. That would be the biggest game changer of this entire case. As Kathy dies in the hospital, it was determined she died from some kind of heart failure, despite her being a very healthy woman. Husband Chaz goes to the press after she is pronounced dead and, states that she's been under a lot of stress, obviously, with her political career. And that's kind of where it stood for a little bit. That is until hospital staff from the hospital where Chaz worked, a couple of people came forward to state they had some concerns. See, Chaz had told some of these employees at the hospital that, because they were talking about how someone else murdered someone. Chaz made a comment like, oh, that's not how you would kill someone. You should kill them not with a knife, but with something that you can't trace. He told these nurses what the person should have done was injected this person that was killed with succinylcholine, because succinylcholine leaves the body quickly after a person is dead. No one knows why he would say that. It was just very strange to say. Chaz himself attempts to end his own life shortly after Kathy's death. He would state it was because he just wanted to be with his wife, that he could no longer live without her. Once the succinylcholine comments got to police's ears, they began to think they had some suspicions. They learned that Chaz had been talking to another woman before Kathy's death, and that he had said some really mean things about Kathy, that he basically hated her. He couldn't stand her anymore. Her political career was driving him crazy. Police wondered, could he have injected her with succinylcholine? He had access to it. He's a nurse. Thanks completely to those two very astute nurses who suspected a possible poisoning, they took Kathy's urine and they froze it. If they had not frozen it, they never would have been able to detect succinylcholine. But because they did freeze it, when they tested it, there was succinylcholine. This was lethal doses of it. It stops your heart. Chaz Higgs is then arrested and charged with the murder of Kathy. His motive was just he couldn't stand his wife anymore. He just didn't like her anymore. Her career was just, it was too much for him. So instead of like the normal thing, like leave your wife, divorce, of course, you inject her with a chemical that, to your knowledge, will no longer be detectable once, a person's dead. Or even if you're alive still, apparently it leaves your system quick. But he would go on trial for her murder. In June of 2007, he was found guilty of the murder of Kathy Augustine and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. And that is where he remains to this day. Again, if those nurses had not frozen Kathy's urine sample, Chaz would be a free man today. She was just out and about doing her work in the middle of the day, and then she vanished. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Katie Eggleston. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Portland, Oregon. Katie Eggleston was born on May 4th, 1971. Katie was one of 4 kids. They were all girls in the family. Her parents were both teachers. Shortly before this case occurred, Katie had actually graduated from Oregon State University. And then right after this, she got a job working for a company called AllNet Communication Services. And Katie, pictured here, had been living with one of her sisters at the time of her disappearance. Which takes us to August 2nd, 1993. She got to work that morning, which was located in Lake Oswego, and then after she got there, she would then head out because she had a couple of business meetings to do. This was actually her first day doing solo sales jobs. So what they know about that early afternoon is that Katie had gone to a bank. She then stopped at a Burger King where she sat down and had a quick lunch. And then she was seen here, what was then called the Port of Portland building. She had gone there because that's where one of her business sales meetings was going to be. Several witnesses would later state that they saw Katie talking on the phone in the lobby. She was making some business calls. 1 or 2 people said it looked like she may have been a bit annoyed or possibly worried about something. At 2:15 p.m., the person she was actually going to this building to actually have a meeting with, well, he saw her getting off of the elevator and then into the lobby with an unknown man that he didn't recognize. And then it appeared she walked out of the building and did not go to this meeting she was supposed to have. Katie never arrives back at her home office. Katie has never been seen again. She would soon be reported missing by her family. Initially, the police kind of looked at this as a potential foul play, may have been a homicide type case, just because she was seen in the company of a man that nobody recognized walking out of this building when she was supposed to be having a meeting with someone else in this building. In the morning hours of August 3rd, 1993, about 9 miles away from where Katie was last seen here in this industrial building parking lot, they found her car. The car was abandoned. Every single window was rolled all the way down. The keys were actually still in the ignition, but the car was off. In the car, they found Katie's purse and all of her belongings. Everything she had was there. One thing was missing, other than Katie: her passport. So ground searches were done near this area, looking for Katie or any sign of her. They put helicopters in the air. The company she worked for, they sprung a lot of money to help with the search. The police and volunteers, they continued to search for her, but they were just having absolutely no luck. They were getting a couple of tips and leads from here and there, but nothing really led to anything. They did look into her boyfriend that she had at the time, considering him maybe a suspect in this. However, they were able to confirm his exact whereabouts during the time Katie disappeared, and they ended up clearing him as a suspect. A few months later, the police get a phone call, an anonymous phone call from a man who apparently had a southern accent, stated that they were never going to find Katie because he killed Katie 2 weeks after he abducted her and buried her somewhere that they're never going to find. The police claim they looked into this and they found nothing with it, that it doesn't even sound like it was authentic. Then they start throwing accusations, the police do, at the Eggleston family. You see, Katie lived with one of her sisters, and her sister that she lived with and her sister's husband were under investigation for tax evasion. not reporting their income properly for about a year or two span. Katie was talked to by federal investigators, and she was going to be a key witness at this trial against her sister. And another one of their sisters was also involved in terms of testifying. So the police said, oh, that's it. She didn't want to testify against her own sister, so her passport was missing, so that must mean she was planning to flee the country, and that's what she did. They didn't have proof of this. They had no evidence of that, but that's just what they said happened. With certainty, it seems like. Her car was found near the airport. Her passport is missing. That's it. Case closed. It's done. Her family's like, what? It doesn't make sense. It actually makes no sense that they came to that conclusion because the sister and her sister's husband, they had already agreed to plead guilty to the tax evasion charges roughly a month before Katie disappeared. Katie was no longer going to have to testify against her sister. So why would she take her passport and flee the country for something she wasn't even going to have to do? And why not bring her purse with her money or anything? Another thing I was reading in an article is that something that police apparently found near her car, I'm not sure how close by, but there was a latex glove and there was a little bit of blood on that glove found within the vicinity of her car. You know, to family that says, okay, that's more proof of foul play than there is any proof that she fled because of testifying against us, or even, God forbid, maybe you're accusing us of doing something to her so that she wouldn't testify. It was a really stupid theory from the police. And it almost seemed like, we just got ourselves an easy explanation. It's done. We don't have to investigate anymore. Newsflash, Katie's still missing. There's been no confirmed sightings of her ever since. No activity with her bank, no activity with her social security number. I don't know if they're able to track passport movements, especially back in 1993. I don't know. So I don't know if they're able to verify whether or not she used it. I don't think they found any plane ticket purchases with her name. Something else had to have happened, and it had to be foul play. Who was the man she got off of this elevator with at that building, and why did she skip the meeting? Why did she look worried to people when making phone calls in the lobby? In 2004, this woman here, Brooke Wilberger, a teenage college student, disappeared and was later confirmed to have been murdered. Her killer, Joel Courtney, just so happened to be living in Portland, Oregon, the exact time that Katie disappeared. And for quite some time after this revelation, they began to look at him as a possible suspect, and they have not been able to totally clear him of involvement. So he could have been Katie's abductor and killer, or he may not have been. I really feel like they focused so heavily on this tax evasion thing that they didn't thoroughly investigate all the other angles of this. Katie's parents have since both passed away, never knowing what happened to their daughter. As of me filming this video, Katie's whereabouts are still unknown. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Katie Eggleston. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the case of Katie Eggleston, you are asked to please contact 503-823-0446. This guy might be a child abductor from Germany. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Catrice Lee. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case actually takes us to Germany. I don't know if I've ever covered a case from Germany before. Catrice Lee was born on November 28th, 1979, and she was born in West Germany. Pictured here are her parents. Her father was actually a sergeant major in the British Army. And at the time of this case, he is stationed in Schloss Neuhaus. Catrice had an older sister. Her name was Natasha, and it looked like Natasha loved her little sister very, very much. I don't really have much information about Catrice because she was only on this earth for 2 very short years. As a matter of fact, she vanished on her 2nd birthday, which takes us to November 28th, 1981. This is the NAAFI, or the Navy, Army, and Air Force Institutes. This is like a shopping center there. On that particular morning, Catrice's mom needed to do some shopping, so she took Catrice along with her. Natasha would end up staying home. Natasha was home with her Uncle Cliff, and their Aunt Wendy was also in town and Wendy went to the store with Catrice and her mom. This is a photo from the actual store. This is Catrice's mom at the checkout lane where all of this happened. So they had gotten into the checkout line, and her mom realized, I forgot something, and so she quickly went to go pick up a bag of chips. When that happened, according to Wendy, Catrice, it appeared that Catrice wanted to go follow her mom. But then when the mom came back, Catrice wasn't with her. No one has seen Catrice ever since that moment. She vanished. They would search the store. They searched everything surrounding the store. They found no sign of her. Nothing. So Catrice is reported missing, but her case is handled very poorly from the onset. The police said, she just fell into the river. There was, I guess, a river nearby, and she drowned. But they didn't have proof of that. They just said that's what they think happened. They end up searching that river. They find no sign of her. Her parents told them, there's just no way she would even do that because she doesn't even go near water at all. But they do conduct searches of the waters. They have a whole bunch of people searching by foot. A relatively extensive search that yields no results. As a matter of fact, it seems like they started to just give up searching for her within a day. Another complaint the parents very rightfully had was that the military police who were in charge of investigating this, they did not interview anyone from the store who worked there for 6 weeks. It actually wouldn't even be until 20 years later where the police interview other employees who were working at the store. They didn't even interview everyone who was there that day when they initially did it 6 weeks after the disappearance. It took 2 full days for them to even notify any of the border control points that this little girl was missing. It took them almost 2 full days to bring in dogs to pick up her scent. Their investigation stalls quickly, and they don't do anything until the year 2000. They conduct another brief investigation. They even arrest someone, but release that person almost immediately, and the case is once again cold. By 2012, the police then admit publicly, we made a lot of mistakes. Yeah, no shit. Then it wouldn't be until 2017 when they actually finally released a composite drawing of a man. This is actually one of those photo fits where you piece together, different parts of a person's face. This came from an eyewitness account of someone who saw a man at the store that day who looked to be holding a child and walking away. They don't know if that was maybe just this man's child or if it was Catrice. This may have been her abductor, or it just may have been a dad who was with his kid. By 2018, they start to excavate and search other properties nearby. They once again go into the river and they search it forensically and thoroughly. They find nothing. Around this point, they also make another arrest. They arrest a person, but within a day or so, they release that person without any charges. Catrice's father, pictured here more recently, I think there was a point where he and his wife believed that Catrice was likely abducted and just became a part of somebody else's family. They don't have definitive proof of that. That's just sort of like a belief. It does sound like now they do lean more towards that she was kidnapped by someone. Someone did this in the middle of the afternoon in a busy grocery store and just took her. I think they have hope that she was taken and put into a family that raised her. But there's always kind of that, that grim thought you have to have in the back of your mind is that she may have been abducted by a monster and God knows what was done to her before she was killed and then disposed of. The fact of the matter is if they started to investigate this properly from the moment she was reported missing, they might have different results here. But, as they say, hindsight is 20/20. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to little Catrice Lee on her 2nd birthday. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to contact the local authorities there in Germany. If you know something, if you saw something, it is time to come forward and say something. I respectfully very much disagree with this sentiment. I have always been very straightforward with this on my page with regards to anybody who commits a murder or orchestrates a murder. If you are old enough to know exactly what you are doing, to know that murder is the taking of another human being's life permanently, if you are capable, no matter what age, of knowing right and wrong, knowing the difference, and still deciding to brutally murder a person. Not even just, in this case, her father, her adopted father, just anyone in general. You have made the same choice that every adult murderer, serial killer, rapist, all of them, you have now made the exact same decision all of them made. Like, what are we talking? This is murder. This is murder. Murder. In this case, this man was beaten over the head with a hammer, and then he was suffocated by having someone press a crowbar over his throat until he died. He died a horribly painful and slow death. And this child orchestrated the entire thing. She had the adult enough mind to basically coerce people to murder her adopted father for her, while she sat and watched them do it. That's not the mind of some sweet little innocent child, wearing her little sundress outside picking flowers, not out there playing with Barbie dolls or whatever. This is now a human being who is fully capable of knowing right from wrong, who made the deliberate choice to do wrong. And one of the worst wrongs you could possibly do as a human. It cut off up here, but in this comment you also said, and the victim is dead. He won't feel avenged. What? What does that mean? And the victim is dead. Oh, well. That victim was a human being who still had life left to live, who adopted this girl to give her a life. He took care of her, fed her, got her the things she needed. Also, newsflash, he had other family. He had other children. He had other loved ones. He had friends. He had colleagues. The justice isn't just for the victim. The justice is for everybody that was affected by this man's brutal murder. Like, what does this even mean? Like, if you're a murder victim, like, what do you care? You're not going to know the difference. Who cares? Let the killer get away with it. And I'm not saying that a child murderer should be sentenced to life in prison without parole. I'm not saying they should be executed. I don't think I ever said that anywhere. Yes, there is a chance because their mind is so young, you can mold them, you can treat them, and you can rehabilitate them. But to sit here and say that a child still shouldn't go to prison for murdering or orchestrating a murder is an insane take. At the very least, they should get the minimum sentence for committing a murder. Something, with the possibility of parole. Because what this mindset tells people, and I've said this a million times before on this page, if you have a child who commits a murder knowingly and completely is aware of what they are doing or orchestrates a murder, fully aware, and you just give them a little slap on the wrist and hey, don't do that again, you are now sending a message to every child in this country, hey, go ahead and kill someone. It's fine. Just go ahead and murder someone. You want to bludgeon someone over the head with a hammer? You want to suffocate them with a fucking crowbar over their throat? I've covered cases where children have tortured and murdered other children. That's okay. That's fine. You made a mistake. It's okay. It's not your fault. Maybe it isn't their fault. Maybe they were raised wrong. But a child can't just murder someone or orchestrate a murder, plan a murder, whatever the case may be, or torture a person, and then you say, it's okay. It's okay. We'll give you a pass. Because you're now telling children, go ahead and commit murder. You won't get in trouble for it. It's fine. And there have been cases where children have committed murders. They got a very brief sentence in prison. They were released, and then they went on to commit more horrible crimes. Because sometimes, like with every human being, if you're capable of murdering someone as a child, that can still be brewing in you, and you can get released from prison and then do it all over again. Oh, but now you're an adult, so now we can really punish you. I don't agree with executing children or sentencing them to death for their murders. I don't agree with that. I don't even necessarily agree with putting children away for life without parole. But they have got to be punished, severely punished, for knowingly, willingly committing a murder. You don't just wave your finger and say, hey, that's bad. Don't do that. And then, all right, go on, do your life. They took a life. They took a life not just from the person they killed, but from every person that's in that individual's life. His other children, his other family members. What about them? You don't think they deserve justice? It's just an insane take. This guy's a real piece of work. Jesus. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kim Groves. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to New Orleans, Louisiana. At the time this case occurred in 1994, Kim Groves was a single mother of 3. These are her 3 kids pictured here, years ago. Jasmine Groves, her daughter, would say that her mom was a mother to everybody. At every child in that neighborhood, she was their mom. And Kim kind of has become a legend. Kim was the type of person who said, hey, there will be no corruption here. There will be none of that shit here. And I'm going to take a stand. If you do something to a neighbor kid down the street, that means you've done something to my kid. Kim was a force to be reckoned with for all the right reasons. And it was the fact that she just was not going to put up with any kind of corruption or police brutality that sadly led to her death. This is New Orleans Police Department officer Len Davis, and he was about as corrupt as you could possibly get. He worked alongside drug dealers, and he operated cocaine rings. He took the law into his own hands, and he just basically did what he wanted to do. Was an officer who had been shot in New Orleans, and they believe they had a suspect who did that. That suspect was named Dwayne LeBlanc. On October 13th, 1994, Len Davis and another officer, Sammy Williams, they located someone they thought was Dwayne LeBlanc. They would later find out it was not Dwayne, but it was a 17-year-old kid named Nathan that they mistook for him, and then they began to beat him on the streets. They did this in Kim Groves' neighborhood. Kim Groves says, no, that's not happening here. So she immediately filed a complaint to the New Orleans Police Department with regards to this. Len Davis found out about it. This is the home Kim Groves lived in with her 3 kids at the time. On October 14th, 1994, less than 24 hours after Kim filed that complaint, this is her daughter many years later standing in the exact spot. Her mother, Kim Groves, was gunned down. Shot and killed by this man here, Paul Cool Hardy. Another man named Steve Jackson drove the getaway vehicle and drove away from the scene. And another individual, a 4th person involved in this, would end up disposing of the murder weapon. Well, they quickly linked the fact that Len Davis had a complaint against him by this murder victim. But what it doesn't sound like Len Davis was aware of is that he was already being investigated by the FBI for various other forms of corruption, falsely testifying against suspects. They had wiretapped his phone. Actually caught Len Davis and other people on the phone literally laughing, celebrating, and having a great old time that Kim Groves was murdered. Because it was Len Davis who ordered the execution of Kim Groves because she had the nerve to file a complaint against him for police brutality, for beating up someone who wasn't even the suspect. And this led to an even bigger investigation into the New Orleans Police Department at the time, just being full of corrupt cops, improper conduct, and that Len Davis and this drug dealer named Paul Hardy were in cahoots a lot. And through all of these wiretaps, they're able to identify the fact that it was Paul Hardy who was the one who actually fired the shots that killed Kim. Paul Hardy is arrested. Len Davis is also arrested. They are all charged in connection to the murder for hire, essentially, plot. Paul Hardy would go on to be convicted of the crime, and he was initially sentenced to death. However, that was later overturned when the judge deemed that he was intellectually disabled, and so his conviction was then moved to life in prison without parole. In the middle of all of this, Len Davis is also on trial for a cocaine protection case, in which he too was found guilty of that. Then he is found guilty of the murder conspiring to kill Kim Groves, and he is sentenced to death. Through their investigation into Len Davis, they uncovered all sorts of just horrible shit. October of 2022, these 3 men here, Burnell Jaluk Jr., Leroy Nelson, and Kunta Gable, it sounds like they were released from prison because they were wrongfully convicted of a crime in 1994 based off of false testimony and false evidence given by Len Davis. They were just a couple of the people that were eventually released or sentences were commuted because of all the false testimony that Len Davis gave against them. In December of 2024, Len Davis's death sentence was then commuted to life in prison without parole. This is because President Biden at the time commuted federal death sentence cases, in which it sounds like Kim Grove's family was kind of okay with it because they rather he be in prison every day, having to wake up knowing what he did and knowing that he'll never be able to get out. In some cases, that's a significantly worse sentence. Kim Grove's family would sue the city of New Orleans in 2018, and they won a sum of $1.5 million. Kim Groves died because she was protecting her neighborhood, because she didn't put up with police brutality. And a cowardice piece of shit cop just didn't like that, so he ordered her killed. Now he will never breathe free air again, and so Kim Groves and her children got the justice they rightfully deserved. If you have children, I would not recommend watching this video. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kristen Salem. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. Kristen Courtney Salem was born on July 7th, 1997, and she lived her very, very brief life in Mesa, Arizona. This was her mother, Amber. This was her father, Sean Grell. And unfortunately, there's not much information about Kristen's life because she only got 2 years on this planet. Amber, Sean, and Kristen lived together in Mesa, Arizona with Amber's parents. On November 29th, 1999, apparently Sean Grell was fired from his job, which Amber's parents did not like that. They were debating whether or not to kick him out of the house because he couldn't hold down a job. This would lead to him going on a drinking binge. On the morning of December 2nd, 1999, he ends up picking Kristen up from her daycare. He then claims he drove around with Kristen in his car where he went to a convenience store. He got some beer and he was drinking that beer while driving around with Kristen in the car. He then goes to a department store where he purchases an empty container for gasoline. He then goes to another location where he buys gas to put into that gas can. According to Sean Grell, as they were driving around, Kristen was just getting upset. She wanted to be with her mommy. She was kind of just having a little bit of a tantrum. And so what he says next is, quote, "I just got tired of it and I slapped her in the mouth. After she stopped crying a few minutes later, she said, 'Sorry, Daddy.' And then she started being good. And then she just went nuts again because she wanted to go see her mom again," end quote. But then he says Kristen began acting up again. So he drove from Mesa out to a secluded location in Apache Junction, Arizona. And again, I just want to warn you, if you're still here and you have kids, I would not recommend listening to the rest of this. He takes her to this ditch while she's asleep in the car, and he dumps the gasoline on his 2-year-old daughter. She wakes up when he does that. And he said, quote, "Kristen, don't worry, mommy's here. Let's just lay down." So I laid her in the dirt next to the car. He then lit a match and he threw it on his 2-year-old daughter who had gasoline dumped all over her. He said that Kristen then screamed, "No, Daddy, no." And while she was on fire, she stood up and she walked and crawled about 10 feet while she screamed. And then she collapsed to the ground and stopped moving. He said that he saw that the fire was so hot that the barrette that was in her hair, plastic, melted. And he can see the plastic melting and dripping down her head. He then got into his car, drove around some more, purchased some more alcohol, in which he went back just to see if the fire was gone. It was still kind of smoldering. He drove around some more, he came back, and the fire was finally done. And apparently nobody had found her yet. He's pulled over by police for driving drunk, and he says, "I'll just walk home." They let him go. He then waits for the cop to leave. He sneaks back to his car, gets into it, drives around some more, intoxicated, and another cop pulls him over. This time they arrest him. He is then released a short time later. About 2 days go by, and he makes a phone call to the police and says, "I killed my little girl." And he told them where they could find her. And they found her. They found her body there. They found her, they found some partially burned candy, a melted hair clip, and various articles of partially burned clothing. And parts or pieces of a burned red plastic container. They also found tire tracks they would later match to Sean's vehicle, and they found shoe impressions that matched his shoes and Kristen's little tiny shoes. Kristen had suffered 3rd and 4th degree burns over 98% of her body. She had severe thermal injuries that led to her death, and she also primarily died of smoke inhalation. So obviously, Sean, who has now confessed to it and gave them all the details that I've told you here, he's obviously arrested and charged with capital murder. He is then found guilty of her murder, and he is sentenced to death. But in 2013, the Arizona Supreme Court overturned his death sentence because of his medical mental conditions, and they switched it to life in prison without parole. In May of 2025, Sean Grell was found dead in his cell. I'm not sure exactly how he died, but he died in a Tucson, Arizona prison. And now, hopefully, this man is feeling the extreme pain of burning permanently down in hell. Her fiance allegedly said, "You're never going to find her because she's dead." Okay. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christina Ann Perkins. Viewer discretion is advised. Christina Ann Perkins was born on November 29th, 1953. I believe she was one of 3 total siblings in the family. Other than that, though, I don't really know much else about her. I do know at the time of this case, she was a dental assistant and she was engaged to a Phoenix Police Department recruit. This case happening in Phoenix, Arizona, was September 10th, 1975 at approximately 10:30 p.m. I don't know the exact apartment complex. It just says it's in the 1900 block of West Astor Drive, which is these apartments here, which is actually kind of wild because I live in Arizona, and it's always crazy when you hear cases from your area. It's like I've driven past these apartments all the time. I used to live in this area directly. At any rate, her fiance had said that on that night they went out to dinner. He then brings her back to her apartment, where he then watches her walk inside, turn on the porch light, which I guess was their sign to show that she got inside okay. And then that was it. Nobody saw her ever again. She just disappeared. What's also kind of wild about this is that you have a full-grown adult human being who just vanished, right? She was 21 years old at the time, and yet there is almost nothing published about her case. I could not find a single news article from 1975, 76, 77, and so on. There wasn't anything published in any newspaper about her case until 1992. And that was an article about 6 total women who had gone missing over a period of time in the area. And I've actually covered some of these cases as well. The only other thing I know is that Christina's sister, I guess, talked to Christina's fiance, who again was a recruit for the Phoenix Police Department. I don't know if he ever went on to become a cop or not, or like how long his career was, but he had told her, the sister, that he and Christina got into a fight that night and that you're never going to find her because she's dead. Does that mean he killed her? Was that him saying, "I murdered her"? I don't know for sure. I do know that she went to the police with this, and police allegedly looked into this, but have never been able to prove he did anything to Christina. And that's primarily because they don't know where Christina is. They've never found her body. There was no sign of foul play at her apartment. No blood, no forced entry, nothing. Everything looked normal. The only thing they know is that Christina was seen entering her apartment, and that's it. You don't just poof into thin air, as we say. That's not possible. Something happened to her. But what? Well, the fiance no longer decided to talk. And from that point moving on, it's been a mystery. And that's just completely unfair to Christina and her family, because if she is dead, which is the belief, they believe that she was killed, they deserve to be able to bring her home and lay her to rest. And if her killer is still out there, then he or she needs to be brought to justice. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Christina Ann Perkins, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about her whereabouts or what happened to her, you can contact anonymously the number 480-948-6377. You can also call the Phoenix Police Department directly at 602-262-6151. Decades have passed and this triple homicide still remains unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Lafayette Gardens murders. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case takes us to Jersey City, New Jersey, specifically to 312 Woodward Street. This is what 312 Woodward Street looks like now. This is not what it looked like back then. I believe this entire building was completely demolished and then they rebuilt with, newer structures. But that is where 28-year-old Barbara Waterman lived with her family, which included her 4-year-old daughter, Bianca Wilson. Pictured here is 13-year-old Felicia Council. Felicia was the young sister of Barbara's current boyfriend. Barbara Wilson Waterman was described as a very hardworking young mother. She worked for the Essex County Division of Youth and Family Services. And Barbara was described as someone who wasn't just a relative to you. She was your friend, no matter what. She was your friend. Her 4-year-old daughter, Bianca, loved Barney. They would watch Barney every day. I was reading in a newspaper article that Bianca one time asked her mom if you could write a letter to Barney asking why there are no kids on the show who look like me, meaning black children. And sadly, she would never get to see any child on Barney look like her because she died at the age of 4. It was February 7th, 1994. Barbara's boyfriend, Robert Council, went to work that day. He then came home later that afternoon, sometime around 5 p.m. When he did, he found the worst thing a human could possibly find. 3 deceased bodies, brutally killed. His girlfriend, Barbara, Barbara's daughter, Bianca, and his own little sister, Felicia, all shot to death. The 4-year-old little girl was found dead, stuffed partially into the toilet. There were no signs of forced entry, so either this person was let in by Barbara or this person had a key. It sounds like they were able to confirm that Robert was at work the entire day and they were able to clear him. This was, at the time, a very highly publicized case because it was just so brutal. And it was also just so mysterious because you have a woman and 2 children shot to death, and they were shot at close range. This was execution style. It doesn't sound like anything was stolen from the apartment. These were, at the time, a public housing situation. But years would go by, and they still got nothing, no answers. They apparently got a couple of tips and leads, but really not very much. But every time they got one, they investigated it, and it never panned out. I know they even at one point offered about a $25,000 reward, and even with that, they only got 2 or 3 additional calls, which again led to nothing. You have a mother who was loved by everybody, who was always there for the kids, and you also have 2 children who barely got to experience life. A monster came into their apartment, gunned them down for reasons unknown. That's about as brutal and as heartless as a human being could possibly get. This happened in 1994. It was a few decades ago. Their killer, if they were in their, teens or 20s or even 30s, are definitely could still very much be alive out there. And these 3 victims have yet to get justice, and they deserve their justice. They deserve their day in court if their killer or killers is still alive. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who did this and why, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the Lafayette Gardens murders from 1994 in New Jersey, you were asked to please call the homicide unit there at 201-915-1345. A teenage girl vanished from the 3rd floor of this building. She has never been seen since. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Laureen Ron. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Manchester, New Hampshire. Laureen Ron was born on April 3rd, 1966. I believe she was born in New Hampshire, but when she was very young, her and her mom Judith would end up moving to Florida, in which they stayed there for several years. Then they end up coming back to Manchester, which apparently Laureen didn't really like because She liked the climate of Florida way more than like New Hampshire, like the weather and whatnot. She was a popular kid in school. She was always a well-liked kid. I guess in her home life, she at times was considered kind of troubled at times. She just got mixed up with like the wrong kids and ends up slipping into things like drugs and alcohol. Her and her mom lived on the 3rd floor of this apartment building in Manchester. On April 26, 1980, Lorraine's mom, Judith, would leave the apartment to, I guess, travel to watch the mom's boyfriend play tennis. Something Lorraine would actually usually go along with, but on this particular occasion, she didn't want to, and so she stayed behind. Lorraine would end up inviting over 2 friends, one female friend and one male friend, I guess, sort of boyfriend. The trio would sit in the living room and they drank beer and they drank wine. At around 12:30, Lorraine and this unnamed boy were sitting in the living room when the boyfriend heard what he thought was a couple of people talking in the hallway of the 3rd floor. He kind of got spooked because he thought this might have been Lorraine's mom and boyfriend. So he ends up, I guess, sneaking out of a back exit of the building. But it wasn't Judith. She hadn't come home yet. As a matter of fact, she doesn't come home until about 1:15 that morning. When Judith and her boyfriend enter the apartment, when they get to the 3rd floor, they notice that there are 3 individual light bulbs that have been purposefully unscrewed, so the hallway was dark. The front door of her apartment was unlocked, which was strange because it was always locked. Lorraine, even when she was in the apartment, would lock it. They also noticed that when they entered the apartment, the back door, which I guess led out to a back exit, was still partially opened. When she looks into Lorraine's bedroom, she sees someone sleeping in the bed, and so she doesn't really think anything of it. But once they realize the back door is open and the light bulbs are turned or twisted out, she's kind of concerned, and so she wants to go to Lorraine's bedroom to ask, hey, what's going on? Have you heard anything? But what she soon learns is that it's not Lorraine in the bed. It's Lorraine's female friend that was there that night. The friend who was then woken up said, oh yeah, Lorraine let me sleep in her room, and she went out to the living room to sleep on the couch. Well, she wasn't there. Lorraine was not on the couch. She was nowhere in the apartment. Lorraine has never been confirmed seen by anyone ever again. When the friend is talked to, she says, I can't really remember anything that happened this night because apparently she said she was super, super drunk. Although she did remember Lorraine allowing her to sleep in her bed and remembered Lorraine saying she was going to go sleep on the couch. Nothing of Lorraine's was missing, like her purse, her wallet, her money, her clothing, her shoes. Everything she owned was in that apartment still. There were no witnesses who saw her leave the apartment or get forcibly removed from the apartment. No one heard any screaming or struggles or anything. She was just there in the apartment on the 3rd floor, and then she was gone. So the police in Manchester, New Hampshire are involved, and they begin a very thorough search for the teenage girl, which they, of course, initially rule her as a runaway. But after several weeks, they begin to realize this may not be a runaway. This may be foul play. No kidding. I believe they talked to this boy who was at the apartment, but they don't get anywhere with it in terms of, they don't find anything new. When he tells the story about how they heard voices and he snuck out thinking it was Judith, they talked to other people in the apartment building, and they actually confirmed that they also heard voices at that exact same time in the hallway. But he says he closed the back door when he left, and also he observed Lorraine lock the front door. But now the front door was unlocked when the mom got home and the back door was partially opened. There's no sign of a struggle in the apartment, no blood, nothing like that, no forced entry. So where the hell is Lorraine? There would also be disappearances of other girls and young women in that same area, which at first they're like, maybe they're related. But the police have never actually stated that they have any proof that the disappearance of these other women and girls has anything to do with Lorraine's case. In October of 1980, Judith, Lorraine's mom, she looks at her phone bill and realizes she has been charged for 3 calls that came from California. came from motels in California. Judith and Lorraine, they don't know anyone in California. They've never been there. Well, they learned that one of these calls, these numbers, is linked to a physician in California who runs a hotline for teens seeking advice or assistance with sex, like sex questions. They investigate this man, but they don't have any definitive link to connect him to Lorraine. Some of these motels that these numbers came from also were linked to potential pornography filming, but then there's no established link between Lorraine or Judith to any of these people. No previous phone calls from those numbers to this apartment. Lorraine, to her friends and everyone else, never mentioned anything to do with any of this stuff. It just seems very random and weird. Over the years, Judith gets calls from someone, and when she answers it at 3:45 in the morning, which is when these calls always come in, it's just no one. But she can kind of hear that someone is there, but they're not saying anything. She thinks maybe it's Lorraine, or maybe it's someone being just awful and pranking her. There have been unconfirmed sightings of Lorraine in the couple of years after her disappearance, but again, none of them were ever corroborated. No official sightings of her has ever been seen. No one has any idea what happened to Lorraine that night. She gave no indication she was planning to run away. She gave no indication she was involved with any kind of pornography, filmmaking, or had ever talked about talking to these sex hotlines. It's all very, very strange. To this day, nobody knows what happened to Lorraine, but somebody somewhere out there has to know, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the disappearance of Lorraine Ron, you are asked to please call 603-668-8711. 23 years after a woman was murdered, they finally make an arrest. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Linda Fields. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Racine, Wisconsin. At the time this case occurred, Linda Fields was the mother to 3 kids. She had 2 sons and a daughter. Her sons' names were Jason and Carl, and her daughter's name was Linnea. Linda was described as someone who was just a good person through and through. She was a natural-born caretaker. She was a wonderful mother. She never bothered anyone. And some of her family would also say that at times Linda may have been a little too trusting with people. Too trusting, maybe, with strangers. It was February 24th, 2000. It was a cold, snowy morning in a neighborhood in Racine. Here along this street on this side, underneath a pine tree, a guy who was just walking his dog found a woman deceased under this tree. The police obviously were notified, and the coroner would determine that this victim had died from strangulation. This was a homicide. The victim was pretty quickly identified as 37-year-old mother Linda Fields. And this obviously devastated her family because they don't know who on earth would want to hurt her. She was a relatively quiet person, kept to herself, stayed with the kids, that kind of thing. This could have only have been a stranger on stranger crime. So police would canvass the neighborhood. They asked for anyone to come forward with whatever they may have seen or heard, but it doesn't sound like there really was anything from that. They interviewed everyone in her life. They were able to determine people in her life, especially men, eventually were able to clear these guys out. They did also have DNA from the crime scene, but back in 1999, they were not able to directly link it to anyone. We were advanced enough that you could put it into a database and you can match to someone, but you needed someone's DNA in that database to match it. And that just wasn't the case. But then, fast forward about 23 years or so, now we have genetic genealogy, the thing that is solving so many cases. It's this wonderful, new technology that is helping even old cases get solved. Because now you can submit this DNA and put it into all of these genetic genealogy type websites, Ancestry.com, that kind of thing. And if any of the perpetrator's family has ever submitted their DNA for those, you can get a hit. And that is what happened this time. It led them to the family of this man here. Lucas Asensio Alonso. In 2023, when this breakthrough happened, he was 66 years old. So they linked the DNA to his family. They were then able to secure a DNA sample directly from him, and it was a match. And when they apprehend him, it sounds like he basically admits that he was with her the night she would have been killed. He said that they went out to a bar, they had a few drinks, and he said they left the bar and that he and Linda agreed to have sex. No one can corroborate if she actually agreed to it. This is just what he is saying. He says that Linda Fields told him, choke me until I'm almost not breathing because, I get off on that kind of thing. And he says he did that, and then he did it too much, and that Linda struggled and tried to kick and scream at him, and then he got really mad, and so he choked her more until she fell unconscious. Then he just walked away from her, and he said she was alive when he left her. This man admits to strangling this woman to the point where she was no longer alert or awake, and says, well, I didn't kill her. I didn't strangle her, even though I did. He was trying to diminish his responsibility of what happened. And no one can say that Linda had even agreed to have sex with this man. And they never will know that because he killed her. He ends up pleading not guilty, saying that it wasn't him who killed her. I initially had a hard time finding his inmate information because the news articles don't mention part of his last name is Asensio. So it took me some time, but I did find it, and it does say he has an over $1 million bail, but there's also no court date. He was arrested in 2023. It's 2026 when I'm filming this, and there is still no court date, but he has been charged with first-degree murder. I have to imagine that a court date should be coming up soon, unless it's somewhere else that I just can't find, but hopefully, one day very soon, Linda and her now fully grown adult children who miss her dearly, who had to basically grow up without her, hopefully one day very, very soon, they will get their day in court and they will get justice for their mom. A bystander would not let her into his home, and so the killer came back and murdered her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Linda Goldstone. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Chicago, Illinois, just outside of this hospital here. This is the Northwestern Memorial Hospital in Chicago. Linda Goldstone was born on July 17th, 1948, and she worked at that hospital. She actually worked there as a natural childbirth instructor, and she was happily married to a doctor. At the time this case occurred, Linda was 29 years old. On March 30th, 1978, Linda was working her shift at the hospital. Then her shift was over. She would have then walked to her car in the parking lot area, but she never got home. Linda would soon be reported missing by her husband. And on April 1st, 1978, Linda was found, but unfortunately, she had been killed. Linda was found in the trunk of a car. She had been shot in her head and once in her chest. Police would end up arresting this man here, Hernando Williams, because of a license plate that it linked back to him, basically. And an insane story would be told. Hernando Williams labeled himself a monster, and he confessed to everything that he did. He didn't know Linda. She didn't know him. She was a, wrong place, wrong time victim. What happens is he was walking past the parking structure where he saw Linda, and he then just abducted her. And he did so by using a gun and forcing her into the trunk of his vehicle. Hernando Williams, and this is insane, he was actually out on bail. For what kind of crime? For kidnapping and rape. He kidnapped and raped a woman in 1977. He got arrested for it. He was going to trial. He's out on bail. And while he's out on bail, he kidnaps, rapes, and murders a woman. He held her captive for almost 36 hours, where he would take her to a motel and he would rape her. Hernando Williams would go do chores. He would go to visit his father. He would go to the store, all the while leaving her in the trunk of his car. Now she is completely tied up and she has a gag over her mouth, but she's still alive. On March 31st, 1978, Hernando Williams then goes to court for everything to do with the previous rape and kidnapping charges. While he goes to court, He drives his car to the courthouse with Linda Goldstone still in that trunk and still alive. During a recess of this, he leaves, goes out to the trunk, opens it, talks to Linda, closes it again, goes back into court. Now, at this point, there are people who are starting to hear the muffled sounds of like screaming or struggling coming from a car in this parking lot area. But that just so happens to coincide when he is done with court. He walks out to the car, sees there's kind of a crowd forming. He quickly gets into the car and he speeds away. That was Linda, calling and screaming for help. The police were notified, but they weren't able to track him down. They got a description of the car, they got the license plate, and they were just out there looking for this car now. And they also pretty much knew it was Hernando Williams' car. But they had no idea that it was Linda Goldstone in the trunk. On the morning of April 1st, 1978, Linda Goldstone calls her husband because Hernando Williams, with a gun to her head, told her, call him, tell him you're fine, and tell him you'll be home later. And so she does. Later that same day, he actually lets her go. He tells her, I will let you go, but you cannot, under any circumstances, go for help, and you cannot tell the police what happened. She, nods her head and agrees. He lets her go. He unties her. She goes. Fearing for her safety, she knocks on someone's door because she needs help immediately. She actually knocks on the door to a firefighter's house. To be fair, she does not say she is a kidnap victim. She does not mention that she's been raped or anything like that. According to this man, she did not even appear to be in any kind of distress. She was fully clothed. There was no bindings on her. He doesn't let her into the house. He says, I'll go back inside and I will call 911. By the time he gets out, she's gone. That's because Mr. Williams circled back and found her trying to get help. Had she just been invited into that man's house, she would be alive. But Hernando Williams saw her, kidnapped her a second time, took her to a vacant building where he then put a bullet into her head and into her chest, threw her body into the trunk where she would later be found once police finally found the car. He's then arrested, he fully confesses to what he did, and he ends up pleading guilty. And despite him pleading guilty, they never told him we're going to take the death penalty off the table. And he still pled guilty anyway. And the jury says, nah, we're sentencing him to death. On March 22nd, 1995, after losing all of his appeals, he is executed. He made no final statements. His final meal consisted of shrimp, french fries, strawberry cheesecake, and soda. The firefighter who opened the door would later state how much regret he had. That had she said that she had been kidnapped, he would have invited her in. I guess my question, though, is if she was saying something to you to make you say, I'll go call 911 for you, why, as a firefighter, are you not saying, just come into the house? I just can't help but think that Linda Goldstone might still be alive today if she was invited inside. This guy might have gotten away with murdering 5 family members. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Linda Wheeler and the Mosley children. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Aleisea, Oklahoma, and it is 1985. Unfortunately, I don't really have any information about any of the victims. The last time that anyone ever saw Linda Wheeler and her 4 children was actually in around July of 1985, when she was supposedly going to go camping. They were never heard from or seen ever again. That is until December of 1985, when a camper or a hunter was out in the wooded areas outside of Aleisea, Oklahoma, when he stumbled across 4 skeletal remains. They were found partially buried, I guess, at a campsite. And all of them were homicide victims. They had all been killed by someone. It would take a little while longer, though, because their bodies were pretty much skeletonized completely to identify them. Once they linked up the fact that you have this missing woman and her children, now you have 4 bodies. So they did, using dental records, they confirmed, were that of 35-year-old Linda Wheeler, And unfortunately, I don't have any photos of the other children at the ages they were when they died. But there was also 13-year-old Angela Mosley, 11-year-old Edward Mosley, and 9-year-old Michael Mosley. So she had these children with, I guess, a former boyfriend or husband. But she also had another child, a fourth child. And that child's name was Terry Lamb. Terry Lamb was also amongst the group that had gone missing, who was last seen in July. Well, now 4 of the bodies are found. At that campsite, they find 5 pairs of sneakers, but only 4 bodies. So they have to expand their search, and they begin searching, and eventually they find a 5th body. And they would later confirm that this was the body of Terry Lamb. Terry was 14 years old. There were 2 initial suspects, from what I can tell, that came up immediately. The first suspect was actually the boyfriend/business partner of Linda Wheeler, a man named Dwight King, who I guess went by the nickname Bear. Well, Linda had gone to the authorities to report him because he had beat her, and so she was going to be pressing charges against him. He was then arrested, and then he was bonded out of jail. And according to many witnesses, he was enraged. He was completely out of his mind, stating that, I want to kill her. However, they had no evidence to place him at the scene of the crime. They had no physical evidence to place him anywhere near this murder. The other suspect was Terry Lamb's father, a man named Herman Edward Lamb, who would go by Eddie. He was briefly married to Linda Wheeler. It was a very short-lived marriage. The thing with him is that there were witnesses who actually placed Eddie Lamb at the crime scene. He was seen at the campsite where the bodies were later found. Now, they had no physical evidence connecting him to the murders. There was really no physical evidence that would have connected to anyone, just because of the state of the bodies and the fact that they were found outdoors. Wildlife, weather, that kind of thing is going to destroy any and all evidence. Well, he told police that he actually picked up Linda and all of the kids to hide them because of the fact that Bear wanted to hurt her after she accused him of beating her. Which, by the way, was true. He did beat her. But he says, I hid them. And then when I left, and then when I came back, they were gone. And then apparently he just did nothing about that. But eventually, he flees. He runs. He goes on the run once he is labeled officially a suspect, which doesn't bode well, doesn't really look good for you. So the FBI, local police, a whole bunch of organizations to begin the search for him, and they eventually do find him, and they arrest him, and then they charge him with the murder of all 5 of the victims, one of them being his own son. Eddie Lamb goes on trial. The only evidence they really have is that witnesses placed him near the campsite where the bodies were found, which by his own admission, he said he was there. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing that put him directly involved with the murders. And so the jury found him not guilty. He was acquitted. That was not the end, though, for Eddie Lamb. And the reason why I think now he's considered the suspect in this is because of what he did. In 1977, this young woman here, Denise Stallhut, who was a University of Illinois student, was found raped and murdered. This happened to be around the same time where Eddie Lamb was, I guess, living in that area, and witnesses placed him with her or near her right before she died. They did have male bodily fluid found with her remains, which in 1977 directly they couldn't do anything with, but they kept it. And in 2003, they retested DNA, and they conclude that the DNA found with her body was, in fact, the matched Eddie Lamb. He was convicted and sentenced to 100 years in prison. Now, she was murdered in 1977, but then there was another victim in 1987. An exotic dancer, 34-year-old Bonnie Sue Loker in Florida, went missing and then was later found raped and murdered. She, too, had been seen last in the company of Eddie. And so he was arrested, and he was charged with her murder as well. And he ends up pleading no contest and was sentenced to 22 years in prison for that. So he was in prison in 1987, 1988 or so. And then the 2003 charges came about for the 1977 murder, which he was then rearrested, convicted, and life in prison. Eddie Lamb will end up dying in prison in 2020. By the time he was arrested and went on trial and was acquitted of the murder of the 5 family members, they hadn't yet known that he was the suspect in the 1977 murder of the college student, and he wouldn't have gone on to kill the other victim until about a year or so after he was released. So you do have to kind of wonder, like, if he had been a suspect in 1977, like an actual suspect then, that might have been introduced into the trial and people might have thought differently about acquitting him. Because clearly, now we know with hindsight, he is very much capable of murder. But regardless, even if he was still alive, he could never go on trial for those 5 murders ever. Double jeopardy, unfortunately. I think the belief now is that he was actually the one responsible for their deaths. What his motive was, though, unknown. But also this Bear fella, right, who was clearly very angry and had beaten Linda before, another viable suspect. I don't believe he's alive anymore either. So your only 2 suspects, one's acquitted, one can't go to trial. Unfortunately, these 5 victims will likely never get justice. A young woman goes missing, and then 2 weeks later, she is found less than half a mile from her home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lucy P. Carmen. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case is going to take us to East Hartford, Connecticut, and it's 1987. 21-year-old Lucy Carmen was known for her bubbly and very cheerful demeanor, described as a very vibrant young woman. She did kind of have a bit of a troubled youth because she required a lot of surgeries because she had a bad heart. And then later down the road, she would end up having some psychological issues. She was exposed to a lot of abuse as she grew up. Her dad had actually beat her 18-month-old sister to death. But despite these issues, she was still a very happy person. And then one day, she just disappeared. It was August 31st, 1987. Lucy was out that afternoon in front of her house. Her mom looked outside and saw at one point that Lucy was talking to a person on a bike. The mom looks away and then looks back out several minutes later, and Lucy is gone. She would soon be reported missing once she never came back home, because this is just very unusual for her. Especially considering that she was under psychiatric care at this time, and for her to just poof into thin air like this was just, something was wrong. And they searched for her for a couple of weeks. And then on September 15th, 1987, literally like less than half a mile from where she lived, they found her body. So she was found at Forbes Street and Cottage Street, and she was found partially submerged in the Hockanum River. I don't know the exact address, so like this is where she was found, and she lived on Church Street, so somewhere along this way. Lucy's body was partially decomposed. It appeared she had been there for the most of the time she was missing, if not the entire time. But because of the state of decomposition, they were not able to determine if she had been raped or not. But she was found nude from the waist up. Something else that was unusual was that her clothing, the clothing she wasn't wearing, was folded very nice and neatly and put into a little pile next to where they found her. To some police officers, they would say that this person treated her clothing with care, meaning it might have been someone she knew, and this person had some sort of feelings for Lucy. It could just be one of those psychological things. Despite that they just killed her, they might have folded her clothes nice and neat. Ultimately, her cause of death was blunt force trauma to her head. They just don't know exactly how that came to be. They don't know if someone hit her over the head with something, if they slammed her head into something, what instrument may have been used. They don't know. I know they interviewed at one point after she was found an ex-boyfriend, and police records also show that they had another possible suspect that they interviewed or looked into, but that person, whoever it may have been, was never arrested or charged or anything. Neither was the ex-boyfriend. Neither has anyone. No one has ever been charged or even named as a suspect in her case. What also complicated matters is that not only was her body decomposed, but she was also partially in the water. And this was also 2 weeks later. So weather plus the fact that she was found partially in water, a lot of evidence would have been destroyed. That doesn't mean they couldn't re-examine physical evidence, whatever they have now, like her clothing, for example, and see if there's any chance they could find DNA. They also don't think that that is where Lucy was killed. They think that she was brought there after she was killed, and that was like a dump site. But unfortunately, that is where her case is left. There's no answers. Sadly, her mother died in 2018. She never knew who killed her daughter. She never got justice for her daughter. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who really murdered Lucy Carmen, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are please asked to call 860-528-4401. Her body was found in 1976, but it took 45 years to give her name back. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Margaret Federolf. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is Woodlawn, Maryland. On September 12, 1976, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, a body was found. And it was found near the 5600 block of Dogwood, which was just outside of a cemetery. The victim had been wrapped up in a white sheet. With her remains, they found this little necklace with one turquoise bead. And they also found these items, including a set of keys, and a shoe that belonged to the victim was found near her body. They don't think that the victim had been killed here. They do believe that this was just a dump site. But she had been very clearly beaten, and they determined she had been strangled to death, and she was also raped. The victim had no identification on her, and so they would call her the Woodlawn Jane Doe. They put out composite drawings of her. These are various ones they have made over the years, and to put them in the newspapers, put them on the news, hoping somebody would recognize her. They think she was somewhere between 15 to 30 years old. They also found these seed bags with her. Actually, one of them was actually over her head, and it was like tied behind her head. But they said Farm Bureau quality lawn seed. They were hoping that this could help, link them to someone. The seeds came from Massachusetts, so that's where the bags came from. But unfortunately, that did not help them identify the victim. One witness would come forward to state that they thought they saw a Ford Econoline van near the body dump site at some point around the time the body was found. So they don't know, maybe a person driving that van was who dumped the remains. But other than that, there was really no witnesses. There were no one heard anything, no one saw anything. Whoever did this did it relatively discreetly. Over the years, they would recirculate her image. They would come up with new composites. They would put out, things in the newspaper, on the news. But again, it just kept going dead. Nothing came up. It wouldn't be until 45 years after she was found, in 2021, using genetic genealogy, that finally cracked this case. She was identified as 16-year-old Margaret Federolf. Margaret Federolf had disappeared from Alexandria, Virginia, about a year prior to her body being discovered. To my understanding, she was reported missing. And the crazy thing is that from Woodlawn to where she was from, Alexandria, Virginia, it's like 50 miles. So, and obviously with it being the 70s, we didn't have the internet and stuff like that. But I thought maybe for being kind of close proximity that the news would have at least made it to where her family was, but I guess not. But now they still have one giant missing piece here. Who killed her and why? I don't know the circumstances of her disappearance from Virginia. I don't know if this was like maybe she had run away from home or if she was abducted or what the case is. I'm not sure. What's also really sad is that her dad, who had been searching for her this entire time, he died in 2018 and he never knew they found his daughter because he died a few years before she was identified. And it's just sad because he died thinking she was still lost. But the truth is she was found a year after she disappeared. But now police are looking for the answers as to who killed her. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this to her and why. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Margaret Federolf, you are asked to please call the Baltimore County Police at 410-307-2020. You can also call anonymously to 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. If you know something, it is time to come forward and say something. She escaped prison and was on the run for 32 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Margot Freshwater. Viewer discretion is advised. Margot Freshwater, from what I understand, was born sometime around 1948. When she was 18, she would meet a lawyer in hopes of helping get her boyfriend out of jail. That lawyer was named Glenn Nash. He was considered a disgraced attorney at the time, and he was somewhere around 38 years old at that time. He was also married as well. In 1966, he was being investigated by the Memphis Bar Association for illegal conduct. He then met 18-year-old Margot Freshwater. He ends up putting her in a hotel, and then he began having an affair with her. In December of 1966, Margot and Glenn, they left the place where Margot was staying and told the landlady, we'll be back soon. They wouldn't be. Instead, they would be going on a murder spree together. This was Hillman Robbins. He was working as a cashier at a local convenience store there in Tennessee. Margot and Glenn enter the convenience store, and Glenn just points a gun at him and basically takes him to the back of the store. Glenn, who apparently was a little cuckoo at the time, was accusing Hillman Robbins of being involved with the Memphis Bar Association and the reason why he's in all this trouble. That wasn't true at all, but for no reason whatsoever, Glenn Nash shoots and kills Hillman Robin. Hillman was a married father of 2. Witnesses would see a man and a woman get into a car and speed away from the convenience store. Fast forward to December 18th, 1966. I can't find a photo of the victim. This is Margot Freshwater. But a couple is approaching a convenience store in Florida, and they see a man and a woman fleeing from the store, getting into a car, and speeding away. When the couple enters the store, they find a woman there dead on the ground right next to the door. She was identified as Esther Boyer. Esther had a bullet wound through her neck, and she died fairly quickly. Not too far away from this crime scene, police did find an abandoned vehicle. In the trunk of this car, they found rope, they found shell casings. The shell casings matched the ammunition that was used during Esther's murder. When they ran the plates, it belonged to Glenn Nash. Glenn Nash also fit the description of the man who was seen fleeing with the woman at the convenience store in Tennessee. That woman would be identified as Margot Freshwater. Unfortunately, they had one more victim. Just by chance, they came across this man here. He was a cab driver named C.C. Surratt. They got into his cab, and then later he was found dead in his cab. He was found shot to death with the same ammunition that was used during the murder for Esther. Witnesses saw a man and a younger woman fleeing from this scene as well, and they were soon identified as Margot Freshwater and Glenn Nash. They were on this very random multi-state crime spree. So police would go from bus station to bus station to bus station and staking them out, hoping that they would run across them. Unbelievably, they did. Glenn Nash and Margot Freshwater were found at a bus station and were arrested. Then they were also charged with and indicted for the murders of the 2 other store clerks, the one in Tennessee and the one in Florida. However, Glenn Nash was considered, like I said earlier, to be a bit cuckoo. And after being examined by multiple mental health professionals, they determined there was no way this man could go to trial. He was declared legally insane, and he never went on trial for any of the murders, despite being the one that everyone believed actually pulled the trigger and killed these people. He ends up becoming a free man pretty quickly, and he goes back to the wife he cheated on in Tennessee, and they remained married. Margot Freshwater, though, not so lucky. She was declared totally normal. Now, she claimed that Glenn was responsible for all of it. As a matter of fact, she was a prisoner of Glenn's. But they also don't believe she actually killed any of them. But at this point, she's all they have now. Someone has to pay for these murders. I believe she was tried for one of the murders. The jury could not come to a decision. They tried this twice. Both times they could not come up with a guilty verdict or any verdict. So that instead they end up putting her on trial in Tennessee for the Hillman Robbins murder. This time she is found guilty. Margot Freshwater was sentenced to 99 years in prison, to which she was placed into the Tennessee State Prison for Women. And in 1970, she escaped. And damn was she good at it. She hid, and she hid well. While they searched for her for years, for decades actually, they never found her. Not until 2002. Margot Freshwater's story would air on Unsolved Mysteries and also America's Most Wanted. And all the way in 2002, shortly after one of these shows aired, they started to get calls. They found her. She was now living under the name Tanya McArthur. She was now a married mother of 3. She had grandkids. She was arrested in Ohio, and no one in her life had any idea who she was. She is then returned back to the prison in Tennessee. In 2011, a new trial is ordered for Margot. This is because the prosecution withheld evidence that they had in hand that Glenn Nash not only physically confessed, but also handwritten. He confessed multiple times that he was the only one responsible for the physical murders. So because of this, she will re-enter a special guilty plea, and she was released from prison. So after being on the run for 32 years and just being back in prison for a few years after that, she is let go, and she went right back to her life. Personally, I think she was just the scapegoat. Because they couldn't prosecute Glenn, they had to go after someone, and they just did it in a kind of dirty way. That being said, she was still culpable in all of this. So I guess technically none of these victims really got justice. She leaves for work. Her car is found a couple blocks away. But where is Melody? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Melody Wolfe. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in San Manuel, Arizona. I live in Arizona, and I've never even heard of it. But this is wild because this is San Manuel right there. And if you pan out on the map, it is just nothing but desert. It's almost like a little compound. But that is where 28-year-old Melody Wolfe lived with her family. She was the mother to 2 kids. She was married but was going through a divorce. She had filed for divorce a short time prior to all of this happening, and she asked her soon-to-be ex-husband to move out of the house, which he did. Her family spoke to her sometime around the evening of October 20th, 1989. She appeared to be in great spirits. She did tell them that her soon-to-be ex-husband was there that night because Melody and her husband wanted it to still look relatively normal for the kids, who were both very young. According to the husband, they stay up to watch a movie as a family, then everyone goes to bed. Melody decides to sleep on the couch that night. The husband says he believes he heard her getting ready for work sometime around 6 or 6:15 in the morning. By 6:30 a.m., she had left the house. Now, Melody worked here at Magma Mine in Superior, Arizona. Again, I've never heard of it, but apparently it's about an hour or so drive from where she lives to where the mine is. And Melody worked there as a laborer, and she absolutely loved doing what she did. She was also really excited because she had just qualified and would start doing electrician's apprenticeship at the mine. But she never made it to work that particular morning. Later that afternoon, when her husband realizes she hasn't come home from work yet, he reports her missing. Both the husband and the police are told by the mine that she never showed up to work. And then her car is found. Her car was found in the same community in the 100 block of West 6th Avenue. And it was parked somewhere in this neighborhood. And it was actually, 2 houses down from where her sister lived. Just a block or 2 away from where Melody herself lived. The car was found along the path that Melody took every day to get to work. The car had a flat tire. And according to a newspaper article from 1991, the police stated that the tire wasn't just naturally flat. It had been punctured. Someone deliberately put a hole in the tire. And they said that it would have happened as the car was parked. So it appeared to them that this car being put there was staged by someone. They also don't believe that Melody was abducted from that area and that she walked away on her own accord. They're basing that off of the fact that nobody heard a scream or an altercation. If someone's going to sneak up behind you and, grab you, you're likely to scream and cause some kind of a scene. Unless it was someone she knew or trusted. Maybe someone offered to help fix the tire. The person who might have punctured it then came in and tried to be the hero. Maybe they snuck up behind her and grabbed her by the mouth before she could make any sounds. But the point is that nobody saw or heard anything happen here. Inside the car was a coat and a jacket because it was also raining that morning. Her lunch was in the car. Her purse was found locked up in the trunk. The only thing missing other than Melody was the keys to the car, which again told them that she walked away from the car on her own accord. She also left behind her debit and credit cards, her ID and driver's license, her checkbook, every single article of clothing she owned other than what she was wearing that day, all still at the house. She had roughly $8,000 in her bank account, which has not been touched since the day she vanished. Her social security number has not been used since the day she vanished. As recently as about 2006 or so, they were hoping they can get some kind of DNA evidence, anything, from her vehicle. But as far as I know, they didn't really get anything. Now, they do have fingerprints they collected from the car. However, they don't have Melody's fingerprints, so they don't know if those are hers or if they belong to somebody else. There was no sign of foul play at the car itself or in it. No blood or anything along those lines. She would end up being declared legally dead in 1994, and the courts ruled it as being dead under suspicious circumstances. So the belief is that she was killed the day she went missing. I know they looked into the husband. Obviously, they're going through a divorce. She asked him to get out of the house. He was, by his own admission, there at the house the night she was last seen. And it's really just his word that says that he saw or heard her getting up ready for work that morning. It's his word saying that she got into the car and drove away. They don't know if that's actually what happened, though. Because for all anybody knows, Melody could have been killed in the house and everything then staged, like the car being found just a couple of blocks away. Someone punctured the tire after it was already parked there. That's something he could have easily dropped the car off, punctured the tire, and just walked right back home. It takes about 3 minutes. But as far as I know, they've searched her house as well, backyard and everything, and they didn't find anything. Again, no signs of foul play in the home either. There's also not many places she could go or could be. This isn't a vast forest or anything. There's not like a bunch of cliffs and boulders and rocks and stuff. This is flat desert land. Her car was found here in this area, and then there is nothing surrounding it. She has to be in here somewhere. Unless whoever killed her managed to take her body somewhere completely different and bury her somewhere. But I truly don't believe she left this little section alive. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Melody Wolfe, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her disappearance, you were asked to please call 520-866-5147. This case is all sorts of messed up, dudes. Ugh. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Michael Hughes. Viewer discretion is advised. Yes, this is the case featured in the documentary Girl in the Picture. I actually still haven't seen this, but we're going to frame this around Michael Hughes. When this case occurred, Michael Hughes is a 6-year-old boy, and his foster parents are Merle and Ernest Bean, and they are in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. On September 12th, 1994, a man enters the elementary school that Michael attended. He then walks down to the principal's office, and this is the actual principal here. He talks to him briefly and says, "I have a gun, and I need to get Michael Hughes." So he basically threatens him, and they go down and get Michael Hughes from the classroom. This man then takes Michael, the 6-year-old boy, and the principal, and takes him to a wooded area. This is the actual principal recreating the exact thing. So this man had told him to squat down next to this tree, put his hands behind the tree, and then the perpetrator handcuffed him to it. Then this man takes off with Michael in this pickup truck. Luckily, he's able to scream for help, and he is rescued. The man who had kidnapped Michael was quickly identified as Franklin Delano Floyd. He claimed to be Michael Hughes' biological father. This is where the backstory gets Years prior, this is a photo of Franklin Floyd and a little girl named Suzanne that he claimed was his biological daughter. Yes, this is an actual photo of Franklin and Suzanne. They would end up bouncing around from city to city, state to state. When Suzanne was 17 years old, she got pregnant. She gave birth to a little boy named Michael. Franklin Floyd then claimed to be Michael's father. Suzanne was the boy's mother. Franklin is now saying his daughter is the mother of his son. He would then marry his so-called daughter. On April 30th, 1990, tragically, Suzanne, who was known by Suzanne Davis, was struck and killed by a vehicle, and she died. This was clearly a hit and run. She was hit while carrying groceries, which flew everywhere. Franklin Floyd was believed to have been responsible for her death. Well, that was just the theory they had, but they never had proof, and so there was really nothing ever done with it. Then Franklin Floyd disappears. But he puts Michael Hughes, his son, which would, by his own admission, would also technically be his grandson. Well, he put Michael into the foster care system, in which he was then taken in by foster parents. Michael had a series of developmental issues. He was pretty much nonverbal. He just had some, behavioral issues. He had some muscle control problems, but he was getting better. It was being worked on, and he was improving. Now, around the time that Franklin basically gave up Michael to the foster care system, a blood test would end up being run. It turns out that Michael was not Franklin's son, and Suzanne was not Franklin's daughter. Suzanne, as a matter of fact, was actually abducted by Franklin. They think sometime between 1973 and 1975. Then he marries her and then claims to impregnate her. And I don't think they've ever actually said who his actual biological father is. But eventually they did find out where Suzanne came from. Her mother was a woman named Sandy Brandenburg. Sandy had 3 kids, including Suzanne. In 1975, Suzanne's mother, Sandy, was arrested and put in jail for a brief time. During that time, Franklin Floyd, who went under a different name, abducted all 3 kids. He then returned 2 of the kids, but kept Suzanne, who was later properly identified as Suzanne Savakis. I believe she also went under the name, when she was still married to Floyd, I think she went under the name Tanya Hughes, which is why Michael's last name is Hughes. It's all so much. It's just... Ugh. At any rate, after Franklin had gotten out of jail, he tried to get Michael Hughes back. But the courts were like, no. Which then takes us back to September 12th, 1994, when he walked into Michael's elementary school, abducted him and the principal. Franklin Floyd was actually found a relatively short time after Michael's disappearance. He was found in Louisville, Kentucky. He was then charged with the kidnapping of Michael Hughes, which he would claim at that point that Michael was alive and well. He was safe somewhere, but he wasn't going to say where. He ends up being convicted of the kidnapping and is sentenced to 52 years in prison. However, he had also told stories that he had killed Michael and buried him somewhere. He then changes his story. He's alive. He's alive. I'm just not going to say where. And there's still more. In 1989, this woman here, 18-year-old Cheryl Comesso, went missing in Florida. Had once worked along Suzanne Davis, a.k.a. Tanya Hughes, a.k.a. Suzanne Savakis. They were dancers. Well, she ends up going missing and is later found murdered. In 1997, Franklin Floyd is charged with Cheryl Comesso's murder. So Franklin Floyd goes on trial for her murder. He is convicted of it, and he is sentenced to death in Florida, while he is still serving his 52-year sentence for kidnapping Michael Hughes. In 2014, he finally admitted to murdering Michael Hughes the day he took him. He said that they were in the car together, but Michael was just annoying him by being, fussy and crying, so he just shot him. He threw his body off the side of the road, and he said he buried it along Interstate 35. This was near the Oklahoma-Texas border. Now, this actually lines up with the story who said they saw a man who looks like Franklin Floyd in a pickup truck doing something on the side of the road around the time of Michael's disappearance. But nothing ever really came of that initially. Now Franklin Floyd has confessed and has said this is exactly where I, buried him. Which, by the way, police searched that area and they dug and they did not find Michael. They do believe that animal life had gotten to his remains and took him away. The story is believed. They do believe that Floyd, in fact, did murder Michael that day and buried him somewhere. This dude is he's a real piece of shit. Probably killed Suzanne Savakis, aka Tanya Hughes. He did kill Cheryl Comesso. He did kill Michael Hughes. And God only knows who else. While he was sentenced to death, his execution would never come. January 23rd, 2023, at the tender age of 79, he died in prison. Cheryl Comesso got justice. Suzanne Savakis got justice. Michael Hughes got justice. His monster is now boiling in hell. Murder in Glitterball City is a new true crime docu-series, kind of, that you can watch on HBO Max. This is not a paid sponsor. It is 2 episodes. Each one is like a little tiny bit over an hour long. It talks about the murder of a 46-year-old hairdresser living in Louisville, Kentucky, named Jamie Carroll, in which he was found buried in a tub underneath the basement of this home. And at the center of the story are these 2 men here, Jeffrey Munt and Joey Banis. My only real gripe with this is that, for me, it just didn't need to be over 2 hours long. I do kind of feel like we could have gotten all of this in like one, maybe hour, 15-minute long movie. I feel like there was a lot of things that were kind of repetitive at times. But in all honesty, this is one of the more, I would say, original true crime docuseries that I've seen. Because it doesn't really put, like, the investigation and doesn't really put the crime scene analysts and seeing crime scene photos and talking about the physical murder and the evidence. It doesn't really put that into focus at all. This is more of a docuseries about the players involved. You get interviews from the people in Jamie Carroll's life who worked with him as a hairdresser, who went to the clubs with him. It also does something unique where it kind of tells you how the victim in this case was not a perfect person. Definitely dabbled a lot into drugs. He dealt drugs. It showed like the fact that even victims we're all human. We all make bad choices. We've all made mistakes, but none of that means you should be murdered. I liked hearing his friends and the people in his life talk about him in a very realistic fashion. The other aspect to this that I liked was that, like I said, this was not the true crime. The actual murder was the focal point, but also it wasn't at the same time. Got a look into the gay scene in Louisville, Kentucky, and boy is it vibrant. They interview just a series of eccentric people that they're just so they're fun, super interesting people. You learn about the culture of Louisville. You learn about just what the gay scene is like there, how it's such a small community for gay people there that it's somehow becomes a huge community. They interview these people who run this little shop there. And there's a scene where they're going around saying, yep, I have a gun here. I got a gun in this corner. I got a gun by this safe. Because apparently Louisville is like the carjacking capital of the country. And this lady was like, yeah, every time I stop in my car, I just have my gun in my hand, ready to shoot someone if they come up to me. It's the people involved in this that make this documentary so interesting and fascinating. It wasn't so much the physical murder itself, but it does still talk about the victim, Jamie. It still humanizes him, I think, in a really realistic way. You also, you learn about these 2 fellas. These are the 2 who were accused of and arrested for murdering Jamie. This is a gay couple who the whole reason why this body was even found in the basement was because there was a domestic dispute between the 2 of them. The police were called and one of them said, hey, we got a body in the basement. And it then focuses on these 2, on their 2 separate trials, who are literally accusing each other of committing the murder, both giving very different stories. The whole documentary opens up with this really chilling scene, actually. of, I think it's him, who is reading from a letter, basically a suicide note, saying, and he's saying, I have my boyfriend held hostage. He pans the camera over, and you see the boyfriend just lying on the bed, and then he shows the gun. Like, it's chilling. But then they dive more into that tape later on and realize not everything is what it seems. You also learn a whole lot about BDSM, meth-fueled group sex. They showed a portion of the trial where they played a sex tape between these two. They didn't show the actual tape to us, the audience, but we heard it. And so it was, you could just look at this courtroom. They're showing the courtroom people where it's like, everyone's just like, what the, oh my God. Like, it's just, this dude, they're both insane. These guys are both crazy. This guy is just, he creeps me the fuck out. He's just, his voice is all like very much like this, very proper. These are two absolutely twisted individuals. Not because of the kink thing, you know, in the bedroom, but it's just them as people. They're both very, even though both of them are accused of the murder, both of them go on trial, there is a bit of a different result at the end. If you're looking for a true crime docuseries that's maybe a little bit different, it takes a slightly different kind of approach to storytelling for true crime, I would definitely recommend Murder in Glitterball City. Again, it's on HBO Max. Again, not a paid sponsor. I think it's just really, really interesting, and it's really because of the cast of characters, if you will, that we are introduced to. I was more fascinated at a point with just the Louisville culture, the gay scene there. It just seems really fascinating and interesting to learn about. So yeah, it's on HBO Max if you have it, so go for it. Okay, great, bye. She was found adrift at sea, but her 25 passengers were gone. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the MV Hoyita. Viewer discretion is advised. This old-timey looking fella was Roland West. He was a Hollywood director in the 30s. He would end up commissioning the construction of a vessel, and he would name that vessel after his beloved wife, Jewel. It was called the Hoyita, which meant little jewel in Spanish. For a good portion of the 30s, it was used just as a personal vessel for him and his wife and his Hollywood elites. But then it became a patrol boat in the Pacific during World War II. It primarily would go around Hawaii. Then after that, she would turn into a merchant vessel, which takes us to October 3rd, 1955. On board for this short journey were 25 people, 16 crew, and 9 passengers. On board was a surgeon, a couple of pharmacists, an oil trader, a family with 2 children, and it also had supplies that they were delivering. The trip was going to go from Samoa up to the island of Tokelau, and this journey should have only taken maybe 2 days. However, they never arrived. No distress signals or any signals were ever sent out, and the vessel vanished. For weeks, they would end up going out there searching for her. They would search not just the direct path, but everything around it. And then, on November 10th, 1955, all the way over here, she was found. This is an actual photo of the discovery of the Hoyita. She was found partially submerged in water. The Hoyita was very specifically designed to never sink. There was a ton of buoyant materials used that, you know, she could list over to the side like this and take on water, but she would never actually fully sink into the ocean. One of the crazy aspects of this, though, is that there was no outward damage to this boat whatsoever. As a matter of fact, despite the fact that it was partially submerged in water, it was actually in perfectly normal working condition. And the fact that it was 5 weeks before it was found and still like this means that it's true. This thing was never going to sink. The communications radio they determined was set to 2182 kilohertz, which was the internationally recognized distress frequency. However, a distress signal was never actually sent. The radio wasn't even broadcasting anything. All of the lifeboats, which there weren't very many, all of them were missing. All of the life vests were missing. However, there were not enough life vests for all 25 people on board. And most importantly, everybody on it was gone. All 16 crew, all 9 passengers, completely gone. What really began to concern people was that the captain of this vessel knew it very well. They knew that this vessel could not sink. they would have recognized the fact that even if this was listing over to the side before the people vanished from it, they would have known it would have been better to stay with the boat as opposed to getting on the lifeboats, because the lifeboats for this boat were not anywhere near as good as this was. But also missing from the boat was a whole bunch of its cargo. It wasn't like super mysterious or valuable cargo. It had basic medical supplies and wooden construction materials. That was it. But most of that was gone. And it would not have been stuff that they could have all just loaded up onto these lifeboats. So why was it found like this? Well, that was because when they brought it into shore, it had a corroded pipe that was leaking water into the boat. And that's what eventually caused it to begin listing over. And again, the captain of this vessel at the time would have known that this was not something that was immediate distress. Obviously, it looks scary, it looks bad, but also the ship would have still been afloat if they could also go down and just fix or repair the problem. That this was a fixable issue. So if the captain made this decision to abandon ship and everyone to get on the lifeboats and everything, that seemed kind of illogical to everyone. Because like I said, this, even in this condition, was more seaworthy than the lifeboats they had. Not a single trace of the crew or cargo was ever found. They searched under the waters, they searched for miles and miles and miles. They searched, you can even see in the background, there's like nearby land. They searched that. Not a single trace ever found. What happened to the passengers and the crew of the Hoyita is unknown. Were these modern-day pirates that took over the vessel and stole the cargo and the crew? She was adrift at sea for 5 weeks, but never sank. The mystery of what happened to the passengers and crew of the Hoyita will likely remain a mystery forever. The last time she was seen, she was walking down the Highway of Tears. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nicole Hoare. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Nicole Hoare was 25 years old, and I guess she was working as a tree planter in British Columbia, Canada. In the summer of 2002, she would tell her fellow co-workers that she was planning to do a surprise trip to visit her sister in Smithers, British Columbia. I guess there was also going to be like a music festival going on in that area that she wanted to attend. Now, in order to do that, she planned to hitchhike, something she had done several times before, and this would take her from Prince George to Smithers, but she never arrived. Nicole would eventually be reported missing, and soon after this, apparently police found out that there was one individual who had seen Nicole walking down the highway, Highway 16, while a man who had his kids in the car stopped to pick her up. And when she told him where he was going, he said, well, unfortunately, I'm not going that far. And so she didn't get into the vehicle. But this is how they now know that Nicole was confirmed to be seen hitchhiking down Highway 16. Highway 16, aka the Highway of Tears, is a well-known, unfortunately, infamous highway there in Canada, where primarily Indigenous women have gone missing from or were found murdered by. Nicole is one of the few white women who disappeared along the same highway. But once she is reported missing, they do an all-out search for her. They bring in helicopters, they search on foot, they search by vehicle, volunteers, family, friends, police. They all go looking for her, but they find no trace. And I think this is another difference here, is that most of the victims, the Indigenous women who went missing along this highway, there never seemed to be this extensive of a search for them, but for Nicole, there was. However, after maybe a week or so, they called the search off because they found no trace of her. Over the weeks, months, and then years, they would field thousands of tips. They would get several leads. There was one tip that seemed to be relatively, I guess, a good one, that there was a man seen in the vicinity of where Nicole was last seen. He was in his mid-50s, black shoulder-length hair. He had a skinny face with sunken eyes and a scruffy appearance. He wore thin glasses, appeared to be a smoker, and he had a pronounced jagged scar on the left side of his neck. There was one suspect that came up named Leland Switzer. Leland Switzer, whose photo, I can't find a confirmed photo of him. Well, he would end up being convicted of the 2002 murder of his own brother. Sometime around 2009, they would get a warrant to do a very thorough search of Leland's property. And to my understanding, after a very extensive search of the property, they didn't really come out with anything new about the case. But he had become a person of interest in the disappearance of Nicole. He claims he took a polygraph test and passed, in which the RCMP would partially confirm in 2013, this is Nicole, by the way, that he did in fact take the test, but they did not reveal the results of his test. So his property is literally right on the path where she was last seen and where she disappeared from. And I guess he came up kind of earlier on in the investigation where he said that, so in 2004, when police had questioned him kind of in the beginning processes of this, he had told police without them prompting anything that he had urinated near a gas station where Nicole last was seen. And he said this because, like, if you were doing DNA tests and you find my DNA in that general area, that's why. Not because I had anything to do with what happened to her, because I peed. Now, he says he did that back in 2002, and a couple of days after he says he urinated near this gas station where his DNA just might be, he then shot and killed his own brother. He claimed in self-defense, but he was convicted. Did he have anything to do with Nicole's disappearance? I mean, he kind of seemed to almost self-incriminate himself, but they still don't have any evidence or proof that he did. And most importantly, they don't have Nicole. They don't know where she is, and that's the most important piece of this puzzle. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Nicole, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her whereabouts or what may have happened to her, you are asked to please call 250-561-3300. You can also contact them anonymously at 1-800-222-8477. She was doing a walk for charity when somebody killed her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nola Belial. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I cannot find a photo of the victim, but this case occurred in the area of Moose Jaw, which is in Saskatchewan, Canada, and it is in 1995. So on May 18th, 1995, Nola Belial, I think is how you pronounce her last name, was out doing a charity walk alongside her friend Lori Acott. It was a 70-kilometer walk down the Trans-Canada Highway. And the reason why they were doing this charity walk was to earn money to purchase a special needs bus in Moose Jaw. They got maybe a few hours in when tragedy struck. As they were walking, and they were walking on a safe portion of the road where cars could easily, not hit them, someone in a pickup truck came by and ran into and clipped Nola and basically threw her down the road. Her friend Lori was several feet in front of her, so she did not actually see her get hit, but she did see the truck speed away. There were also other witnesses who saw the truck, and there were two men inside that truck. Nola was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately, her injuries were so severe that she did not survive. This became a hit-and-run homicide, because that's exactly what the truck did. It hit her, and it just kept on going. It didn't even hesitate, didn't even stop once. And this is in the middle of the day, and they were going pretty fast. They're going to know they hit a person. One of the front mirrors had broken off, and the front turn signal had fractured off as well. So there were pieces of this vehicle still in the road. Based off of the pieces they found and based off of the witnesses who saw the truck, they believe it's an 87 to 91 blue Ford, a style that looks something like this. And Jesus, that guy is horrifying. Ugh. Police worked with witnesses who got a fairly decent look at the two men in the truck, and these are the composites they came up with. They put these composites on the news, they put them in the newspapers, but unfortunately, it yielded no tips. To add insult to injury, they put a little cross, like they usually do in the place where this incident took place, with flowers and stuff like that. Well, someone stole the cross, the memorial cross for Nola. They just took it, which pretty much everyone believed, especially her family, that the person who did this, the person who struck and killed her, is likely the one who took the cross. Can they say that for sure? No, but it's a pretty damn good guess. They would receive over 100 tips. They got several different leads. They interviewed over 40 people. They've had some persons of interest, a suspect kind of here and there, but they've been able to rule out and clear people. And to this very day, it's now, 2026, that person has still never been found. And one thing I like to make clear in videos like this is that people seem to think that, it's a hit and run. It's like, whatever. Hi, a hit and run is still a murder. It's an actual homicide. Nola Belisle was murdered on that road. I think people just sort of, it takes people out of it when they realize it's not like a deliberate, this person's look for her to murder her. It's like a accidental type murder, but it's still murder. That needs to be very, very clear. This is a killer who is on the loose. This is a person who was very aware that they killed a person. This is probably also someone who brought their truck in to get fixed or repaired, or maybe they had that vehicle destroyed. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth. Someone somewhere out there has got to recognize these two terrifying faces. And someone has to know or be able to link two men who look like that, who are associated with a 1987 to 1991 blue Ford pickup truck. And perhaps the person who knows all of this is you. And now is the time to come forward. You can report information anonymously if you need to. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 1-800-222-8477. This is the Zodiac speaking. I shot a man sitting in a parked car with a .38. Some people think that was the Zodiac confessing to killing a cop. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Officer Richard Raditich. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to San Francisco, California. Richard Raditich was born on July 12, 1944. At the time this case occurred, he was 25 years old. Richard always dreamed of protecting and serving. He wanted to become a police officer, and that is exactly what he did. He became an officer around 1966. 1966 is also the same time he married his high school sweetheart. They were madly in love with one another. And in 1969, they had a little baby girl. Richard was loving his life. He had a happy marriage, a wonderful daughter. He was doing the thing he had dreamed about doing since a young age. And then it all ended violently. This takes us to June 19th, 1970. This is the area where this all happened. This is near the 600 block of Waller Street in San Francisco. At 5:25 a.m., you can see in this newspaper article, his cop car is right there. He was double parked, and he was in the process of writing an overtime traffic ticket. His window was rolled up when all of a sudden, somebody pulls up at another car right next to Richard. This person takes out a gun, later determined to be a .38, points it directly at Richard and fires, and it hits Richard directly in his head. Richard Raditich is killed instantly. According to witnesses, there was a white Cadillac with a very loud engine that sped away from the scene. People also heard a total of 3 gunshots, one of them that struck Richard in his head. Who belonged to that white Cadillac, and if that person was the actual killer, they don't know. But what they do know is that shortly after this murder, they got a letter. This is the Zodiac speaking. I have become very upset with the people of San Fran Bay area. They have not complied with my wishes for them to wear some nice Zodiac buttons. I promised to punish them if they did not comply by annihilating a full school bus. But now school is out for the summer, so I punished them in another way. I shot a man sitting in a parked car with a .38. This is what they believed was the Zodiac killer taking credit for the murder of Officer Richard Raditich. The Zodiac didn't really use a .38. He typically would use, I believe, a .22. But it was his writing. It was very similar to all the other letters he had sent. And he sent this right after the officer was killed by a .38, while he was sitting in his car writing a ticket. But did the Zodiac really kill Richard Raditich, or was he just messing with people? The police investigated the Zodiac angle, and they never found any conclusive evidence that the Zodiac was responsible for Richard's murder. But then again, would they really find the evidence? The thing about the Zodiac is, as we all know, this is a person who absolutely loved toying with people. This was a person who got off on messing with the public, messing with the police, messing with the newspapers. This guy took credit for all sorts of things, not just the 5 known confirmed Zodiac killings. He took credit for other crimes and murders. But my thought process here is, how do any of us know truly how the Zodiac killer actually thinks? Because for all we know, this guy could be taking credit for all these other murders and crimes simply just to mess with people. Not that he actually did them, but he knew people would believe it even if he didn't do it. It was all about scaring people. It was about putting fear into the public. And any old crime that occurred, he can just simply say, yeah, that was me, I did it. Maybe as a way of not getting the real killer arrested. Maybe he got off on that. Maybe he liked it when other people were murdering. But you also have to wonder about the wording here, because he just says, I shot a man sitting in a parked car. The Zodiac was someone who definitely was not shy of calling the police names. I know he referred to them as pigs. He referred to them as blue meanies a couple times. One time he wrote in a note that he liked to needle with the blue pigs, mess with them. So it just seems odd that he wouldn't specifically make reference to the fact that it was an officer. But did this line up with any other crime in terms of a person being shot in the front seat of the car with a .38 who was just sitting in his car? It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like Officer Raditich was the one that this happened to. But the truth is no one's going to know if the Zodiac did it or not. It doesn't necessarily fit the MO we know of him. But again, we don't know all about him. He could very well be a prolific mass murderer all over California. And he purposefully changes his approach and his style of killing and the weapons he uses just to throw people off. And that's the mental mindfuck that the Zodiac has always been. That being said, police have investigated other angles. They apparently had extradited someone from another state back to California and were planning on charging that person with connection to this murder, but then they dropped the charges because they didn't have the evidence. And in recent updates, they said that there are still more, the police in San Francisco have stated that there are still more people they need to look into for possible connection to his murder. And that's really ultimately the end here, is that there is no answer. They don't know who actually did this. Someone killed him. Was the Zodiac's letter just a distraction, covering for another killer? Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Officer Richard Raditich, you are asked to please call 415-575-4444. You can also send a text tip to the number 847-411 and start your message with the letters SFPD. If you know something, it's time to come forward and say something. Was it vigilante justice that led to his death, or an elaborate suicide designed to take down his enemies? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Orville Gibson. Viewer discretion is advised. For this one, we're going all the way back to the olden days, 1957. Back at a time when color was not invented yet, everything was black and white. That might not be accurate information. No, but we're going to Newbury, Vermont, 1957. This deeply pixelated man was Orville Gibson. He was a local farmer there in Newbury, Vermont, and he was relatively new to the area. Orville Gibson's wife would describe him as mild-tempered, considerate, kind, and gentle. But everybody else would say otherwise. You see, not too soon before his eventual death, Orville Gibson and his wife had come to town, and they sort of swooped in and purchased a farm property. A farm property that many locals were hoping themselves to get, but then all of a sudden this outsider comes in. He sneaks in the early morning hours to put in his bid, and he gets it. This caused a lot of animosity from the locals towards Orville. People there locally would call Orville a cheat, self-centered, mean, a man who was overly full of pride, and he would hold a grudge like no other. Then came the accusation of violence. This man here had worked for Orville on the farm. Well, one day, Orville and this man got into some kind of loud argument. Orville then reacted by severely beating this man. This man was also a local in Newbury, and once this news of him being beaten by Orville, well, once it became news, everyone in town, well, they became laser focused on Orville Gibson. This man comes in from the outside, he swoops in and steals a farm property that really belongs to us, then he hires one of us, and then he severely beats that man who was also elderly. That was the last straw. New Year's Eve, 1957. Orville's wife goes out to the barn and sees that her husband is no longer there. There is a spilled container, a milk jug container, where there was milk all over the ground. There was a trail that looked like someone had been dragged out, and this trail would end up leading to the river's edge. But once they got there, Orville was nowhere to be found. Orville had vanished. It was then that some of Orville's family members said this was a vigilante mob who had to have done this. They abducted him, hurt him, possibly killed him, and threw him into the river. This was justice for what he did to our person. His wife would become into a state of despair. Where, oh, where is my husband? 3 months later, she would finally find out. In the banks of the Connecticut River, a body that had been tied up was found. This is from a newspaper clipping of the body being removed from the river, and now the body at the medical examiner's office. The man appeared to have been suffocated or possibly drowned, and he was tied up. His hands were tied behind his knees, and he was soon identified as Orville Gibson. Orville had been murdered. An immediate investigation began. Who did this? Who kidnapped this man and threw him into the river? Well, a lot of townspeople especially were keeping very silent. No one wanted to talk to police. This would further push the narrative that a vigilante or vigilantes had done this to Orville. And eventually, 2 men would be arrested and charged with the vigilante murder, and they would plead innocent in court. Those men were Robert Welch and Frank Carpenter. Now, one of them would eventually be released by the courts because there was zero evidence connecting him to this case. The other did go on trial, but was found not guilty by the jury. Again, there was very little evidence that either one of them had actually killed Orville. This is largely due in part to, again, nobody in town really wanted to talk. Well, at one of the trials, one of the defense attorneys actually presented a theory. So that defense attorney, who would later go on to become a judge and is now very much retired, so this isn't from years ago, but this is that man who is demonstrating how he believes Orville Gibson tied himself up and threw himself into the river. Sometimes he would demonstrate it, sometimes his wife would demonstrate it, and to be fair, they were always able to do it on their own. They were able to tie themselves up with their hands behind their knees exactly as Orville was found. The theory is that Orville had now gotten into trouble for beating up this elderly farmhand of his. Everyone in town hates the guy. People are out for him. They're out for justice. They're out for his blood. Well, Orville, being known by some people to be vindictive and a guy who holds a grudge really easily, decided, my life is probably over now, so I might as well take some people down with me. So the theory became that he tied himself up and he rolled his body into the river and drowned. And he did so intentionally, on purpose, to himself. Why? To get back at the people who were trying to get at him. Because according to some people locally, that is exactly the man he was. Others would say, especially his family and his wife would say, that's not him at all. And it appears to have created some kind of division. Would someone go that far to get back at the people who were trying to get at him? Would a man end his own life in kind of a horrible way, really, if you think about it, just to get his own type of justice? Or were the locals who just didn't like this guy and he had beaten up an elderly man. Were they just out for blood? Considering that everyone in play here is now dead, his wife is gone, the two men who were initially accused are dead, Orville obviously dead, all of the people who could have been charged in this, dead. There is no one to bring to justice anymore. And so now it really is just more of like a local legend, if you will. How did Orville Gibson end up in this river with his hands tied behind his knees? Was it vigilante justice or an elaborate suicide? The answer to that will likely remain a mystery forever. She is seen on camera getting into a car, and then she is never seen coming back. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Peggy Sue Ashley Vinson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case brings us to Scottsville, Kentucky, and the year is 2000. I don't know a whole lot about Peggy, unfortunately. I do know that she was born in March of 1977. She was 23 years old when her case occurred, and she was the mother to 3 young children. She had a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a baby. On July 28th, 2000, Peggy Sue had gone to her job at the Federal Mogul. When she got off of work, she actually goes to the police station because she wants to file a report against her boyfriend. Apparently, earlier that morning, she had actually been assaulted by her boyfriend with some kind of weapon. So Peggy Sue does all this at the sheriff's office, and she leaves it sometime around 1:30 in the morning. Peggy never gets home. Peggy is never seen by her friends or family ever again. After she's reported missing, when police begin their investigation, they do find out where she had gone after she left the sheriff's office. I don't have an image from the video, but she is seen on CCTV pulling into the parking lot of the A.O. Smith plant. I don't think it's that plant there anymore. But she enters the parking lot in her car. She is then seen being followed by someone in a white pickup truck. The white pickup truck then parks next to her. Peggy is seen getting out of her car, getting into the truck, and then the truck leaves. They do identify the driver of the white pickup truck as a man named Calvin Smith, and he admits he did pick her up that night. It was him they saw pulling in at 2:07 a.m. But he tells police that he drove her to a payphone booth. I'm not sure why she would need him to do that since she had her own car. Then he said he took her back to her car at the A.O. Smith plant. However, there is no footage of anyone ever returning to that plant after that, meaning Calvin or Peggy. Peggy never re-enters the lot to pick up her car. Her car is never driven off that lot. Peggy had left her kids with a babysitter, and I guess sometimes she would leave like her baby with a babysitter for a couple of days, but she'd always tell them, like, I'm going to be gone for a couple of days. In this case, she did not do that. And it would end up being the babysitter who reports her missing for not picking up her baby. Calvin Smith, by the way, is not her boyfriend, and the name of her boyfriend has never been revealed by police because he has not been listed as a suspect, and they also said he had an alibi, I guess a strong alibi, for the time frame that she would have gone missing or something may have happened to her. Despite the fact that he was accused by her of assaulting her with a weapon the same day she disappeared. But it was also Calvin Smith who picked her up, not the boyfriend. Calvin Smith is the last person, reportedly, to see her alive. Is there an association between Calvin Smith and the boyfriend? I don't know. Could there have been some sort of agreement made? Could the boyfriend have found out that she reported him to the authorities and maybe got Calvin Smith to do something for him? It's possible, but that's never actually been stated officially. It's kind of crazy. It actually would take them almost 20 years to get a warrant to search Calvin Smith's property. So this is a barn property that he owned. They go there and they search for like at least one full entire day, and they have a whole bunch of people searching this property. But when they finished and they came out of this place, they had no new evidence about what may have happened to Peggy. They do, however, believe that foul play is absolutely involved in this case. Peggy was probably killed the night she disappeared. The question is, though, officially, who did it and why? Peggy Sue has never used her bank account. She has never used her social security number ever since the last day she was seen. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Peggy Sue Ashley Vinson that day, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 270-237-3210. The contents of this barrel would horrify this community. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Reyna Marroquin. Viewer discretion is advised. It was September 2nd, 1999, here at this home in Jericho, New York. A man who had been living there for about 9 years or so was moving out. When he originally moved in, there was this crawl space underneath the house, and in that crawl space was a barrel, and it had like chemical symbols on the side. So he just never opened it, and he never really touched it. But on the day he was moving out, he finally decided to put it out on the front, and he contacted the sanitation department to come pick it up. When they do so, they determined it was just too heavy for them to take, and so they said he needs to schedule some kind of special appointment. So at that point, the guy just says, I want to know what's in this thing. So he pops open the top with a crowbar, and the second he lifts the lid, a horrific odor came pouring out. And when he looked down, he saw the mummified hand of a person. So he obviously contacts the police. They collect the barrel and they bring it to their offices where they remove what's inside. And it is the fully intact but mummified body of a young woman. They also find a pocketbook there with her, as well as some other items. And they also would find out soon that there was a second victim. The woman inside was pregnant when she was killed. So who was this woman? The contents of her pocketbook, there was also like an address book in there, and the pages were so badly degraded that you couldn't read them with just the naked eye. And so using fancy technology and science, they're able to very painstakingly and slowly reveal the writing on some of these pages. I think on one page they see the name Marroquin revealed, and they find this address and phone number. And so they just say, maybe that we can find out, who lives at that place now, and maybe if that we can find out who it was before, maybe they know who the victim is. But as luck would have it, this person was still living in this address and still had the same phone number. And that's when they go to talk to her, and she reveals who she believes the victim is. It was a friend of hers, Reyna Angelica Marroquin. Reyna had come to New York from El Salvador. She was married in El Salvador, but her husband ended up cheating on her and impregnating another woman, so she left him and went to New York. She ended up getting a job at a plastics company. Well, the person she worked for, her boss, just so happened to be the owner of that plastics company and also used to live in the house where the barrel was found. His name was Howard Elkins. In the early 70s, he ends up selling his portion of the plastics company and moving to Boca Raton, Florida. Police track him down in Boca Raton, and he is still alive, and they question him, hey, this house you used to live in, we found a woman in a barrel. He goes, what? I didn't know anything about that. But after some pressing, he eventually admits that he had an affair with a female worker of his back in the late 60s, and he's like, I don't remember who it was. Like, it was just so long ago. Well, when police talked to Reyna's friend, which is how they uncovered her name and all of that, the friend said that in around 1968, 1969 or so, Reyna said she told this friend that I'm having an affair with a man, and that man got me pregnant. But she didn't say who the man's name is to the friend. So police ask Howard, hey, are you the father of the baby that was, with this woman? No, of course not. Okay, well, will you provide us a DNA sample? Less than a day later, after they asked him for that DNA sample, which I think he said no, they would find Howard Elkins dead in the backseat of his car with a shotgun to his head. He had ended his own life. So they take his blood to get a DNA sample, and they confirm he was the father of the fetus found in the barrel with Reyna. Reyna's friend told police that while she'd never said the name of the person who got her pregnant, never implicated it was her boss, she did say that Reyna got frustrated with this man and called the man's house and spoke to the man's wife, because Howard was married. And Reyna told the wife, I'm pregnant with your husband's baby. And then suddenly, Reyna vanishes. I know her family in El Salvador at one point realized that they were no longer hearing from her, and so they were trying to find her. But for some reason, she just sort of got lost in everything. It seemed like people just forgot she existed back in 1969, because that's when she was killed, was in 1969. She just sat in this barrel for decades, and nobody knew she was there. It's a tightly sealed barrel, so it's airtight. The smell's not gonna come out from it, not until someone cracks it open. It's just so sad that her coffin essentially was a rusty metal barrel. They don't know for absolute certainty, but they believe that he found out that Raina called his wife, told her that, she got pregnant with his baby. This sent him probably into a rage where they believe he abducted her from her apartment or lured her away or something, where he then killed her, put her body into that barrel, planned to move her somewhere, but it was too heavy that he couldn't, so he just left it underneath the house in the crawl space. Now, from what I understand, the wife knew that this man had an affair and got some other woman pregnant. I don't know if she ever questioned him further or what, if she knew maybe or suspected that maybe this woman just suddenly disappeared. I don't know for sure. But what I do know for sure is that Howard will never face justice because he ended his own life. For 30 years, he got to live his life, free as a bird. Raina and her baby did not. And so, sadly, he got away with murder. But thankfully, the past caught up with him, and now he is, where he is now. The former mayor of this small little town just upped and vanished one day, never to be seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Richard Dean Roberts. Viewer discretion is advised. This is the quaint little town of Hayden, Colorado. The population as of now in 2026 is under 2,000 people. But in 1995, when this case occurred, the likely population was way less than that, probably around 1,200 people. Richard Dean Roberts was the mayor of Hayden, Colorado. He had been the mayor for about 3 years or so by the time this case occurred. Richard was born in Cody, Wyoming, but eventually he gravitated to Colorado, and I know at one point he was married, and he had 2 daughters and 1 stepdaughter. But he and his wife divorced sometime around 1988. And he was very close with his children, who by the time this case occurred are now adults. He seemed to be, from what I can tell, a well-liked guy, well-respected. He also dealt with oil companies. Apparently as mayor, though, he only earned like $100 or so a month. So I'm guessing he earned most of his income through working with oil companies. And Richard was living on his own when all of this happened. It was February 1st, 1995. Richard would tell the town clerk that he would not be attending, a bi-monthly meeting. And this was for the town council there. At some point that evening, after he told the town clerk this, he's seen getting a coffee at the local coffee shop. Then he leaves, and he's never seen again. He's just gone. It wouldn't be until February 9th of 1995, so more than a week later, that he is actually reported missing by the town clerk. The reason why it took so long is because Richard would frequently go on these week or 2 long trips to deal with oil companies around the country, around the world, that kind of thing. And it was extremely common for him to do this and be gone for long periods of time. But when he still wasn't back after a time period that he should have been back, that's when he was reported missing. They would search Richard's home, his apartment, and they didn't really find anything unusual there. His apartment was still unlocked, which I guess was kind of abnormal. His computer was turned on, but his car was missing. And all of his belongings, everything, clothing, everything he would have needed was still in the apartment. With one exception, a .22 caliber rifle was no longer there. On February 27th, now in the deserts of Utah, his car is found. It was just found abandoned. And I guess it was found kind of in like a grouping of trees. It looked like whoever left the car there, whether it's Richard or someone else, did so with the purpose of trying to hide it so that no one would actually find it. There were also what they labeled as 3 indistinct sets of foot impressions leaving or near the truck, going in different directions. Richard's boots and one of his jackets was in the truck. There were fingerprints in the truck, which they had his fingerprints on record, and most of the fingerprints matched him or someone in his family. But there were, like, I guess a couple fingerprints that did not match any of them. The truck, though, other than that, really, it showed there was no signs of any kind of struggle, no broken windows, there's no blood, nothing, no foul play. They also don't know why he would go from Hayden into Utah. This was, so I guess his ex-wife and the kids lived in Grand Junction, Colorado. And so some thought maybe he was going that direction, but then just kept going. And it was 12 miles off any major road, his truck. So it was in the middle of nowhere. And they searched that area as thoroughly as they possibly can. It is a desert, so it's, it's vast, it's open. A lot of things could happen there. There's animal life and stuff like that, but they did not find any other signs of him there. He also suffers from seasonal affective disorder and would get depressed during certain times of year, which would have lined up with the time frame he went missing. Although he gave no indications that he was in a bad place, mentally, not like he gave no indications that he was planning on maybe ending his own life, because that is one theory that he went out there because his gun wasn't found, and maybe he did that to end his own life. But no one really understood why he would have done that. But again, people do it all the time, and most often people are completely surprised and never saw the signs. But he was also reportedly in some debt and was starting to take to drinking, and he was seeing a woman, but I guess their relationship wasn't going super great. So there's a lot of factors that could say maybe he made himself disappear, but they also have zero proof that he made himself disappear. They have zero evidence that he ended his own life. If he went somewhere out in that vast desert, surely something would have been found. But honestly, it's still a mystery. Nobody really knows what happened to Richard Dean Roberts that day, and perhaps no one ever will. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Richard Dean Roberts or what may have transpired, you are asked to please call 970-276-2535. Accused slayer kind of chick who eats nails. What the fuck? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Richard Mattingly. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case is going to take us to Arlington, Virginia. I don't really have much background information on him, and unfortunately this is the clearest photo of him I could find. At the time of this case, Richard Mattingly was 63 years old. He was the director at the time of the Condemnation Board in Washington, D.C. He also was a father. And I know at least one of his children was adopted. Her name was Deborah Muffin Mattingly. She was 14 years old at the time of this case. 14. She looks like a twice-divorced 68-year-old grandmama. I mean, she looks like someone who talks like, I'm on a 3-pack-a-day diet. Anyway, she's evil, by the way. It was around January 9th or January 10th of 1970. Richard Mattingly had failed to show up to his work, which was extremely unusual. His adult son had found out, and so he goes to the house to check on his father. When he does, he finds his dad dead, and it was more than obvious that his father was murdered. But missing from the home was his 14-year-old grandmother sister, Muffin. Also missing from in front of the home was Richard's car. It had been stolen. Richard had been beaten to death with a hammer, and they also determined that a crowbar was used to beat him, but they also had pressed the crowbar into his throat to suffocate him. It was a brutal death. On January 12th, 1970, Richard's stolen vehicle was found parked outside of an apartment complex, which led them to several suspects who were connected to 14-year-old Deborah Muffin. Those people included 15-year-old Patricia Pegasus Truax, 21-year-old Kenneth Hittner. He was actually AWOL from the Marines. And then 19-year-old Eugene Como. And in their company was the oldest 14-year-old of all time, Deborah Muffin Mattingly. Boy, was she described to be a great person. Apparently, she was someone who would eat nails. She was an extremely troubled, problematic girl. She ran away from home numerous times. She clearly hated her adopted father. She was in and out of juvenile detention centers. She was impossible to control. And she did not care. And she had only met Ken Hittner just a couple of days before the murder happened. Ken and the other individuals, including Deborah, would take LSD together. So all of these individuals are arrested, and it doesn't take long for them to basically start folding. And the gist of it is that Deborah Muffin Mattingly was really the one who orchestrated this murder. She was urging it on. She kept pushing the guys to continue to hurt and kill her adopted father. And she had no remorse. So Deborah ends up getting charged with the murder. However, they don't believe she was the one to actually commit the murder itself. She absolutely hated her adopted father. She claimed that he treated her like crap, but there was no proof of that. I'm not talking like abuse or anything, just that apparently he was mean to her. But she is very quickly deemed incompetent not only to stand trial, but to also take the stand at the other trials of the other suspects. She would end up being put into a juvenile detention center for a brief time and was eventually released. She was never really truly held accountable for the murder of her own father. Ken Hittner will end up testifying at Eugene Como's trial, and he said it was he and Eugene that killed Richard Mattingly, and they did in fact use a crowbar to strangle him after severely beating him with a hammer. Eugene Como testifies that he and the others were all on LSD at the time and that they weren't really in control of themselves. So Ken Hittner ends up getting found guilty of the murder, and he is sentenced to 30 years in prison. Eugene Como also is found guilty of the murder, and he is also sentenced to 30 years in prison. Pegasus here was never charged in connection to the murder because she was essentially one of the primary witnesses who would testify at all of the trials. And she was like, "Oh, I was crying and I was so sad. I didn't want them to do it." Like on the stand, she was essentially acting like she was a victim. But that's not what people would say about her after the fact. She actually said she was a witch, and she seemed to have no care or remorse for what happened to Richard. But she got no jail time. So it was just Ken Hittner and Eugene Como who actually got prison time. I have to imagine they served their time and were released. And I don't know where Madame Nail Eater is. Who knows? Maybe she's changed. And all for what? What was it really for? All because what? She claimed that Richard was just a meanie head to her? Or, hey, I don't know about you, but let's normalize prosecuting children and treating them as adults when they knowingly commit an adult crime. And put those fuckers away forever. Because really, did he get justice? I mean, in the end, did he really? Sort of, but also sort of not. They're confident he was specifically targeted, but by who and why? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Richard Tapia. Viewer discretion is advised. When this case occurred, Richard Tapia was 27 years old, and he was living in the Ahwatukee foothills area of Phoenix, Arizona, specifically at the Sonoran apartment homes. I believe Richard was living in an apartment with at least 2 roommates. On the morning of January 15th, 1999, one of the roommates had already left and gone to work. A second roommate named Jacob had gotten up that morning and went out to his truck because he was going to be taking Richard to work, who I guess worked across the freeway. It's about 6:45 in the morning. The roommate's already in the truck, getting it nice and warm. Richard is leaving the apartment. He is locking the door, and he is walking towards the truck. As Richard is passing by the apartment's pool just outside the gate, somebody approaches him. A white male in their, what they think was maybe their early to mid-20s. And all of a sudden, gunshots rang out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gunshots would enter Richard's body. The final one being at point-blank range, which was the killing shot. You can see that some of his blood sprayed onto a nearby car. This is a detective at the scene. The only individual and a person who was hit was Richard. One of the bullets actually passed through him and found its way into an apartment, which thankfully did not hit anybody else. And then another bullet went through him and punctured a radiator in a nearby car. The shooter fled the scene immediately after he was done. And detectives working on the case were stumped from the get-go. They don't know why this happened. They don't know why Richard was targeted. And most importantly, they do not know who did this. But what they do know, based off of numerous witnesses who all kind of saw this happen, and this all happened within literally seconds, this person went right towards Richard. It almost seemed like they were waiting for Richard to pass by that spot. They walked up to him and just began firing. So it seemed intentional, that this wasn't like a random thing, that he was the one they were after. But again, why? They did look into a possible love triangle that had been potentially going on. Maybe he was flirting with someone else's girlfriend. They looked into that angle, but it never led them anywhere. They had another potential suspect named Alex, who I guess was a former roommate of his. Well, that roommate had accused Richard of, I guess, assaulting the roommate's girlfriend. I don't know if that's true or not, like if Richard actually did that, but police would talk to this guy, Alex, and he said, it wasn't me, I didn't do it. Here's my gun, here's all the guns I have, you can take them, and you can rule me out, which they did. None of the guns he owned were the ones that were used to kill Richard. And they officially eliminated that man as a suspect. And the case went cold almost right away after that. They got no closer to knowing who did this or why. There were no cameras that captured anyone. There was no additional evidence left behind. There were obviously no fingerprints. There's no additional DNA. No one really got a good look at the person. They can tell he was white. He was maybe in his early to mid 20s, maybe about 6 feet tall, but no one actually recognized him. And so it's just a completely baffling mystery. But somebody somewhere out there does know the truth about who gunned down this man for no apparent reason back in 1999. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Richard Tapia, you are asked to please call 602-262-6141. A father is accidentally shot and killed in his home. But was it really an accident? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Robert Breininger. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Mark Center, or the Defiance County area of Ohio. Robert Breininger was born in January of 1969. When this case occurred, he is 34 years old, and he is a father to 3 kids. He had 2 sons named Corey, and also there was Garrett, and then he had a daughter named Emily. It sounds like he had a great relationship with his kids. They spent a lot of time together. He would eventually meet this woman here, Judith Hockey, and they would get married. They married in November of 1998, and she became a stepmom to Robert's kids. On November 3rd, 2003, Corey, who was 10 years old at that time, would call 911 in a panic. His dad had been shot in the head, and he thinks his dad might be dead. Police and rescue arrive, and they can confirm that his father, Robert, was dead. He had been shot in the head with a shotgun. Corey says it was an accident. And it was actually Corey who accidentally shot the gun that killed his dad. And there was no other evidence at the scene to indicate anything else. So it was ruled an accident, and it was basically case closed. And it stayed case closed until about a decade or so later. Nearly 10 years later, Corey Breininger will actually bump into one of his old teachers. They strike up a conversation, and Corey, gets kind of personal and tells this former teacher of his about how Judith, his stepmom from years ago, used to abuse him physically and emotionally, and, threatened to hurt him more or kill him even. Then he reveals to her something truly awful. Corey did pull the trigger that day, but it was at the behest of his stepmom, Judith. Judith Hockey had coerced him, manipulated him, persuaded him to kill his dad. She did this through emotional and physical abuse, psychological torture, pushed this 10-year-old boy to a point where she was able to actually convince him to do it. And she told him to say, it was an accident, make it look like an accident. So the teacher, I think, talking to Corey, says, you need to obviously go to the police with this, and he does, and he tells the police the story about how Judith told him to kill his dad, that Robert Breininger was not a victim of a tragic accident, he was a victim of a homicide. Around 2012 or 2013 or so, she is then arrested and charged with murder and insurance fraud, because the reason why she orchestrated this murder was to collect on the insurance payout, life insurance policy, which she immediately started filing for within 24 hours of Robert's death. She goes on trial, and at the trial, I know the teacher who Corey confessed to and also a psychologist end up testifying, basically helping them prove that she had coerced Corey into doing this. She is found guilty of insurance fraud and aggravated murder, and she is sentenced to life in prison. Now, at her trial, by the way, they basically tried to suggest that Corey deliberately murdered his own father. Apparently, she said that Robert was going to send him to military school, and he didn't want to go, so he reacted by shooting his dad. I don't think they were ever able to actually show or prove that, though. But in 2016, her conviction is overturned, and a second trial is ordered. This is because the testimony of the teacher and also the psychiatrist were both deemed inadmissible because they essentially were hearsay. The psychiatrist had testified about basically torture and manipulation, which wasn't a proven science, at that point or even still. So it wasn't a reliable enough testimony. And then the testimony of the teacher was, again, her reiterating a story she was told. I don't know if Corey testified at the first trial or not. That being said, there would not be a second trial. Judith Hockey would end up taking a plea deal. In 2019, she actually ends up doing an Alfred plea, which is where she is not admitting her guilt, but also is acknowledging at the same time that the prosecution does still have enough evidence to convict her. So she pled the Alfred plea to involuntary manslaughter and child endangerment. She was then resentenced to 10 years in prison, with 5 years already had been served. Corey didn't have to say anything, because if this was a deliberate murder, right, he got away with it. There would be no reason to call attention to an already closed case that nobody was talking about or thinking about prosecuting anymore. And if Judith, at her first trial, said something like, he deliberately killed him because he didn't want to go to military school. Okay, well then, if you knew he deliberately killed him, why didn't you say it from the very beginning? Not to mention the fact that many witnesses testified against her, saying she was an abusive, manipulative, horrible person. And so Corey's story is absolutely believable. This would give him PTSD. I mean, he pulled the trigger that ended his own dad's life because someone had convinced him to do it. And he lived with that until he just couldn't hold on to it anymore. That's why I believe him, 100%. And I think this evil monster, I wish she was behind bars the rest of her life, personally. It takes a really sick kind of person to be able to manipulate a child to do that to his own dad. I hope he has found a way to mentally move on from it. And I just wish that Robert would have gotten better justice. I look like I'm wearing a hat. Yeehaw, howdy everyone. Anyway, I just finished watching this true crime docuseries called The Rocky Mountain Mortician Murder. I watched it on HBO Max. Not a paid sponsor. So it is a 3-episode docuseries about the 2012 murder of this man here, a mortician named Byron Griffey. And the murder happened in Florence, Colorado. He was found deceased, shot through the back of the head on his farm property. So this is like your classic real-life whodunit murder mystery. I like the way it's presented. They show you or talk to you about all of the suspects, and they go through how each one of them had a motive. They go through how each one of them could have committed this murder. The concept of small town rumor mill, he said, she said, or he said, he said. And quite honestly, it's like whatever you're told, whatever the audience is told, you're not sure if it's true or not. There are allegations and actually convictions regarding that, Byron Griffey allegedly sexually abused younger boys. But the person who accused him of it is a pathological liar and a manipulator. So it's like, do you believe that person, or do you believe that he didn't do any of that stuff that he was accused of? He's not around to tell his version of the story because he's dead. But did that play into why he was murdered? Well, that's one of the suspects. I think with this, I was expecting yeehaws and cowboys. But there are a surprisingly large amount of gay people involved in this case. And with that aspect of it, it gives you a few surprises. There's a lot of twists and turns to this case that kind of catch you off guard a couple times. You're like, oh, okay, obviously it has to be this person, but wait a minute. Whoa, okay, it has to be this person. I feel like this does a pretty good job at giving us every aspect of the case. I don't really feel like it's totally biased towards either side. I was also reading some people talk about this where they were kind of upset about some of the uncertainty involving all of this. But that's real life. This isn't a movie or a TV show. This isn't CSI or Law and Order. This is a real life story. And more often than not, you are left with uncertainty. You are left without definitive answers. Well, I tell you, was someone convicted in this case? Technically, yes. Is that person the one responsible for killing him? That's the uncertain part. And at the end of all of it, I'm not sure. I have no idea. I still don't know. But that's also why I kind of liked this docuseries, because it was real. There's not it's not tied up with a pretty little bow at the end. And again, much like a lot of true crime stories, that's just the way it is. But it's a captivating case. It's a captivating story. There's lots of information. There's lots of suspects. There's lots of reasons. And I kind of think it's one of these where it's left up to the audience's interpretation for what they think happened. But what really truly happened, I'm not sure. Anyway, it's called The Rocky Mountain Mortician Murder. I watched it through HBO Max. I'm sure there's other ways to watch it, but that's how I saw it. So, yeah, okay, great. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ronald Irvin. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Augusta, Georgia, and unfortunately, I have virtually no information about this case. But what I do know is that Ronald Lamont Irvin was born on July 29th, 1965, and he was born and raised in Augusta, Georgia. He graduated high school in 1983, and then he proudly joined the U.S. Army, where he served. And then after that, when he came back, he would end up joining the Sheriff's Department, specifically for Richmond County Sheriff's Department there in Augusta. By the time this case occurred, though, he was no longer a sheriff's deputy. Ronald, who was very devout in his faith, was also an incredibly generous person. He would give anything to anyone as long as he had it. He always seemed to have a smile on his face, and he always made a very good impression with everybody he met. Ronald also had 2 brothers and 3 sisters. This takes us to December 13th, 2011. I don't know the exact address because it's not listed, but it says he lived on Naples Drive in Augusta, so I'm just assuming it's this here. I'm surprised with this being 2011 that there really isn't a lot of info about it. I can't even find newspaper articles. But at around 1 o'clock in the morning on December 13th, 2011, Ronald's sister, who I guess they lived together, would be awoken by a very loud noise. And what it was actually somebody violently kicking in the front door of the house. Then she hears gunshots going off. And by the time she gets out to see what's going on, she sees Ronald, her brother, on the ground. And he has been shot, and whoever did this is no longer there. Again, this is a guy who even neighbors said that if you asked him for something, he would give it. So if this was some sort of random home invasion and maybe they were robbing him, he would have just given them whatever they wanted. And this guy that the neighborhood called Uncle Ronnie, this man who served 2 tours in Iraq, was just gunned down, and nobody knows why. Why did somebody beat down the door of his home and shoot him right in his chest? Unfortunately, the only update they've ever said ever is that there is no update. There is no new information at all. And that's all the information there is about this case. Someone kicked down his door, shot him, and then fled. No motive, no idea who did this, nothing. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this and why. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 706-821-1000. Police hunt mad killer of at least 5 men who has never been found. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Sacramento Mad Killer. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to 1940s Sacramento, California, back when car horns sounded either like meep meep or auga. That was dumb. In June of 1940, the body of an unknown man was found in a field in Sutter County near Sacramento, California. The body, when it was found, was already in a very bad state of decomposition, and they were unable to determine how exactly he died. In August of 1941, they found another body in the same field, but quite a distance away, and I guess they would believe that these two people were probably killed around the same time and just disposed of in this field around the same time. However, that individual's murder, they also don't know how he died either. On August 18th, 1941, 2 men were found badly beaten in a field, also in Sacramento, California. The victims here were Alfred Reed and John Saunders. Alfred Reed, pictured on top, had a severe skull fracture, and unfortunately, 8 days after he's found in the field, he does end up dying from his injuries. John Saunders, however, does end up surviving. However, his memory of whatever happened to them, it was no longer there. He couldn't remember a thing. On August 27th, a 41-year-old man by the name of Raymond Reyos was also found in a field. Somebody had beat him so badly that his skull had been completely crushed in, and his pockets were turned out, and he was clearly, he was robbed or someone attempted to rob him. So he had a friend named Tony Ochoa, and there seems to be conflicting reports about what happened to Tony. What they do know for sure is that Tony Ochoa is missing, and he's never been located. Some reports say that he was in contact with the police after his friend Raymond Reyos was found, and he said he would go to Mexico to alert Mr. Reyes' family. However, other reports say last time anyone even saw Tony Ochoa was actually 3 days before Raymond was found. Tony Ochoa is not considered a suspect in this. He's considered a potential other victim who they never were able to find. On September 21st, they found yet another victim. Apparently there was a hole in this guy's chin, but they don't know if it came from like a gunshot or if it came from something else, because when they found him, he had been in the water, and apparently the fish in the water had eaten this man's face. They really couldn't tell exactly what caused the hole in his chin, and they don't exactly know how he died, but he was found in proximity to all the other victims. What police basically came up with, and they're not even really sure if this is actually what happened, but they believe that most of these victims were last seen at some bar in Sacramento, just various different bars. They were picked up by this stranger or were accosted by a stranger, maybe on their way home, and that ultimately the initial thing was for this person to rob these men. But they also think that this person, that robbery wasn't really the real motive of this. The real motive was just to kill people. And that's why they nicknamed him the Mad Killer, because he was just a psychopath. He was insane. He's mad. That he would just go around and find random men and kill them. And then like the secondary motive was, oh, I'm going to take money from them. But he's never been caught. Or he never was caught, I should say. Obviously, whoever this person is long gone. This was well over 80 years ago, so if this guy was even a teenager or in his early 20s, he's dead. And the odds are is he got away with it. He got to kill at least 5 people, possibly more, and he got away with it. Or maybe he did kill other people and was caught for those murders, and they just never linked him to these. Maybe he's a name we know. Maybe he's a killer we've talked about before. They just don't know that he's actually the Sacramento Mad Killer as well. But unfortunately, whether that is the case or not, he's dead. And there's not going to be any DNA evidence found here or anything like that. So the mystery of the Sacramento Mad Killer will likely remain unsolved forever. She went to this pharmacy to get medication, but she never came home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sandra Ross. Viewer discretion is advised. This story takes us to Apex, North Carolina. Looks like it's just outside of Raleigh. Sandra K. Ross was born in February of 1952. I don't know a ton about her, but I do know that she eventually got married in 1976. Sandra was described as being a really smart person. She loved music, and she loved being a mom because she did have a little girl at home. In January of 1984, Sandra's daughter at the time was sick with something. And so Sandra was going to go to the pharmacy, I guess down the road from their home, to get the medication that her baby needed. She told her husband, I'm going to go pick it up and I'll be home shortly. She never came home. She's never been seen since. So she would have gone to the Cary Village Mall area. And when she didn't come home within a short period of time, her husband decided to go over there to see if, he can find out what's going on. As he's walking around looking for her and her car, so I guess he first goes to the Big Star. I'm not sure if it's like a grocery store, but I think sometimes she would go there to get medicine. But her car wasn't there. However, her car was parked in front of the Treasury drugstore in the same shopping center. The way her car was found, it looked like she had parked it, got out, and went to the store. There was no signs of foul play in or around the car. No broken windows, no blood, no ripped out hair, nothing. Everything inside the car was neat and orderly. From what I understand, eventually once she's reported missing and detectives start talking to people at this shopping center, they learned that there's no record of Sandra ever going inside the drugstore or purchasing anything. They go around and they pass out flyers to everyone in that shopping center and all the shopping centers around it, asking anyone if they saw her or anything of the sort, and no one can remember seeing her in that shopping center. But her car was there, so how did that get there? Her friends and family said that this was completely and utterly out of character for Sandra. This is not something she had ever done before, and it's not something they'd ever think she would do. She had an 18-month-old baby at home who was sick. She loved her child, absolutely adored her baby. Sandra was not the type of person who would just say, screw it, forget about it, I'm going to leave her and my husband and everything. I know in situations like this, there's going to be probably a lot of suspicion that falls on the husband. The husband was very involved in looking for her. As far as I see, he was cooperative with police, and I don't see any official mentions of him being listed as a suspect or even a person of interest. I don't see any mentions of him being cleared of any wrongdoing either. But I'm also not going to sit here and just speculate and make up things and accuse people of things, because that doesn't help anyone. I go on, I read stories about this case and I read a message boards like, he probably did this and did that and did this and did that. The thing is the facts should only speak for themselves. And the fact of the matter is Sandra is missing. She is still missing. She has never been found. They did a very extensive search of the surrounding area. They had police and volunteers. They put people up in the air in helicopters searching. I know her husband and family was involved in the search. They just came up with absolutely nothing. It sounds like it's believed that Sandra never stepped foot in that pharmacy or any of the stores nearby. I don't know if they know that for absolute certainty, but the belief is that she never did. That does raise the question, did she drive the car to that parking lot and something happened, or did somebody else drive the car to that parking lot after something happened to her? One other interesting thing about this is that I think this is her mom, her mother had said something shortly after the disappearance, something along the lines of, something was amiss in my daughter's life. She never elaborated, never specified what that meant. I have to assume police have talked to her to see, for her to elaborate, and if they did talk, I don't know the result of that conversation. Sandra K. Ross was 31 years old at the time of her disappearance. She was wearing a burgundy sweater and tan corduroy pants. She also was carrying a wine-colored purse. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about where Sandra is, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Sandra K. Ross, you are asked to please call 919-856-6800. They called him the baby seat rapist, and thankfully it's not what you initially think that might be. Still awful, but hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Scott Lear. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to where I live, Arizona, dating back to 1991. I don't have a photo of the first victim, unfortunately, but on November 8th, 1991, a 40-year-old woman named Margaret Kreisdorf, she had gone to a convenience store, and then she was planning on hitchhiking from there. It appeared that she had been picked up by someone, but then she never got to her destination. As a matter of fact, she would never be seen alive again. That same day, near 59th Avenue and Union Hills in the Glendale, Arizona area, and obviously I don't think it's there anymore, but there was an orange grove in that area, the body of a partially nude woman was found, and she would soon be identified as 40-year-old Margaret Kreisdorf. On her body, they did find male DNA. On January 20th, 1992, 21-year-old Belinda Cronin goes missing. She also was in the Phoenix area. She had left her apartment because she was going to be going to a friend's house. She, too, was going to be hitchhiking. And then she was picked up by somebody. She never made it to her destination, and she was never seen alive again. She is not found until 6 months later. They found her around June of 1992. Her body was very badly decomposed. Belinda had been bludgeoned to death, and there were indications that she was also raped, but because of her decomposition, it wasn't necessarily a confirmed thing, but that is the belief. February 7th, 1992, another woman goes missing. 19-year-old Michelle Marie Morales was last seen here at this Circle K at the corner of 35th Avenue and Peoria, where she too was hitchhiking, and she got into a car, and just rinse and repeat at this point, she was never seen alive again. Her remains were found 2 weeks later. She had been bludgeoned to death with a rock. She was also partially clothed, and it was very obvious that she had been violently raped. And they did, in this case, have DNA that they were eventually going to be able to link to a person. Between February of 1991 and February of 1992, at least 7 other women and young girls were also raped. The majority of them had been raped after they were hitchhiking. It also seems like some of them, especially the younger ones, because the youngest victim was 10 years old, appeared that some of them might have been lured away and then abducted and then raped. One thing that every surviving victim, that they all said that the car, in that car, was a baby seat. It was a car seat in the back of the car, indicating that this person, this man, is a father. They called him the baby seat rapist, so that's why he got that nickname. Surviving victims, as well as witnesses who saw the murdered victims getting picked up when they were hitchhiking, they all describe a very similar car, which would later be determined to be this car here. Police are now able to determine that the 3 murdered victims and the 7 surviving rape victims all were likely taken and raped, and eventually some of them murdered, by the same man, because they all described a very similar looking man as well. And I think through partial license plates, a description of the vehicle, they were able to finally find the driver. Father of 3, Scott Lear. He would have been about 32 years old when all of these crimes started. They do collect his DNA. Now, obviously in 1992, the technology we had back then was not as advanced as we have now, but there was enough that they could say it came from the same contributor, or this guy would have, there was a certain probability of it can only be this one person. Mathematical odds at that point basically suggested that Scott Lear was pretty much one of the only people who could have left that DNA. So he is arrested and he is charged with all of these cases. He would plead innocent, say, "It wasn't me, I didn't do it." Yet the victims would identify him as being their rapist, and he is found guilty of all of those crimes, and he is sentenced to death. He goes on to appeal many times, and eventually he ends up winning some of these appeals. But eventually what ends up happening is he is reconvicted of all of these crimes again, and he is once again sentenced to death. One of the cases, it was the Belinda Cronin, her murder, who he was initially sentenced to death for. That was the only one they did no longer do the death penalty for. They then just sentenced him to life in prison without parole for that one. I think that's because there was no DNA with her body. But he has lost every single appeal since 2010 or so. He has gone to every single court possible, it sounds like, and he's been rejected every time. Scott Lear remains on death row to this very day. Either way, this man will die in prison for what he did. It's exactly what he deserves. At least one victim got justice, but was she also one of his victims? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Shelley Speet Mills. Viewer discretion is advised. For this one, we're going to Grand Rapids, Michigan. Specifically, the Heritage Hill neighborhood of Grand Rapids. This is a photo of Shelley Speet on her wedding day. She is marrying William Mills, or Bill. Happiest day of her life. Her and her new husband, Bill, would end up living in this home. Shelley was a beloved member of this community. She was very well liked, and no one can say a bad thing about her. She was just 19 years old, and she was just so happy to be married. But on September 15th, 1970, her life would come to a very sudden and incredibly brutal end. That afternoon, Shelley's mom would park in front of Shelley's new house, and because she was picking her up to go have lunch, she sat outside and waited for Shelley to come out, but she didn't. She honks her horn, but Shelley still doesn't come out, and so, fearing something is wrong, she gets out of the car and enters the home. And that is when she finds her daughter, sprawled out in the kitchen, covered in blood. Blood is everywhere. She calls police, and then she calls Bill, because Bill was teaching at the school he taught at. So police and Bill, they all rush home. They had only been married 17 days. The coroner would determine that Shelley, and this is an actual photo from the scene, she had been stabbed 32 times. One time in her chest, one time in her back, and 30 times directly in her neck. She was actually almost decapitated. This was brutality. And for what? One person they knew almost right away that did not do this was actually the husband, because they knew the timeline of when Shelley was last seen alive, not just by her husband, but by other people. And when she was discovered, they knew for an absolute fact that Bill was actually already at school. He was already in class, observed by a bunch of people. They know he didn't do this. So who did? Well, what they didn't realize at this point was that Shelley was possibly the first of a string of killings that may have been committed by one person. This person would become known as the Heritage Hill Killer, or this case would be sometimes referred to as the Heritage Hill Killings. Barbara Larson, Laurel Jean Ellis, Linda King, Catherine Darling, Lois DeRitter, Nancy Sweetman, Ida Mae Lucci, and one surviving victim, Joanne Eggleston. 8 women in total killed over the course of about 10 years between 1970 and 1980 or so. Some of them were stabbed 30, 40, 50, even 60 times. Most of them killed inside their home. This was one of the victims. Her name was Laurel Jean Ellis. Well, fast forward to about 2008 or so, because of DNA technology having advanced greatly, they were able to get DNA from her crime scene and identify her killer. A man named Lamont Marshall, who had apparently been considered a possible suspect in a couple of these killings when they were actually happening. However, there is no physical evidence, DNA or anything like that, that places him at the crime scene of Shelley's murder. They don't know if the same person killed all of these women. They know that at least one person killed at least one of them, and actually the one who survived, Joanne, she identified Lamont as her attacker as well. It does give some credibility to the fact that he may have been responsible for some of these other women, but also maybe not at all. There may have been multiple killers going around doing this. It's not completely out of the ordinary. But as it stands now, they do not have any evidence to show that he was Shelley's killer. So Shelley's case, as well as the majority of these other victims, their cases also remain unsolved. Now, I'm adding all of their names to my case list that I work off of individually because I don't know if they're all connected. So, I'll eventually make videos on each one of them. But maybe one day they'll find the evidence they need to connect all of them through physical evidence. Or maybe they'll find the evidence to find multiple people, multiple killers. Back in 1970, when Shelley was killed, obviously this is well before DNA was a processing tool, a crime scene investigating tool. That doesn't mean that they can't take whatever evidence they still have and test it for DNA using modern technology. I have to assume they've tried, but I don't know if they've gotten any results from that. Just based off of how evidence would have been handled before the knowledge of DNA, there may not be as much evidence as you would hope. But one of these victims was killed in 1975, and their killer was captured and was convicted of that crime decades later. So there is still hope that any one of these victims, including Shelley, can get justice. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who killed Shelley Speet Mills. Perhaps the person with knowledge is you. If you have any information on her case, you were asked to please call 616-456-3400. A couple is found murdered inside of a burned-out home, and the mystery of whodunit still remains. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sherry Leonard and Jason Spake. Viewer discretion is advised. It was November 25th, 2007. In Granville, Pennsylvania, which is in Mifflin County, 911 gets a call that a trailer home is on fire. The fire is put out, and when they finally enter the home, they find two bodies inside. One of them was 43-year-old Sherry Jo Leonard. She was pronounced deceased at the scene. The other was 33-year-old Jason Spake. He was actually not pronounced deceased at the scene. He was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately, he would be later pronounced dead there. Pretty quickly after the bodies were found, the police would label this a homicide. Initially, the belief was that the fire likely killed them, but this was in fact an arson. So someone deliberately set the fire, and it seemed to center in the bedroom. But then suspicions arose about, did they die in the fire? Were they dead ahead of time? That's something they had to figure out. The coroner, after doing a thorough examination on both of them, would determine that in fact they were both dead before the fire was started. They both died from blunt force trauma to their heads. They both had pretty serious skull fractures. The fire was then deliberately set with the purpose to hide any evidence of the killer, to destroy any evidence at all. And unfortunately, they were pretty successful at that. However, police do have some evidence that still remains. Sherry and Jason met while working at the Tuscarora Intermediate Unit 11. Sherry was an executive secretary there, and Jason worked in IT. People would say that Sherry was truly just one of the most thoughtful people you would ever meet. She was someone who would excel at everything she did. Sherry had gone through a lot in her life, but she always overcame any obstacle. I was reading in one article that Sherry made it a routine to basically do a very deep clean of everything every Saturday. And a family member said, quote, "I still celebrate Psycho Saturday and clean like she did." Jason was described as a really, really special guy. He was someone who would do anything for you. Jason was a fantastic storyteller. And when he told stories, he was able to make you laugh. He was just a really good, very solid guy. Really easy to love. From almost the get-go, there were two suspects considered. One of them was very cooperative with police. They took a polygraph test. They passed it. They answered any and all questions police had, and eventually that person of interest, that suspect, was cleared. That then leaves them with one suspect. On the flip side, he has not been cooperative with police. Not cooperating with police and not talking to them and answering their questions, That's a red flag. But you do also have to prove your case. Because of the fire, there, of course, is going to be limited evidence still remaining. But like I said earlier, there is still evidence. The forensics teams have just not been able to link the evidence they have currently to anyone in particular. In one article I'm reading that the DA has this one suspect, but they can't press charges because they don't have the evidence. And sometimes, if it's not physical evidence, sometimes it's someone's testimony. A witness. Someone who was talked to by their killer. Maybe you're afraid to come forward because of retaliation. But these are two innocent people who were brutally killed. And they deserve justice, and their families deserve justice. And you might be the one person who could help bring that to the families. And so if you know something, you saw something, you heard something, now is the time to come forward and say something. If you have any information on the murders of Sherry and Jason, you are please asked to call 717-248-9800 or 717-320-1010. If you need to remain anonymous, you can. But please, if you know something, please come forward. Extra, extra, read all about it. Passenger plane disappears en route to Bermuda. What? This just in? It happened again a year later. Anyway, hello, true crimerers. This is a Bermuda Triangle story. Viewer discretion's advised. Okay. January 30th, 1948. Just kidding, I won't keep doing that voice because it's annoying. This is the British South American Airways. Specifically, this was called the Star Tiger, a passenger plane. On January 30th, 1948, it would depart from the Azores, carrying 25 passengers and 6 crew. Its destination, Bermuda. For this particular flight, there were some strong winds reported and heavy rain. 3:17 a.m. was the last time the Star Tiger had any communication with the operators in Bermuda. When the Bermuda operators tried to reach them at 3:50, they got no response. Then again at 4:05, no response. After 4:40 a.m., again getting no response, they declared an emergency. The plane has gone missing. No distress call ever came in from the Star Tiger. Its last known location was about 440 miles northeast of Bermuda. A search for the plane immediately began. But weather was a factor in the search. The weather had gotten significantly worse, and it made it very difficult. But from what I understand, the weather during the actual flight was like normal bad weather. It wasn't anything remotely close to being like extreme, just some strong winds. Now, early on, the Star Tiger had notified those that need to know that they would be cruising at an altitude of about 2,000 feet. And this was to avoid the winds. But the actual transmissions they received about the altitude was, they said they were at 20,000 feet. 20,000 feet being the more common altitude for this type of flight. There is speculation that the pilot of the Star Tiger forgot they were flying at 2,000 feet and not 20,000. I guess it's something that actually happens. So there is a belief that they just forgot they were flying so low and they just cruised right into the ocean. They also have this idea that maybe because of the winds, they found a way to try to land the plane on some nearby islands, but maybe missed or failed. But after a very extensive search, they never found a single trace of the Star Tiger. None of the 31 people on board ever found. They held inquiries to determine what could have happened, but they never came to a conclusion. They couldn't even conclude that it was weather that would have brought this plane down. And ultimately, they came to the final conclusion of whatever happened to the Star Tiger is never going to be known. It will remain a mystery forever. It still has never been found. Now, its flight path would have taken it right into the tippy point of the Bermuda Triangle. But people do speculate that they had maybe flown into it and they just disappeared. Sucked into the endless void of one of the biggest mysteries on Earth, the Bermuda Triangle. Which I think, hasn't someone actually explained what it actually is recently? I can't remember. Anyway, it happened again, though, a year later. This time, on January 17th, 1949, the plane was the Star Ariel, also from the British South American Airways. This flight had 13 passengers and 7 crew, and its origin was actually from Bermuda and it was heading to Jamaica. So this right here, they were basically starting kind of right in the center-ish of the Bermuda Triangle and would have gone down to Jamaica. They never made it. The flight took off at 8:41. The weather conditions in this case were actually perfect. No rain, no strong winds, nothing. About an hour into the flight, the plane's captain sent this message. Quote, I departed from Kinley Field at 8:41 a.m. hours. My ETA at Kingston 2:10 p.m. hours. I am flying in good visibility at 18,000 feet. I flew over 150 miles south of Kinley Field at 9:32 hours. My ETA at 30 degrees north is 9:37 hours. Will you accept control? Then within like a minute or two, they sent another message. Quote, I was over 30 degrees north at 9:37 a.m. I am changing frequency to MRX. That is the last known communication of the Star Ariel. No distress signals ever sent. It was just there one moment, and then it was gone. The investigation and the search begins right away. The search this time is easier because the weather, again, is still perfect. They also learned that there were no abnormalities whatsoever in the air. They even determined that there wasn't even a chance of turbulence. There weren't really even any clouds obstructing their view. They also investigated the idea that maybe the plane or the flight was sabotaged. However, they found no proof of that. After an extensive search, once again, they found nothing. Not even the tiniest piece of metal, none of the 20 people on board. And once again, they stated, this is an unknown, unsolved mystery. Both planes did come into contact with the Bermuda Triangle. Both planes fell off the face of the earth out of nowhere. No distress signals, nothing observed in the sky, no explosions or crashes witnessed, although it is in the middle of the ocean, so I'm not sure who would. No emergency signals. They were just there, and then they were not. The likelihood is both planes crashed due to unknown circumstances. But perhaps maybe, just maybe, they were victims of the Bermuda Triangle.
911, where's your emergency?
My grandmother needs help. My husband came to pick up my child because we're getting a divorce, and he come after her and then tried to come after the baby and I, and he's on the floor shot.
Is she shot?
No, he was shot. I need an ambulance for my grandmother.
Someone wasn't being very honest there. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Stephen Watkins. Viewer discretion is advised. Stephen Watkins was born in February of 1976, and he was born and raised in Illinois, and it looks like that's where he lived his entire life. After he graduated high school, Stephen would then serve in the U.S. Coast Guard, and then after that, he would end up working for the state of Illinois' DCFS. Stephen was someone who absolutely dreamt of being a family man, someone with who would get married and have kids and take care of his family. He was definitely a people person. When he was dating a woman, they ended up getting pregnant, and this is Stephen's first child. That relationship with that woman did not last, but Stephen remained a very loving, very caring, and doting father. He would then go on to meet Jennifer. The two of them hit it off. They began to date, and very quickly they got married. Jennifer was from a very big family and a very, very tight, close-knit family. Jennifer's almost her entire family, it seems like, lived in this house, which some people would refer to almost like a compound that they were kind of jokingly referred to as like, almost like a cult or a clan of people. This was a family that seemed to be very close and really never socialized much with people outside of the family. Initially, they welcomed Stephen and his first daughter, but then that quickly kind of turned sour. Jennifer's family would quickly begin to exclude Stephen's first daughter from everything, almost as if she just wasn't welcome. And then Jennifer herself got pregnant. Stephen, once again, became a father, a loving, caring, deeply doting father. His 2 girls were everything to him. But then Jennifer, even though they were still married, seemed to keep their daughter away from him. Like, she would, because they were living in their own home at this point, but she would always take their daughter, bring her to her parents' home, where she would stay until like 10, 11 o'clock at night and only come home when it was time for bed. Basically, never allowing Stephen to see his own daughter, even though Stephen and Jennifer were a married couple. But this would eventually lead to Stephen filing for divorce, which would then lead to a bitter custody battle. Jennifer would lie and say that Stephen was molesting both of his daughters. There was no proof of that. It wasn't true. But she lied and did that because she just didn't want her daughter to be around Stephen anymore. She wanted the child all to herself and to her family. And it all came to a very deadly conclusion. On November 25th, 2008, Stephen Watkins would go to Jennifer's parents' home where she was now living, and he was going there for a court-ordered visitation with his daughter. Then, the 911 call I played at the very beginning of this was made. Jennifer alleged that Stephen barged into her parents' home and demanded to see Sydney, their daughter. She said on the 911 call that he pushed and shoved her grandmother, and it caused her heart problems. Then she says on the call that Stephen was shot, but she never actually asks for help for Stephen. She's only asking for an ambulance for her grandmother, even though, but he's been shot. She's like, but my grandmother. When police arrive, they find Stephen Watkins on the ground, and it's already too late. He's dead. They said that they shot him. They're not saying who shot him, but someone in the house shot him in self-defense. The problem with that is that Stephen was shot in the back of the head. The door wasn't kicked in. He did not force his way in that way. There was minimal evidence of a struggle. There was something like a wall hanging that seemed to have broken off, but that was about it. They also found this gun at the scene, which was later determined to be the gun that killed Stephen. EMS, when they arrived first before police, they very clearly, 2 of them very clearly heard that it was the grandmother who actually shot and killed Stephen. However, by the time police and detectives arrived, they stopped talking, Jennifer and her family. They didn't say a word. And for a while, they treated this as a self-defense situation, but the police were just they weren't really believing that. The fact that Stephen was shot through the back of the head, there was minimal signs of any kind of fight or altercation, and the grandmother was not physically harmed in any way. There was no bruises, there was nothing. There was no indication she had been pushed or shoved or anything. They just felt in their gut that this was not self-defense, that this was a cold-blooded murder. But who did it? Who actually shot him? This is Shirley Skinner. She looks like a sweet, harmless grandma, but she's taking a photo in front of a white brick wall, so you know she's done some shit. Jennifer's own family, not family that was a part of this big close-knit family, like aunts and uncles and stuff, they said that Jennifer would easily be able to coerce or convince anyone to kill Stephen. These same family members also said that Shirley, this sweet little grandma, had actually inquired before about hiring someone to kill Stephen. That she offered $10,000 to cap him. Now, there was no physical evidence. There was no fingerprints. They unfortunately, the detective who investigated this was his first homicide scene. He did not do any GSR tests on anybody, including Stephen and the grandma and Jennifer. But again, there was no fingerprints, no additional DNA, and so they really had to rely on testimony to figure out who did this. Through interviewing those EMS people who said that the grandma said she shot him, through interviewing other family who said that, she had tried to hire people to kill Stephen, they determined it was Shirley Skinner, this little grandma, who actually put the gun to the back of Stephen's head and pulled the trigger. She wasn't on the ground, struggling and in pain because he pushed or shoved me. No, she was standing behind him and shot him. Shirley Skinner is arrested and charged with the murder. Her head looks like a wheat field. She would go on trial and she was convicted. She was found guilty of murdering Stephen Watkins and also for 2 charges of solicitation to commit murder because there was enough evidence of that. She was sentenced to 55 years in prison, which for her is a life sentence, and that is where she will die. Maybe she can knit some mittens for her cellmate Large Marge. As for Jennifer, she was never charged. No one else was charged in connection to this murder. Stephen's parents had filed for visitation rights to see Sydney, in which Jennifer then fled the state to avoid doing that. Jennifer was then caught doing this, and then she lost full custody of her child Sydney, who then went into the care of Sydney's aunt and uncle, who had no close association with the rest of the family. Good, I'm happy for her. Bitch. I think I did that wrong. A loud, deafening explosion would ring out, and then it happened again, and then it happened again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the St. Louis car bomber. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to St. Louis, Missouri. On the morning of October 7th, 1977, a man named Ronald Sturgis would go out to his car to get to work. He puts the key in the ignition, he turns the key, and then the windows of his car blow out, the windows of apartments nearby explode, the underside of Ronald's car completely destroyed. Ronald was thrown from the car and scraped along the pavement. His car had just exploded. Now, in this case, Ronald would end up, unbelievably, surviving. Just weeks into investigating this bombing, it happened again. October 18th, 1977, also in St. Louis, not too far from where the first explosion occurred, a man named Robert Jackson was also beginning his day, gets into his car, turns the key, and then an explosion. His vehicle was torn to pieces. It was ripped to shreds. It sounded and felt to the neighbors like an earthquake. But unlike the first victim, this gentleman would not be so lucky. Robert Jackson was pronounced deceased at the scene. It was hard to identify him because his body was not fully intact. At this point, even though it only happened a couple of miles away, the police weren't really sure that these two explosions were connected. And looking into Robert, they're like, there's nothing we can find about this guy that anyone would have wanted to do this to him. He was a really well-liked, well-respected guy. He had no enemies. He had no jilted ex-lovers. He was a citizen in good standing. They could not find a single reason why this happened to him. They also could not find a single connection between Robert and the first victim who survived, Ronald. But as they're weeks into investigating this one, it happened again. November 3rd, 1977. This is the only photo of any of the victims I can find. This was Shirley Marie Flynn, also a resident of St. Louis. She climbs into her 1972 Ford Pinto, which actually she was borrowing from her boyfriend, William. She turns the key, and then another explosion. This is what happened to Shirley's vehicle. This is an actual photo from the crime scene. The explosion was so severe that the windshield was found on the roof of a very tall building nearby. Shirley had been blown backwards towards the hatchback of the car. And once again, this victim died. And once again, they learned that this victim had no enemies, had no jilted exes, had nothing in her life that would indicate why anyone would do this to her. She was a very sweet, kind, unassuming woman who just went about her day, went about her business. Never got involved in any wrongdoings. She, too, had no connection to the previous two victims. And so now everyone in this community is in panic mode. You have 3 car explosions happen within a month. 2 of the victims die. There is no discernible reason as to why these happened, no connection between victims. They would determine that the bombs were made probably by the same individual, though. So whoever was doing this, it was the same person for all 3 of them. But again, looking into their lives, they couldn't find a person. So they determined that ultimately this must be random. It had to be. They even said he's deranged. No shit. But yeah, this is like a psychopath who is just picking random cars to blow up, random people to kill. And those are the hardest people to find, especially ones with no connections to the victims. And they never found them. But then there's one final little twist. So I mentioned earlier that Shirley, the car she was in that exploded was her boyfriend William's car. Well, here's the kicker. On March 7th, 1978, so this is several months after Shirley's death, now in Paducah, Kentucky, this is where the bombings first happened in St. Louis, and this is where this one occurred. A man gets into his car, turns the key, and the car explodes. This time, the man does survive. He is severely injured, but he does live. What is his name? William Olhausen. This is the exact same William that was Shirley Marie Flynn's boyfriend. Shirley was in his car in 1977 when it exploded, killing her. Now, another one of his vehicles explodes, nearly killing him. You finally have a connection here. But is it the same person, or is this just incredible coincidence? I can't even imagine a scenario in which even this kind of coincidence would happen. And it does kind of beg the question, was William targeted in the first explosion, one where Shirley died, thinking that he was the one driving it? Then it wasn't him, so now they do it again. But then why are the first two victims, the one who survived and the second one who didn't? There's no connection between William Olhausen and any of the other victims other than Shirley being his girlfriend. So was this just random and the bomber said, you know what, I'm going to do this guy too since, he's the boyfriend? Or was it really just a coincidence? It's bizarre. It's very mysterious. It's also unsolved. None of the victims, other than William and Shirley, have any connection. All of them were citizens in good standing. None of them had enemies. None of them had jilted exes. None of them would have been an obvious target for anyone, which means that this was likely random. And with this happening in 1977, what are the odds of it ever being solved? It's almost 50 years ago. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you can actually reach out to your local FBI office, and hopefully one day the answers finally arrive. He called his roommate and said, if you don't hear from me, worry about me. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Stuart Collins. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Winter Park, Florida. Stuart Owen Collins grew up in a relatively poor family in West Virginia. His father had actually passed away before he was born. And there was a lot of times that he and his 4 siblings lived in public housing. Their mom was doing everything she could do to support them. But the siblings kind of all worked together with their mom, and they had a good life. One of Stuart's brothers would say that he turned out to be one hell of a guy. And unfortunately, this is the only photo of him I can find. He was a person who grew up to have really fantastic values. His brother would also say that it was also very, very easy for Stuart to attract women. Eventually, Stuart and one of his brothers and a couple roommates would move to Winter Park, Florida, or I guess the Orlando, Florida area. And they were living in this home where they would throw, keg parties because they were young. And that's what they were doing on the night of January 7th, 1990. They were having a party. At some point late in the evening, Stuart, he got all dressed up in some nice clothing, and he said, I'm going to go down to the FBI. And that doesn't mean the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He was referring to the Fairbanks Inn. Everyone there called it the FBI. It was like a liquor store / bar. It had like a drive-through, liquor station, which never makes sense to me. But this night, Stuart decided to go on his own, which his brother would say that's not something he usually did. They usually went there together. But Stuart left in great spirits. He seemed to be really happy. And that's the last time his brother or his roommates or anyone in his life ever saw him. A couple hours later, at about 1:30 in the morning, the house phone rings. The party is still going on. And when the roommate picks it up, it's Stuart. And he says, I'm talking to a woman here, she's pretty, but her husband is also here. And I think there were implications that perhaps Stuart was thinking he was going to be going home with this woman. But he finished the call by stating, and I don't know if this was like a joke or what, but he said, if you don't hear from me, worry about me. And that was it. They never heard from him again. That is the very last moment that Stuart Collins appeared to exist on this earth. Once he's reported missing, the police learn that Stuart was in fact at the FBI, And he had walked through the drive-thru to purchase a 6-pack of beer at one point. Police do track down this woman he was apparently flirting with, who apparently was there with her husband, that Stewart gave the impression, at least to the roommates, that he might be doing something with. But this woman denies ever flirting with him, ever really conversating with him. She stated, "I was with my husband there, and I left the inn with just my husband." And there wasn't much else they could do. And that's where the information for this case ends. I don't know how far they got with the investigation. Don't know if they've had other tips or leads. I don't know if they've had any other suspects or persons of interests. I don't know. This is in 1990. There wasn't cameras everywhere. Cameras did exist at places. It was usually usually recorded onto a VHS tape. It wasn't digital. And almost always they were incredibly grainy. You couldn't make out anything. But I don't know if the Fairbanks Inn, the FBI, had a camera or not. But Stewart was there. And then he wasn't. This interaction he says he had with this woman, and then her husband was there, it really does make you wonder, did he flirt with a married woman? The husband saw it, didn't like it, and maybe accosted him outside the bar and got too carried away and something really bad happened. And of course the wife would cover for him because maybe she's afraid. Or maybe they have nothing to do with this. Maybe he was just talking smack and then he left on his own accord and something else happened. The thing is no one knows. Well, someone has to. Someone somewhere out there has to know the truth about what really happened to Stewart Collins that night. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts or what may have happened to Stewart Owen Collins, you are asked to please contact the sheriff's office there at 407-836-4357.
In Seattle, authorities say 2 deaths in a Sudafed tampering case resulted after a man tried to poison his wife.
Thank you, old-timey news lady, for doing my opening. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Sudafed murders. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Washington State, and it's 1991. Jennifer Melling, pictured here, would be rushed to the hospital after she fell violently ill out of nowhere. Initially, they didn't really know what was going on with Jennifer, what caused this to happen. Her husband would then kind of push the hospital staff to say, hey, maybe you should check for, poisoning, maybe? Lo and behold, they discovered she was poisoned. She had large amounts of cyanide in her system. She was lucky to survive. It kind of sounded like her husband, Joseph Melling, was shocked that she lived. And then it happens again. On February 18th, 1991, a man named Stanley McWhorter was rushed to the hospital, also who had fallen violently ill. They would later find out he died of cyanide poisoning. And then it happened again. Kathleen Danaker was also rushed to the hospital when she fell violently ill. They determined that she too died from cyanide poisoning. What's extra tragic about her is that she had just gotten married 3 days prior, and she fell ill just a day after her wedding, and then 2 days after that, she died. Both of these individuals died of cyanide poisoning after Jennifer Melling was saved from her cyanide poisoning. Police would ask Jennifer, do you remember what happened before you became really ill? Well, sure, my husband had been trying to convince me to take a particular Sudafed capsule pill because she was feeling, whatever sickness that she needed to take it. But it was kind of strange, though, because we had regular Sudafed that wasn't in capsule form at home. But he comes to my work and he tries to convince me for hours to take this particular Sudafed, and eventually I do. Then the next thing I know, I'm in the hospital. Now at this point, they realize that she was likely poisoned from that Sudafed pill. So now, with the other 2 deaths happening shortly after her case, they start to pull Sudafed off the shelves. They begin to fear, oh my God, we have another Tylenol murders on our hands. The Tylenol murders happening in Chicago in the 80s. Is this a copycat? That person was never caught. But this time, they already have a suspect, Joseph Melling. He was trying to convince his wife to take this specific cyanide pill. Joseph Melling had gotten him and his wife into some serious debt. So just a few weeks before Jennifer falls ill, he takes out, you guessed it, a life insurance policy of $700,000, which he then convinces Jennifer to sign. 6 weeks before Jennifer's poisoning, She calls 911 to report that her husband, Joseph, had just physically assaulted her. He twisted her arm behind her back and then slammed her face into a cabinet. But also, they find out, wasn't just hours he was trying to convince her to take that Sudafed. It was actually 5 days. He had been trying to get her to take this capsule for 5 days. Joseph was verbally and physically abusive to Jennifer all the time. We learned that he stopped wanting to have sex with her like months and months in advance. It was a piece of shit. We also have the $700,000 life insurance policy, which then led to a poisoning, which, if you remember, he had to convince the hospital staff, hey, check for poisoning, because he wanted it to look like this was an accidental poisoning in order to get that money. Then she didn't die, and then 2 more people do die. That's because if it was just his wife, Jennifer, suspicion would fall immediately onto him. But now we have 2 more people who have died. Therefore, this must be a random serial killer targeting random people. Couldn't be me, says Joseph. Well, then they find out that Joseph had signed some forms to purchase cyanide. And after pulling all these Sudafed boxes from the shelves, they learned that there were at least 5 packages of Sudafed that had been laced with cyanide. And using bank records and store purchases, they were able to link it to Joseph. Joseph Melling is then arrested and charged with the attempted murder of his wife and the actual murders of 2 other people. Not to mention charging him with several counts of product tampering. He failed to kill his wife, so he needed to take the pressure off of him, so he killed 2 more people. It's kind of unbelievable. Even though she filed for divorce after all of this, quickly after she recovered, she stood by Joseph at his trial. Despite the actual physical abuse, despite the actual pressure of him trying to almost force her to take this particular pill, she said, well, that just isn't him. He wouldn't go that far. He wouldn't do that. This is all, they're putting it on him as he's a scapegoat. Joseph Melling goes on trial for the Sudafed murders, and he is found guilty. After several days, the jury deliberated. He is found guilty. He would then be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and he has since been denied several appeals. 2 innocent strangers had to die because he failed to kill his wife. If that's not the definition of psychopath, I don't know what is. Strippers, the Russian mob, and vampires. Oh my. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Susan Walsh. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Neily, located in New Jersey. Susan Walsh was born on February 18th, 1960. She was born and raised in New Jersey. From a very early age, Susan aspired to be a poet and a writer. She would end up attending William Patterson University, and in order to pay for her schooling, she would do the occasional job as a dancer and a stripper. Eventually, she would marry a man named Mark Walsh, who was, I guess, the brother to musician Joe Walsh. They end up having a child together in 1985, but their marriage would quickly end in divorce. Susan ends up getting through college, and she is finding work as a journalist. She actually ends up getting an internship at the Village Voice in New York. And this ends up leading her into doing a story about the Russian mob who was forcing women to join strip clubs as strippers, essentially as slaves. She published that article, and, there were issues with it that people had. So while she has some people kind of rumbling at her from the Russian mob, now she's getting into writing a story about vampires and these underground vampire clubs. She wanted to do a story on these people because many of them said that they were genuine vampires. She actually ends up dating one of them. And because she ends up becoming maybe too involved or maybe starting to believe a little too much into this vampire thing, the Village Voice does not end up running her article that she wrote. And that upset her. There were also people within this vampire scene that did not want her publishing this story regardless. In June of 1996, Susan, who was sort of falling out of the journalism scene, was beginning to have a resurgence when she had offered to help on a book called Red Light. This was a book about the sex industry that Susan had been a part of. She then gets back into the dancing and stripping scene, and she is contacted by a documentary filmmaker who wants to include her in a documentary about strippers. And this is an actual clip from it where Susan talks about how the stripping lifestyle really took a toll on her body and her life in general. She got sick all the time. It eventually led her to depression and eventually being diagnosed as having bipolar disorder. And then she disappears. On July 16th, 1996, Susan will take her young child downstairs to her ex-husband's apartment and asks the ex-husband, "Will you please take care of him for a little bit? I need to run out." She said she would only be a few hours at most, but a few hours turned into now decades. Susan has never been seen since. She would soon be reported missing, and the police are having a hard time with this one, thinking like, this is an adult woman. Certainly she could have disappeared on her own. There were some suggestions, though, that because of how sick she had gotten from her life as a stripper with her bipolar disorder, she may have possibly fallen ill and died, or maybe have taken her own life. They weren't really sure, but what they were sure of is that she was never found. If she had just collapsed somewhere and died from her sicknesses, if she had ended her own life somewhere, someone would have stumbled across her. But the fact is nobody has. They then discovered that she had been doing a lot of work into this story about vampires and how some people in this underground vampire ring did not want her to publish a story. Then they found out she had published a story that the Russian mob had been instilling young women into stripping against their will, and how people from the Russian mob were upset with this. Coupled with the fact that Susan was once again back at college. She had been going to the New York University at the time of her disappearance. She hadn't even finished yet. Not to mention, her career was kind of going back on the upswing because she was involved with a book. She was involved with this documentary. She had actually been clean and sober at that point for 11 years. And her son meant the world to her, and no one could understand why she would just pick up and willingly abandon him. Police also learned that a former ex-boyfriend of Susan's had begun stalking her, according to Susan, and this had started happening shortly before she vanished. Susan gave no indication that she was in a place in her life where she was going to just pick up and leave. And no one really saw any type of suicidal side to her. It doesn't mean that's not possible. Obviously, it happens all the time when family and friends least expect it. A friend of hers also claims to have seen Susan a month after she disappeared. Getting into a vehicle with a man, the friend was so convinced that she saw Susan that she took down the license plate of this man. The police discovered who it was. They looked into him. They asked, "Hey, do you know Susan?" He said, "Well, I've gone out with several women, and they showed him a picture and said, yeah, that kind of looks like a woman I once went out with around the time you're saying." But he also couldn't say for sure that it was Susan. Susan was here one day and then she was not, and she has not been seen by anyone ever again. With this happening in a place like New Jersey, surely a body would have shown up. Unless someone who may have abducted her and potentially killed her knows where to dispose of a human body. They don't believe that Susan is alive. And for the most part, it sounds like they do believe that foul play is likely involved. But they also can't say for sure. Someone somewhere out there has to know the truth about what exactly happened to Susan Walsh. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her whereabouts or what may have occurred to her, you are asked to please call 973-284-4940. This is an 18-year-old monster who lived on Elm Street. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tara Gillen. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Middleborough, Massachusetts. Tara Gillen was born on July 27th, 1967. I know she had at least one sister, but from an early age, her parents had divorced amicably. And despite now having to kind of go back and forth, both of her parents showered her with love. Eventually, her dad would remarry, and so she had a new stepmom that she got along with really, really well. At some point in high school, she ends up moving with her mom to Indiana, where she graduates high school. Then she would enroll in Indiana University, which is what she was attending in 1996. And when she was there, she was majoring in English. For the 1996 holiday season, when she was on winter break from school, she would go to her father's house, this one here, in Middleborough, Massachusetts. She was really looking forward to just having a really fantastic Christmas season with her family. And that is what she got, until it ended in a horrific tragedy on New Year's Eve. December 31st, 1996, her dad and stepmom had gone out to a New Year's Eve party. And then at some point that night, her sister, who also lived there, left to go to some party as well. Her dad, Charles, and her stepmom, Carol, came home a little after 11 p.m. When they did so, they heard what sounded like a back door closing or slamming, and it sounded like someone was running from the house. And that is when they discovered the body of 20-year-old Tara Gillen. He found his daughter stabbed to death, and she was nude from the waist down. It was evident that a rape had also taken place. Police are obviously called, and they take Tara to the coroner. They determined she had been strangled and stabbed over 20 times. Police did find fresh tracks from behind the house running into the woods. They followed those tracks, which led them to Ash Street, and then eventually the tracks took them to Elm Street, specifically to 19 Elm Street. And that is where they found 18-year-old Ryan Burgess. They saw he had what looked like a fresh cut on his mouth. He had some blood on his pants, and he had scratches on his arm. When they looked down, they saw the shoes he was wearing, and when they asked him to turn those shoes over, they matched the prints that they had been following in the snow from Tara's house. Police will end up arresting Ryan Burgess for the rape and murder of Tara Gillen. They discovered that Ryan Burgess had a long list, criminal history, where primarily it was burglaries. And during an initial interview, when they're talking to him, he actually just outright confesses to breaking into the Gillen house with the intent to burglarize it. He had said he saw, which was later determined to be Tara's sister, leaving the house, who he assumed was probably the last person there, so he broke in, but that's when he found Tara. They would talk to Ryan's girlfriend. He was with her the night of the murder. They were at a local house party for New Year's Eve. There was an argument between Ryan and another friend there, and Ryan was asked to leave the party, which he and the girlfriend then left the party. But at some point during the walk back to wherever they were going, the girlfriend realized she forgot her jacket, so she goes back to get her jacket, but Ryan keeps going. Ryan is angry. His blood is boiling. He just got into a fight. He just got kicked out of this house. He sees someone leaving a home on this walk, and he says, I'm going to burglarize that home. Then he comes across Tara in the house, where he then just decides to attack her. She fights back, which is why he had a bloody lip and was scratched up. He then attacked her. He stabbed her 20 times, and then he raped her after she was dead or dying. And then he fled the house literally the moment that Tara's father and stepmom got home, leaving behind a trail, a shoe impression trail that led right to him. Even though he had confessed to a cop, he still pled not guilty. There was a point where his attorneys were like, well, this isn't like him, so obviously he must be crazy. No, sometimes you don't know a person. Sometimes a person is very capable of murder, they just haven't committed it yet. And that's what happened here. He got caught breaking into a home, and he decided to attack the person that caught him. And then he killed her. The blood on the pants he was seen wearing when police got to his home was Tara's blood. Ryan's DNA was found on a cigarette inside the Gillen home. And so the jury deliberated for a brief time, and they found him guilty of the murder. Then 19-year-old Ryan Burgess was then sentenced to life in prison without parole. This isn't even the case of a victim being in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was in the right place at the right time. Ryan was the one who was in the wrong place. She was in her family's home, and the only thing she was guilty of was being home. And so hopefully her killer will die behind bars, because that is the correct kind of justice. They know she walked out of the convenience store, but where did she go after that? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tiffany Papish. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Maple Heights, Ohio. Tiffany Jennifer Papish was born on July 2nd, 1971. Tiffany was described as a very vibrant young girl with beaming blue eyes who loved to walk around in her shirt that said the words, "Let's face it, I'm cute." Tiffany was the epitome of a kid, of innocence. It was a typical sunny July 13th, 1980 afternoon. Tiffany would leave her home with a couple of dollars in her pocket to go down to the local convenience store to get a couple of groceries for her mom. This was a walk that she had done all the time, and it literally took less than 3 minutes. It was just down the road from her home. It was just a few minutes before 3 p.m. Tiffany is confirmed to have walked in, grabbed a couple of items. She was then observed by numerous people waiting in the checkout line. The cashier at the convenient food mart rang her up for the hamburger buns, helped her put it into a brown paper bag, gave Tiffany her change, and the cashier and other customers observed Tiffany walking out. But Tiffany Papish never made it home. Within a very short time, her parents will report her missing, and the search for the little girl, who was just a few weeks shy of turning 9 years old, would begin. Unbelievably, when this made the news, nobody would come forward to state that they saw Tiffany after she walked out of that convenience store. There was a detective who went there the following Friday at the same exact time, who sat there and just observed the amount of people who left and entered the convenience store, as well as the other businesses that were in the same brick building. And he counted no less than 100 different people who were moving in and out of this shopping center. So he came to the conclusion that somebody, just a week prior, at the same exact time, with the same amount of foot traffic, someone had to have seen what happened to her when she stepped outside that store. Nobody saw or heard anything. This is in the middle of the afternoon. This is on a busy street where cars are driving by. How does a little girl walk out of a convenience store and then just poof into thin air? The thing that jumps out the most to me is that if someone was going to just brazenly abduct this little girl right in front of that convenience store, she would have screamed. She would have put up a fuss. She would have done something. And nobody heard a child or a little girl screaming. Maybe she was abducted while walking down the road to her home. And so that does kind of make you wonder, did she get into the car of someone she knew and trusted? Because this is something that most people wouldn't really remember seeing. Just, a kid getting into a car believing it's their parents' car, which would explain why she didn't scream or put up a fight. Now, I can tell you that both of her parents were investigated and they were both cleared of any wrongdoing. They had nothing to do with whatever happened to Tiffany. And then, a sudden confession. This man here, Brandon Lee Flagner, who was living in Texas at the time of his confession, who was already in prison or on trial for a sexual molestation case in Texas, well, he was telling anyone he could find that he was responsible for the abduction and murder of 8-year-old Tiffany Papish in Ohio. And he actually ends up making a very public confession. It seems like he wanted attention. And in these various confessions, he said that he just abducted the little girl and then he shot and killed her. And he refused to say where she was. And he was very, flippant about it, like he just didn't seem to be bothered. But he gave very detailed description of the act. Descriptions that sounded accurate, but without having a body or a crime scene, they can't confirm any of it. One of the most glaring discrepancies is the fact that they can't even place him in Maple Heights, Ohio, during that time frame when the abduction happened. They have no evidence or proof that he was ever there. He also changed his story and it created a lot of various inconsistencies. He didn't know her or the family. He was just a random person. He was a stranger to her. But using that confession, they're able to secure an indictment and they charge him with the abduction and the murder. And he goes on trial and he actually is found guilty of the murder of Tiffany Papish. Again, despite never saying where her body was and never finding her body, they had not a single trace of physical evidence connecting him to it. They couldn't even place him directly in the area when this happened, and his stories change from time to time, but he was still convicted. Now also, he is a convicted child molester because he had molested other children before. So he is exactly where he needs to be. But was he her killer? That answer is still very debatable. And if he buried her somewhere, why hasn't he said where she is? He's already been convicted. He got life in prison. Wouldn't cause him any more distress to reveal where she is. Could just be a sick person who is just toying with the family, who knows where she is but won't tell him because he's a psychopath. Or maybe he didn't do it. It's just, you don't know for sure. All that is known for sure is that Tiffany Papish disappeared off the face of the earth. In all likelihood, she was abducted and murdered that day. Did they get the right person? At this point, the only thing that really matters is finding Tiffany, bringing her home, and laying her to rest properly. And if the person in prison for killing her is the one to kill her, he'll probably never say where she is. And so, unfortunately, while there is justice, you still have justice mixed with doubt. Justice mixed with doubt and no closure, really. I just hope that someday, very soon, they find a way to find Tiffany, and they find a way to bring her home. She made it onto her school grounds, but she never walked in the door. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tracy Neef. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the area of Thornton, Colorado. Tracy Marie Neef was born on January 6, 1977. Tracy was only on this earth for 7 years, and so I don't really have any backstory for her. She never got a chance to live a life other than being a kid. I have been covering a lot of cases involving child victims recently, and that's simply because of the almost 8,000 names on my list. It feels like every other one when I choose it randomly. It's a child. There are just so many child victims of brutal homicides. At any rate, this case occurred on March 16th, 1984. It was a pretty busy morning for the family because her mom, Susan, did newspaper deliveries. By the time Susan got home from doing all the newspaper stuff, she was running a little behind, and so she had to kind of hurry up and get Tracy ready. And unfortunately, because of that, she was running about 10 minutes behind getting Tracy to school. Tracy attended Bertha Hyde Elementary School. They got there at about 8:15 a.m., Susan and Tracy. By that time, everyone was already in class, and so Tracy gets out of the car, and I believe she did what most of the kids did if they were running a little late. They would cut behind what used to be a big fence in this area. There was an opening that you could crawl through, and so her mom watched her go through that fence. Tracy then began to approach one of the doors, which it would later be discovered that the front door was locked, but there was a side door that Tracy could also use that was unlocked. Tracy never made it to that door, however. Somewhere between the front entrance of the school and the side entrance where Tracy would have gone, she vanished. However, nobody witnessed it. Nobody heard screams. Nobody saw a thing. This is in 1984, so when Tracy wasn't in class, they marked her as absent, but back then, it wasn't common to call the homes and say, hey, so-and-so hasn't arrived at school. So Tracy's mom, Susan, and her dad, they had no idea that Tracy wasn't even in class that day until that afternoon at about 2:45 p.m. when Susan goes to pick up Tracy. When Tracy never comes to the car, she kind of assumes maybe she started walking home, so she would drive down the path where Tracy would have likely walked. She didn't find her, so she then heads back to the school, gets in contact with the faculty there, and they tell her then, finally, Tracy wasn't in class today. She didn't show up. She never walked into school. How can that be? I literally watched her go through the fence. I saw her walking towards the school on the school property. The building was here. Tracy was right next to it. How did she not make it inside? Unfortunately, they would get their answer that same afternoon. A couple of tourists had just stopped their car at a little marker, a historic marker point, and right where they stopped off, they see a little girl lying in the dirt and the snow. This little girl had been killed. She was dead. She was soon identified as 7-year-old Tracy Neef. Tracy had some scrapes and cuts, fresh cuts along her chin. She had some deep ligature marks around her wrist to indicate that she was probably tied up at some point with rope. She was fully clothed, except she had one shoe that wasn't totally on her foot. Her red backpack and her Pac-Man lunchbox were within feet of her body, and her coat was also there. There was also indications that someone had attempted to rape her, but they did not succeed, and they did not find any male bodily fluid or anything with her body. But the motive more than likely was sexual in nature, and it just would have had to have been a stranger that just abducted her right from her school. And again, no one at school saw or heard anything. I know the police would talk to, interview every single person at that school who worked there, and they cleared all of them. So, and there was no cameras and no witnesses. So it's kind of, and with no DNA or anything like that, it's very difficult to solve a case like this, especially if it's a stranger. They did find hair with her on her body. I don't know if they've DNA tested that or not, or even if they're able to. I know at one point this guy here, Scott Kimball, was considered a suspect. He had told a friend at one point around the time of the murder that he had helped bury the body of a little girl near Nederland, Colorado, which is where Tracy was actually found. But Tracy wasn't buried. And he had mentioned something about her being nude. Tracy also wasn't found nude. They've never been able to link her murder to him, though. Some people have even suspected that her murder may be connected to the still unsolved murder of JonBenet Ramsey. JonBenet Ramsey died, 25 miles away from where Tracy was kidnapped. She was killed a little over a decade later, but with it being the same area and a somewhat similar crime, there's always a possibility. But again, there's been no official link made. As of today, nobody knows who took the life of this innocent little girl. Nobody knows who abducted her right off of her school grounds. And that person might still be out there roaming the streets, ready to kill again. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of 7-year-old Tracy Neef, you were asked to please call 720-977-5124. A national tragedy may have hindered the investigation into a murdered teenage girl. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Twilight Crooks. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Bowling Green, Kentucky. Her name is Jessie Marie Twilight Song Crooks, but she would go by Twilight to everyone. Twilight was born on October 22nd, 1985. Twilight was also indigenous on her mother's side. Her mother was Arapaho, and Twilight was really embracing that side of her. Twilight's father and mother were no longer together, but she did have a stepmother, and they did get along very well, and she also had a brother. When all of this happened, she is a 15-year-old sophomore attending Greenwood High School. She was a good student, well-liked, she was popular, but it came to a very tragic end on August 28th, 2001. At approximately 11 p.m. that night, Twilight got a phone call which was later determined to have come from a payphone outside of the Plano Country Store. Shortly after this phone call, Twilight does leave her house. She, from what I understand, does not leave any kind of note or tell anyone where she's going or who she's meeting. But based on the phone call and the fact that she left right after it, indicated that she knew the person she talked to on the phone. What the conversation was, however, nobody knows. No one would ever see Twilight alive ever again. The last time her actual parents saw her in the home was at about 10 p.m., but the phone call came in around 11 p.m. or so. But her parents, once they realized she wasn't in the house and they couldn't find her, and they go out looking for her, they report her missing. The search for her would last roughly 2 weeks. And then Twilight was found. A man was out walking his dog along Matlock Old Union Road when in a field that had some higher grass at the time, they found a body. This is a memorial site with her parents, but the body was found right here in this location. It was soon confirmed to be that of 15-year-old Twilight Crooks. They have not released how she died, but they have stated that this is absolutely a homicide. She was murdered. They have also not released how long they believe she was deceased. They also haven't announced any type of theory in terms of motive. So I don't think they've actually said whether or not Twilight was raped or not. Twilight was barefoot. She actually typically was barefoot a lot. She left the house without shoes on all the time. Usually she did that when she intended to come back pretty quickly, which would tell them that if she left the house barefoot, she wasn't planning on being gone very long. She also really didn't bring anything else with her. She was also dressed in pants, and she had on a jersey. It was a blue high school jersey from Edmondson High School, which was not the school she attended. They were able to discover that that jersey had actually come from a thrift store. That was the last known place that they believe it came from. But her family, her friends, no one can state that they ever saw her wearing that jersey before, or seeing it in her room or anything before. So it could be the jersey of the person who she met up with that night. Speaking of which, who is that person? Who did that mysterious phone call come from? They know it came from the payphone outside the store, but who made the call? Well, in 2001, CCTV cameras were definitely more common than they were like in the 80s or the 90s, but they did not have any cameras outside the store or anywhere pointing towards the store. And no witnesses have come forward to state that they saw who made that call. But it was someone she knew and trusted enough to leave her house without shoes on to go meet up with real quick. Is that person the one who killed her? What are the odds of her getting a phone call from some mysterious person and then disappearing and being found murdered? I think the belief is that that person who made that call is probably who killed her. They have investigated her close friends, family, everyone, but they have not announced an official suspect ever. They had a person of interest at one point, but they never named him or her. Another issue that really hindered this investigation: she disappeared on August 28th, 2001, but her body was not found until September 10th, 2001. Less than 24 hours after her body is discovered, the United States and the world as a whole would be changed forever during the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Obviously, those happened in New York, and this case happened in Kentucky. But as you all know, to those of you who were alive and remember those events, the 9/11 attacks took over the entire media for the longest time. Everybody was focused solely on that. And so because of that, her case really wasn't publicized. There was no media attention on her case. At a time that would have been absolutely crucial to get this story out there all over the news, unfortunately 9/11 happened. This affected everyone in the entire country, every news station in the country, every newspaper. And because of all the attention kind of being focused on that, a lot of times cases like this tended to get kind of pushed to the side, or not forgotten about, but just like they would lose focus. It wouldn't be until years later when they started to kind of reinvestigate her case. The other issue is that she is also an Indigenous girl. And as we all know, as I've talked about many times on this page, well, we know the history of missing and murdered Indigenous girls and women. So that certainly also played a factor, not to mention the terrorist attacks. And sadly, Twilight hasn't gotten justice. Her parents are still wanting to know who did this to their daughter and why. Who was the person who made that phone call? Someone has to know. This was 24 or so years ago, so the person who did this, especially if they were in her age range, is definitely still out there and is definitely still relatively young. And that person needs to be brought to justice. They murdered a 15-year-old girl. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Twilight Crooks, you are asked to please call the Warren County Sheriff's Office at 270-842-1633. A man would call a woman's husband and say, "Hey, your wife's cheating on you with me, that's why she's missing." That is not why she was missing. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Valda Connell. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case will take us to the Balcombe Hills neighborhood of Sydney, Australia. Pictured here is 39-year-old Valda Connell with her husband, Paul. Valda and Paul had a lot of kids. They had 6 children. And this was truly a, big, happy, very close-knit family. Everybody just got along. Everybody just loved everyone. This was a family who did everything together. But on one truly horrific day, 3 members of this family would be torn away violently. On August 11th, 1978, Valda Connell had gone out with 2 of her 6 kids, 10-year-old Sally and 4-year-old Damien. When Valda and the 2 kids arrived home, it was just them because everyone else was still out. What they didn't realize was that there was someone trying to break into their home, and they ran right into this person. That man was John Cribb. He had just recently been paroled from prison. He had been convicted to 9 years in prison for a robbery. He served just 6 years. And he just stumbled across the Connell house, and he didn't know them, they didn't know him. But when they ran into each other as he was trying to break into their property, he abducted the 3 members of the family. Several hours later, her husband Paul gets a phone call from a man. The man claims to be the person that his wife is cheating on him with. She's leaving you, and she took 2 of the kids. Paul goes to the police because he's like, this doesn't sound right at all. But the police initially kind of believe the story of this man because they have no proof of anything otherwise. But then they do begin to quickly realize, yeah, this is definitely very strange. This wife and mother and 2 of her 6 kids go missing. John Cribb took Valda and the 2 children, and he basically drove them around in their car that he also stole from them. At some point along the way, he would end up raping Valda, more than likely in front of her 2 children. He would also bound and gag the 2 kids, and he held them prisoner in the back of the car. Then he actually lets them out of the car while they're still tied up with, gags and everything, and he begins to drive away. He was going to leave them. But then he changed his mind, and he turned around and he got them back. Because they're witnesses to everything he has just done to them, he decides he needs to kill them. And that's what he does. He takes a knife and he stabs Valda to death. He then does the same thing to 10-year-old Sally, and one more time to 4-year-old Damien. He then threw their bodies into the back of the vehicle, and he tried to dig a hole in one place, but the ground was basically solid as a rock, and so he determined he needed to go somewhere else. He would end up going to a location with softer dirt, and he dug this hole. But then he was interrupted by somebody, and he ends up I think what happens is he ends up getting in the car and speeding away, but then he gets the car stuck with the bodies in the back of the car still. He ends up calling a tow truck company to help him out, and when they arrive and they get the vehicle out of this place where he is stuck, the trunk pops open, and this tow truck driver sees the bodies of Valda and the 2 children. John Cribb will then end up taking a person hostage. When police are notified, there is a standoff for about 10 to 12 hours or so. But then they were finally able to arrest him, with no other people hurt or killed. Before a trial happened, he would end up being diagnosed as being paranoid schizophrenic. And he was then put into a mental health institution where he was going to be indefinitely. But then he, along with another inmate there, escaped. He escaped along with this guy here, William Monday. William Monday was serving a 28-year sentence, I guess, at this institution. They would go on to commit 8 burglaries. They assaulted numerous people. They kidnapped 2 17-year-old girls and raped them. Held these girls hostage for about 35 hours or so before they were finally recaptured. William Monday was rearrested, as was John Cribb. In prison, John Cribb would send Christmas cards to the 2 17-year-old girls he victimized during his escape, because he's a psychopath. John Cribb would then officially go on trial for the triple homicide. He was convicted and found guilty and sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms. He also got 30 additional years for all the crimes he committed during the escape. William Monday was also sentenced to 30 years for all of his crimes related to the escape. He also got life in prison for the murder of an inmate. John Cribb would attempt to get paroled a couple of times, but it never worked. And in 2018, at the age of 67, John Cribb died behind the walls of this prison. And now he is locked for eternity behind the walls of hell. Oh, God, he did it. He did it. He just all of it. He did all of it. You got a case you can't solve. It's him. Oh. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Virginia Rambus. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will bring us to Seattle, Washington in 1985. Virginia Ann Rambus was born on June 10th, 1965, and unfortunately, I don't know anything about her. The only information I really know is that at the time of this case, she was 19 years old, she was living in her own apartment, and she was working as a stalker at Host International. She lived in an apartment complex at the 6800 block of South 123rd Street in Seattle. I don't know if it's the Park Hill Apartments. There's also another apartment complex right over here. But that is where she was last seen on May 20th, 1985 at approximately 8 p.m. That evening, Virginia was going to be walking over to a friend's apartment who lived in the exact same complex. Then the two of them were going to drive to another friend's house to go to a party. Friend spoke to Virginia that evening. Virginia basically told her, I'm getting ready and I'm going to head over. She never made it to the friend's apartment, though. Virginia has never been seen since. And sadly, there is very little published about her case. I can't even find any newspaper articles that mention her. But they know she was at her apartments that night, and they know she was going to be walking out of it and walking to the other friend. She just never made it there. So something happened between her front door and the friend's front door. Something transpired. They just have absolutely no idea what that thing is. Around this same time in the Seattle, Washington area, and not just that particular year, but the years surrounding it, there had been other women who had disappeared or had been found murdered. But the common denominator between all of those women is that most of them were sex workers. Virginia was not. Virginia worked at a place called Host International, just a normal everyday job. They were all around the same age as Virginia, however. I think the majority of those women were white. So while they thought that Virginia could potentially be connected to those other cases, there wasn't enough similarities. It wouldn't be until 2011 when the authorities there in Seattle announced that they had interest in identifying a man as her potential abducter and killer, a man that was referred to as the Candyman. This was the Candyman. Then, I can't describe it, but he just looks like a wiener. I don't know. I don't know what I mean. But he's gross. His name is Jesse Pratt, and he lived in the exact same apartment complex at the same exact time as Virginia. Yep. So he had previously, before Virginia's disappearance, he had previously been convicted of a kidnapping. Then, after Virginia's disappearance, he would go on to be convicted of a 1986 murder of a woman in Oregon. He's only ever been convicted of that one murder. However, he is a suspected serial killer, possibly connected to some of these other Seattle, Washington women who disappeared or were murdered. Because he lived in the same complex as Virginia when she vanished, he's an obvious suspect. So for a time he was on death row, but that was later overturned and changed to life without parole. It sounds like he's still alive, but he would be now at this point in his 80s. And the last time that they really had any mention or links to Virginia's case was back in 2012. And as far as I can tell, nothing came from that. Virginia Ann Rambus has still never been found. She vanished at the age of 19, never to be seen again. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Virginia, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about her case, you are asked to please call 206-205-7810. I see cases like this, and I just have to always ask myself, why? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of William Clayton Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Center, Alabama. William Clayton Jr. was born on December 10th, 1929, and it looks like William lived his entire life in Alabama. He apparently had some learning disabilities as he got older, and he unfortunately just never finished high school. But I do know that he would go on to get married, and he had 7 kids. William Clayton Jr., to the very last moments of his life when he was 68 years old, was one of the hardest working people you'd meet. This is a guy who, even at age 68, was still working 14, 15-hour shifts every day, all to support his wife and his family. He worked all sorts of different jobs. He was a custodial worker, he worked on the railroad, and he also worked as a delivery driver. In 1998, he is working as a courier. On March 6, 1998, 68-year-old William Clayton Jr. would go to the local Regions Bank. He was going to the ATM because he wanted to take out some cash because he had plans to take his wife out to dinner that night. At the same time, a man would pull up in the intersection near the bank, and this man had a passenger. The passenger gets out of this van, takes the gun that belonged to the driver of the van. This stranger, then walks right up to William Clayton Jr. as he's getting into his courier van. The man opens up the driver door, points the gun at William, and shoots him 3 times. He then pushes William's body over into the passenger seat. He gets into the van and he takes off. Police were called very quickly, and a pursuit would begin of this individual who is now driving this stolen van. The individual who had just shot William, who is now driving this car, also fired several shots at an off-duty officer who he did not hit at all. A brief pursuit and manhunt would occur, but the individual was finally apprehended. After the individual abandoned the van, abandoned William's body in the van, and tried to flee, but was caught. William was still alive when police were able to finally get to him, and he was rushed to the nearest hospital, but unfortunately, he did not make it. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. He had 3 bullet holes in his body. The individual they arrested was this man here, Keith Gavin. Keith Gavin had actually recently been paroled from prison for committing another murder. He shot and killed another man in 1981 in Illinois. He was found guilty of that murder and sentenced to 34 years in prison with the possibility of parole, and he was in fact paroled in 1997. Just 4 months after he is released, he goes and shoots William Clayton Jr., tries to steal his car, but is caught. So the individual who was driving the vehicle that Keith got out of was actually Keith's cousin. Keith's cousin worked as a Department of Corrections employee. The gun that Keith used to shoot and kill William was his cousin's gun. It was a Department of Corrections issued gun. The cousin is then also arrested and charged with the murder, despite the fact that once his cousin got out of the car and took the gun and he saw him shoot this man, he took off. He didn't do or say anything about it. But eventually they end up dropping charges against the cousin because they had no way of proving it was him who had any responsibility in this crime. Multiple witnesses would identify Keith Gavin as the individual who they saw shoot William Clayton and who they saw get into the van and speed away. They also identified him as the man who tried to murder a cop during this pursuit. Ultimately, the question is, why? Why did he just do this? If the plan was to just walk up to this guy and rob him, why not just rob him? He's the 68-year-old guy. He's not really in a position where he could defend himself very well. But he didn't even give him a chance. He just walked up to him, opened his door, and shot him. And ends up getting nothing out of it. He doesn't get the money. He doesn't get the car. He gets arrested. So it's like, again, for fucking why? He didn't know William. William didn't know him. As a matter of fact, Keith had just literally arrived in Alabama within hours of this happening. He had come from Illinois. It's just shit like this, man. It's just like, I don't understand. I don't understand any murder at all, but it's ones like this that I don't know, it just makes me an extra level of mad. Keith Gavin goes on trial for the murder of William Clayton Jr., and he is found guilty of that murder. Jury comes back with a verdict of 10-2 in terms of sentencing him to death. 2 people said life in prison, the other 10 said death. In Alabama at that time, what would happen is that the judge can either take As long as there were 10 people who voted for the death penalty, or unanimously, he could choose to still give the death penalty, and that is exactly what the judge did. He would sentence Keith Gavin to death. After several failed appeals, on July 18th, 2024, his day of execution arrived. Keith Gavin had become a Muslim at that point. His final words were, "I love my family," and then he offered a Muslim prayer. His final meal just consisted of a bag of Ruffles cheddar sour cream chips, a bag of Lay's plain potato chips, and a Hershey's chocolate bar with almonds. All of it came from the vending machine of the prison. July 18th, 2024, Keith Gavin was executed by lethal injection. William Clayton Jr. and his family finally got the justice he deserved.